Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
28 pitch. Up the middle, and the American League cashes in. Alvarez in to score. Langoliers right behind him. Two-run single, Cody Bellinger.
Good morning, Metroplex. That's the way we start off the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt is here on time. We got Jacob Ray in for the once again vacationing Peyton Russell and Aiden running the Fan Camp Twitch and YouTube. I thought that was an all-star game.
Man, that's what happens when, they got to stop the rule. I guess
I thought all the pitchers were missing. We were supposed to get some offense.
Yeah, well,
that was awful.
No, they joined in on the World Cup explosion. They wanted to be part of the low-scoring affairs, and just all right, people seem to love this. Let's jump on this.
You still had some injuries. You had no Shohei, you had no Judge. There's some other guys, but yeah, that was. And that's the state of the game now. Is pitchers are so dominant, they throw so hard, especially in a game where even your best starters are only going in and throwing one inning. They're gassed up, throwing 104, and you got no chance.
3 hits for the National League. 3.
Harper walking up to the plate, mic'd up, and he's basically walking up to the plate, like, I'm not gonna get hit. This guy's so nasty. Just watch, I'm going to strike out. And then he just strikes out. He's like, all right, bye. See y'all.
He's so defeated.
He did not facing?
I can't even remember who's in there against.
It was the guy from Cleveland.
But it's just that nobody cares. No, nobody like they're all just like, yeah, whatever. It's even yesterday. I just said this to Jacob. Jacob, play this real quick. This is like a 6-second clip. Listen, this was like Christopher Sanchez, the hometown pitcher, makes a play off the mound, and this is what the crowd sounded like.
Ball. Sanchez waits on this Baltimore chop to come down. Wide throw. Freeman sticks his foot back to the bag to get him.
Yay. Just a totally muted atmosphere. That was boring.
I mean, I don't think the All-Star game ever has an electric atmosphere, right?
It generally doesn't sound golf clap when the hometown pitcher on the second play of the game makes a play.
I mean, it's a ground out. What do you think? You wanted to give a standing ovation?
He jumped off the mound. He had a strikeout to lead off the game there. I was like, yeah.
I don't know if this is the right crowd to say dead environment for. Given
you may end up dead.
Given the night before the standing ovation for Schwarber, but 10 American League relievers combined for a 15 strikeout shutout.
Brutal.
It was over after all the action and activity was over after the first inning.
I mean, you had a home run by Vargas, in the middle innings, but other than that was it. You got your single by Bellinger in the first, and your single by Rice in the first. It scored a couple of runs.
Yankees coming through.
Not in the playoffs, but in the All-Star game they do. And then Vargas hits the home run, and that's it. That's your scoring. I'm sure Mattingly, I'm sure, is hating that Sanchez went 35 pitches right at the start. You couldn't get a put-away pitch. But, I mean, they got everybody in for that I can remember. I don't think anybody got left on the bench in this one.
I did like Cease mic'd up. I think Smoltz was annoying him a little bit. It was funny, as Atolo said, watching Smoltz suggesting all these pitches, and Cease is like, no, let's go with another one. Finally, I think he took his advice with a curveball, but that was pretty cool. I was just thinking of Bassick the entire time, go through pitch sequences on how to get these batters out.
And I love these pitchers, man. They cover their mouth like the hitter is some lip reader. Like it's John Boy out there hitting. Like he's going to be able to see from 70 feet away exactly what the pitcher's saying he's going to throw.
Well, I mean, if you know, you just got to memorize basically 4 words, and that's what it looks like. I could see somebody be like, yeah, fastball. Oh, he just said Neff. That's a fastball coming my way. But no, the C stuff was cool. I thought it would, Bobby being mic'd up was really good. Bobby went talking about breaking things down. I thought he was good, but it was. I mean, it's when one of those games, the most exciting thing that happens is a defensive play up the middle. Then it's okay, that was probably a tame game.
Yeah, last year I think it went to it was 6-6, and it finished with a walk-off, kind of the home run derby type thing. That's cool. 4-0, and it didn't feel like 4-0. It didn't feel like the American League scored 4 runs. because there were so many innings of non-action.
Yeah.
It's just a bummer.
The National League getting totally and completely shut down like my World Cup champion. Fox and FIFA with the audio. I know you felt me and Choppy on the exact same page. All week long,
baby. Let's
so
go.
far, a record 6 shutout of the World Cup, a tournament record for Spain, who absolutely shut down France. This was domination.
It was. This was like, you'll see this sometimes in the NFL where it's a dominant defensive team going up against a great offense. And
that's exactly what I wrote down. I was like, this is a lesson learned as I got wiped out with all my bets. I was like, this is a defensive lesson learned.
You won the under, though, right? You took the
but
under.
I combined it with a bunch of different things.
Okay, all right. So this is just like their defense just completely stifled them, and Mbappe got very, very frustrated. And France has got some great goal scorers, but this was like this game was over. You hit that penalty kick, and it's like, okay, man, how many goals do you think you're going to score against Spain anyway? And I didn't love the call.
I didn't either.
I get the rule. I understand that it's a no doubter in soccer, right? That's like It's a no doubter. It's like you're crowning your helmet to the helmet of the quarterback. It's a no doubt penalty. I understand that.
Explain what happened to Bobby.
So,
hit me.
All right. So,
I guess we could reenact it on the fan cam.
Please do.
Sure. Let's go.
Right.
Okay. Who do you want to be? You want to be the kicker or the guy who gets kicked?
I'll be the guy who kicks.
Okay. Very good.
I'll kick you.
All right.
So,
all right, Aiden, get Choppy here. Choppy and Sean reenacting this, Aiden.
So basically, the ball's up in the air.
Yep.
And you have the French defender not seeing the Spanish player, Yamal.
Right. So if I'm the French defender, I'm looking this way at the ball.
Yeah. Your back is to the microphone, and I'm going up to make a play on the ball. Yamal jumps into the shot, let me get my good kick in, jumps into my range, and he ends up kicking him while trying to absolutely make a play on the ball.
Didn't see him at all.
So that's a penalty on the guy who jumped in.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then this is, again, sport is.
It's control your body.
Won't
control your body.
That won't catch on.
They're like, this guy just got kicked right here, so he was in the penalty box, and here we go with the awarded kick.
Right. And I'm like, okay.
I would be the best defensive player in the history of soccer. I would jump in front of people kicking. I would start running the other direction when somebody's about to score. Like, you guys would be screwed if I was out there playing for Spain.
Yeah, and it's like, all right, he didn't see him. There's clearly no intent here.
Yeah.
Right? He didn't see him. It's like, imagine getting a targeting call in football with your back to the play.
You
can't get it.
If you put up, and I think, again, the Fox booth doing a tremendous job of saying that is a penalty, that's not a penalty, but if you ran like an NFL officiating seminar and you put on these two TVs in here, 10 separate plays, we would probably be 50% correct on saying what a foul is or is not, based upon how we usually view sports.
Right, and in soccer with this, they leave nothing to interpretation. It's like, this is the rule, that's it. There's no interpreting the rule. There's no, was it a catch? It was like, did he kick him? It doesn't matter if he saw him. It doesn't matter if there was intent. It was, he touched him. End of story. I'm like, okay, I mean, I respect that. I disagree with the call. I respect how seamless and easy it seems to be. But to give somebody a penalty kick seems way too penal for that, man.
And look, maybe you can argue that set the stage and that was unfair towards France, but Spain had more opportunities. Spain was the better team otherwise. They still added another goal. It felt like they could have been up 3-0 in this game. This was absolute domination for the team who had never trailed in the entire tournament until yesterday. They were suffocated.
Still just one goal out. I mean,
there it is, Bob. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Saw the replay?
Yeah, and he looks like he's been stabbed in the leg, too. The way he goes,
like the player who kicked him did not see Yamal at all.
Not at all. Not at all. That kind of bothered me. But, now, I mean, you get...
And we had to be reminded that Spain hasn't lost in 2 years. Mm-hmm. Spain is the European champion.
Yep.
And Spain has not lost to France the last few times out.
Yeah.
So Spain is sitting here saying, y'all forgot all this recent history while favoring France and giving them the championship.
Right. I have to go back and look at the rankings, the FIFA rankings before and after the tournament and everything. Before the tournament started, who was number? I think Spain may have been more highly rated. But either way, like they've been a great team for a long, long time, and now it makes for a tug of war type final, right? It's like if it was France and Argentina, France and England, you're going to have two of the really better offenses in this entire thing. Now it's like you're going to have the great defense against a really good offense,
and Spain will be favored in the final.
I would think so. Going
in. And this is like a heart thing for me. Like my head is telling me that England's gonna win. My heart wants Argentina and Messi to win. My head is saying Argentina's slipping by. England has had some moments like that in the tournament as well, but I would slightly favor them. But I'm too scared to bet on a winner.
Now that France is out, I could root for either team. France was in. You can't really root for England. First of all, they're gonna fight. They hate each other. The Waterloo thing. And then you can't have a country in France who's they're known for not wearing deodorant against a country known for not brushing their teeth.
Oh.
Right, with England, right? The bad teeth. You can't have that.
We did get, Bobby, some fantastic celebrity sightings yesterday in Arlington. Chalamet was there, representing France, of course.
He hugged the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, which I think usually there's a security person around who's like, you can't get near them.
But he's Chalamet.
I know, but even still, like, typically they will, like, there's usually somebody hovering, like, they won't let you ride on an elevator with them over at the Star.
Chalamet, you can't ride on the elevator.
No, there's a security person there who will tell you have to wait until they clear.
Thanks, Rich. Chalamet chatting it up with David Beckham, who I thought I was going to be indirectly responsible for a dinner reservation for, involving some chopsticks. Drew Brees, Usain Bolt was there as well, and then Jerry Jones getting booed.
Yeah, which this is not normal for him.
Huh?
He gave up a suite.
Yeah, FIFA.
They just take that's our
Yeah, I don't know.
Is FIFA the Masters to you?
Yeah, pretty close. Like, to me, it's FIFA.
NCAA, power rank the hate for NCAA, FIFA, Masters.
Well, I mean, NCAA is just, like, pathetic now. They're just sad. And it's like they don't have the power. But, like, back in the day, NCAA would have been way up there. FIFA, just to me, is like, that's another reason why I don't understand why somebody would like, yeah, let's get gung-ho into this. It's like, you want FIFA in your world? Like, you guys will hate having them around because FIFA is just the most entitled, power-hungry psycho organization out there. It's FIFA and the Masters, both of them, and in both instances, I don't think that their ego matches what they're presenting to me. But the Jerry's not used to getting booed. Like you mentioned this once, where he had talked about after we had the whole blow up in 24.
What blow up?
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions. When he talked about it, he's like, I don't hear fans being upset. They're and you'd say, yeah, because all he ever sees is like people like loving him and wanting autographs. Like he doesn't see the ugly side of it.
And they flashed him consistently on the during a Cowboys home season. How many times can you remember him being? He doesn't get put up there like twice a year, right? Maybe they're celebrating a big moment.
I think I see him like on the end screen like more than that, probably more than twice.
And he doesn't get booed?
No, and before the game, like people are throwing stuff up to his suite, wanting to get autographs and stuff like that. So I don't know how normal that is for him to receive the boos raining down. He's quite familiar, I know, from early on when you watch The Gambler, of people not liking him, and it didn't seem to rattle him very much. So maybe he doesn't care, but I don't think that's normal for him to get booed by a crowd.
I do wonder what percentage of fans were. Like,
that's exactly what I was wondering.
I know.
How many Cowboy fans are in here?
Yeah, it's like,
I assume it's like 70-30 international fans.
Absolutely. And
they're booing Jerry.
And do they even know who he is?
I mean,
they booed.
Enough people booed to know who he was, but that's not the norm for him. For him to sit there in his own home stadium and get booed, I bet he was not thrilled with that.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. So the other semifinal going to take place in Atlanta, and they are they're forecasting a little feistier environment between those two countries and those two fan bases.
Absolutely. I mean, the England fans, they have these amazing chants and songs are saying. I see these videos. My algorithm is awesome right now. It's nothing but like English and Scottish fans. Like,
it doesn't sound like awesome.
Yeah, well, it's better than what it used to be. I had too much breastfeeding on there, but this is much better. And the amount of like they're simple chants, but they're fun. And we got to bring some of these songs to the U.S.
That time of the year has struck again. We're getting ready for training camp. That means a Dallas Cowboys suspension. Inside the Star on the home of America's team after this.
After we...
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Need more evidence that the Dallas Cowboys are America's team? I opened up some of these sports websites late last night, early this morning, and the number one story at the very top is a no-name Dallas Cowboy being suspended for 3 games by the National Football League, but let the usual offseason jokes commence.
If I had said, if this would have broke while we were on the air, I said, breaking news from the NFL, Charles Snowden has been suspended 3 games. Who he play for? I don't know if anybody says the Cowboys.
I wouldn't have. I have no idea who he is.
WikiLeaks.
He was signed back in June, and he had actually started 18 games the last 2 seasons for the Raiders, but was still sitting out there in June. And the Cowboys said, "All right, let's jump on it. We could use some edge rusher depth, so we'll sign Charles Snowden." Well, that is not going to be anything that's going to be available to you to start the season, as he's been suspended 3 games for an incident related to a drunk driving arrest from the end of 2024. So this took a while for them to litigate out, and the league didn't even officially announce it. Like Florio noted this yesterday, he thought it was odd that he was like, they announced the suspension, but they don't actually tell you what it's for. And then you look back and go like, all right, it looks like it's for this DUI that occurred. But he's going to be out for 3 games to start the season. This is similar to like, who did they do this with a couple years ago? Was it James Washington or somebody? They had a player come through here who they signed, and then he got suspended before he could even play a game. And I don't even know if he ended up getting out there after he was suspended. But Charles Snowden, your depth, your competition to come in here, maybe is just competing for practice reps because he will not be able to play until you're back from Brazil.
Thoughts? Cool. Move on.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but I will say, if you brought him in here to like, hey, we really want him to be here and compete, then either A, the league did a really poor job of communicating to people, hey, by the way, this is still kind of outstanding from 18 months ago, or the Cowboys were a little reckless in just grabbing somebody that they're like, he may not even be there for the first month.
I mean, he could still go through training camp, right?
Yeah,
he can do all that stuff, so he'll be ready to go when the suspension's lifted. He would be ready to go when the suspension's lifted.
He won't be available to talk in Oxnard, I would imagine. Scratch him off the guest list.
Probably not, I would guess. And it's tough because he was like right at the top of our list, right there. Boy, by the way, these little sharks around this building. Corey Majors yesterday trying to like, hey, who are y'all going for? And that was the night before we're at dinner, and Zach's like, so who's on y'all's list for? I was like, just assume all the top people. And I just was like, that's what I keep telling. Just assume all the top people. That's who's going to be on the list.
It'll be Kevin and Corey who snake it.
Oh, yeah, because they're there first. I mean, they have.
Although Zach and Eric snaked one of our favorite Oxnard guests. They're G-Bag did by snaking Jake Ferguson last year.
Well, they did get him on a weekly.
Yeah, and that's snaking to me still. That should have been off limits. Ferg should have known enough and stood up and said, no, I'm not going to do that.
Schottenheimer on KNC.
Yeah, Shoddy on KNC last year. Joe Milton on KNC last year.
That's right.
Shoddy will not be on KNC this year, I don't think.
Ooh, a little guarantee.
Ooh, baby.
I thought that the ESPN quarterback list was over.
Yeah.
But apparently not, with Dak Prescott getting a very nice placement at number 6. Well, apparently one big thing was left out.
One big thing was left out.
What's your one big thing?
Jeremy Fowler posted this. He's kind of like, he slipped this in there like a girl slips in that she has a boyfriend in a conversation that you just meet her. Yeah, so, me and my boyfriend, I did this. Oh, well, that came out of nowhere, and so did this. So apparently, he tiered the quarterbacks and how they were given back to him by exec scouts, GMs, all that stuff.
He wasted a whole nother article he could have released to kill another month.
Absolutely. I mean, he could have waited on this one.
He could have made a separate tiers list.
Yeah. Well, these are your tiers.
But this is from him, right? This is not WIP making their own tiers.
This is from him. If you go to his Twitter account, you can find this. And he listed them down. Now, he did not put this. AI put this graphic together. His were broken down by dash marks.
Got it.
Tier 1, Allen and Mahomes.
Okay.
All right.
I would probably throw Stafford into that.
He is by himself on Tier 2.
Okay.
All right. Tier 3, Burrow and Lamar.
Burrow and Lamar on tier 3. Okay.
And Bobby, you said in the article there was a gap between 6 and 7?
Yeah, Sean, when going through it, had said that Fowler said that the guy getting 7th place was significantly apart from the group of 6 at the front.
So that would make you think that Dak would be alone in tier 4.
Or in tier 3.
Or in tier 3. Well, that is not the case. Tier 4 is Dak, Herbert, May, and Jared Goff. So 6 through 9.
Nice. So Fowler, is this him? Is he saying this is the tiers based on the votes, or he's saying by himself this is how he would tier
the quarterback voting broken into tiers. And I guess that's not saying whether that's coming from the executives or his breakdown.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming it's coming from... I don't know. Did he ask the executives to give all these comments, rank them, and then break the quarterbacks into tiers? That's what I'm going to go with right now.
And I don't know that if you have 2 people on 2 or fewer on the first 3 tiers, that doesn't sound like a tier. That just sounds like you're re-ranked, like you're just saying where they were all ranked again.
Like maybe he took the amount of votes and separated it, but then he has grouped Dak with Herbert and the rest.
Right. So you're 6 through 9.
Yeah.
And then tier 5, Caleb, Darnold, Jaden, Jordan, Purdy, Mayfield. So you got 6 guys on tier 5. Tier 6, this is where Eagle fans lost their mind. As if they didn't lose their mind that Jalen Hurts was ranked 17th. It was that he is on the same tier with Trevor Lawrence at tier 6.
They already lost their minds about their overrated ass running back being ranked 3rd.
Oh.
And then tier 7, Knicks, Daniel Jones, CJ Stroud at 20. So, I mean, like, a lot of Cowboy fans were a little bit like, all right, if there's a gap between 6 and 7, should Dak be on his own tier or should be in a higher tier?
Yeah.
Because, we don't usually go this many tiers before you get to Dak. It's like we usually put, like,
no one
more
gets
guys
put
on
tier 2 by himself.
Right.
Like, no one making a tier list is like Matt Stafford number 2, and then let's go to everybody else.
Yeah, the only time you do a tier by itself is usually if there's one person at the top who's so above everybody else. And you go, they're on their own, and then here are the rest of everybody. But to just in the middle of it, go like, by the way, tier 2 is just you can't name another tier 2 guy in the NFL.
Yeah, unless you get towards number 10, and there's a big drop off after that.
Enjoy the flavor of your coffee while sipping on it and hearing Ryan Clark cry about Jalen Hurts.
You are ranking the tiers of the quarterbacks. We're not just ranking on what a quarterback looked like last year or on a quarterback's skills. We're ranking a quarterback's entirety of his career and where he is physically at this point. No. Jalen Hurts is a guy who 2 times has outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts is a person that was second in MVP voting in 2023. And so in my opinion, when you look at who he is in totality as a player and a leader, there's no way that he falls to that tier. I think when you're talking about tiers of quarterback, I still believe Patrick Mahomes belongs on a tier by himself. And then you can add a guy like Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford on a tier that's below Patrick Mahomes, along with, in my opinion, the Joe Burrows and the Lamar Jacksons. And that's where in the next tier is right where Jalen Hurts belongs. He may not be the passer you want all the time. He may not be the runner you want all the time. But in the biggest moments, he's played his best football. And so, in my opinion, Jalen Hurts belongs on a 4th tier, not a 6th tier, especially not along with Trevor Lawrence, who has underachieved outside of maybe the last half of last football season.
All right, so Ryan Clark just wants to make it a freaking career achievement. He wants to sit there and remember the performances in the Super Bowl against Pat Mahomes.
Mahomes was better than him in the first one.
Well, either way,
everything he said had something wrong with it.
Hurts had a really good. That was one of the better.
It was awesome
Super
watching
Bowl.
him run. It was great watching him run for 3 touchdowns. It was not as good as Mahomes. Mahomes was the stats will say he threw for 190. But he was better in that game, significantly.
If you're going to base it off leadership, I mean, having what we've seen in the last couple of years, a lot of the cracks in the foundation.
Yeah, tell us the article that your employer put out this offseason talking about what an awful leader. Tell them you think that the reporting's BS, that you think ESPN reporters do an awful job.
Now, look, if I'm the Eagles, I'm happy with this list.
This is fuel.
Yeah, that's fuel. Jalen Hurts thinks he's MJ. At 17, that may be a touch low. I think it's funny because of who we are and what we do here in DFW. It's 17. That's pretty insulting.
It is. It is.
Because they're going to win double-digit amount of games. How are they going to do it? How much regression? Is it going to be addition by subtraction with AJ in New England? Maybe you finally fix your offensive coordinator. I don't know. 17 feels a little bit low. I see why they're furious. If I was in Philadelphia, I'd be furious too, not just living there and praising and a fake Rocky storyline. But if I'm Howie Roseman, I'm happy about this.
Yeah, if Jalen Hurts had any self-awareness, he's showing up to camp wearing the number 17 jersey all camp. That would be I would find that to be extremely likable. Just recognizing, and it's a motivational tactic.
There's maybe 2 guys ahead of him on the list that I could move Hurts over. Daniels and Darnold. That would be it, I think.
And give me the 5 above.
So directly in front of him is Trevor Lawrence, Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, Sam Darnold.
I mean, I could take him over Jaden. I would take Jordan Love. It's this whole
Lawrence
Baker
is close to me. Baker's better right now.
They've all got
Baker's
their
better.
Every single one of them is inconsistent.
Okay, speaking of quarterbacks, Joe Flacco. I thought this was cold-blooded. And it's amazing, as I texted my buddy yesterday, I was like, how does this guy's personality come out after his prime? That's what happened with Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco never spoke in Baltimore. No one knew anything about his personality. He was dead quiet. I think he had a unibrow that we made fun of. Along for the ride, an overrated, hyped quarterback for those like probably Ryan Clark, who would put him top 5 in the league. And here's Joe Flacco talking with Shador about why are you crossing your fingers?
I'm hoping Jacob bleeped everything correctly.
Early test for Jacob Ray.
Peyton's gone.
Here's Joe Flacco not liking quarterbacks who wear visors.
You got the mirror visor on again? I see it. You notice Shador don't have just a clear visor. He's got the clear mirror.
Why do they when you're growing up, they're like, take your visor off. Who do you think you are? It's like, it's just eye shield.
It's that. I'll tell you. Yeah, but if you wear a visor, you think it's for look. You think you look sweet.
Yeah, you think you look sweet.
It's that era. I don't want my kids to wear visors either. They all want visors. I'm like, guys, they're not even they're just annoying. They're gonna fog up. They are.
They look sweet, and then when you take them off, you can breathe so much better.
Yeah. Sucks, dude.
But it looks swaggy.
It's all about look. When I was a kid, I wanted a visor too, and then I'm like, the visors suck. They don't make any sense. So you're not gonna let your kids wear a visor? I would let them wear it, but I would tell them you're a quarterback, bro. You're wearing a visor. You look like an idiot.
And Shador's got the visor on, right?
Yeah, nailed it, Jacob. Yeah, he does. Yeah, and he's right, but Flacco's right. The mirror visor is there's no reason to wear that if you're a quarterback. And then, the clear one, I know some guys like the clear one because they're it creates a little bit of...
get poked in the eye.
But it creates, off of the stadium lights and stuff like that, you can't see their eyes as easily, if they're, trying to look around the field. But, yeah, the mirror one, there's not really a purpose for it.
Have they introduced visors to, high school like that?
So there's rules. So, at least in middle school, my kid can wear a clear one, but he doesn't like it because he said it fogs up. He said he would wear a mirrored one or a sun one, but they're a league. He can't wear them. At least, I don't know if it's a middle school rule or his coach's rule, but they won't let him wear the sunglasses visor.
And is this part of Quarterback on Netflix?
Yeah, and this is it's funny. That reminds me of Chris Beam from the Cowboys saying that he always. His bias watching players come out of the draft is he's the more accessories you have on, the worse football player I think you're going to be because you're spending way too much time in the equipment room putting on your different bands and stuff.
So Vince Scully said that about Sandy Koufax. There's no way he could be a good pitcher. He's too tan.
Why is an NBA insider connecting the Mavs to Joel Embiid? Stop it, Bobby. Next on The Fan. Ever notice how the summer heat brings out the crazies? Maybe that NBA insider.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Jacob Ray. I was very excited to see that you were in for a, once again, vacationing Peyton Russell after Bobby told me your fill-in producer days were done with us. Bobby had said it was finished a few weeks ago. I know that you're moving on to college football analyst work with Khaki Kev under the Brian Broaddus umbrella. So congratulations on that, but I did not think you would be with us any more in the morning. Maybe the bosses did not anticipate Peyton taking another month off.
Or maybe he makes an exception for us. Maybe that's what Jacob does. He's like, hell yeah, I want to get called up to the big leagues.
That's
Let me work that show.
Who are we going to get?
Probably, I would imagine Kev would be who would be.
Okay.
Which Kev's done a good job when he's filled in.
Yeah.
You and Kevin have a name?
Yeah, with the Walk-Ons. That's the name of the show.
I like
the
it.
Walk-Ons.
Okay.
You not the parlay since you're a Texas Tech guy?
No, there's been plenty of Sorsby talk, though. I got to put my bias aside, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, what brought us say this is a strict journalism. We're not going to slam.
There's no fandom here.
We're not going to lean towards the Cowboys at all with Voch Lombardi. We're not going to do that whatsoever. Now, you got to go straight down the middle. Journalism here with Brian Broaddus and Voch. Why are you getting audio and sending crap over about the Mavericks and Joel Embiid? Why are you doing this?
What do you mean? What do you mean crap? This is significant stuff here.
We need more front court help anyway.
Couple weeks ago, there was I was at the Rangers game with.
We need more front court limbs after what we just went through and traded to Washington.
I was at the Rangers game with Kyle Frazier from Frazier Roofs and Gutters, and he was like, "Man, the social media is buzzing that Embiid might get traded to Dallas." And I don't even remember where that originated, but this was a couple weeks ago where this had come up, and I was like, I don't see it, and hadn't happened. But then a couple days ago, Bill Simmons brought this up on his podcast. He was hosting with Joe House, one of the other Ringer podcast guys, and they were going through. He was saying that he thinks there's a shot Embiid gets traded, and he started just listing through.
And apparently, like Embiid and Maxey and those guys are heavily recruiting LeBron, who apparently has made his decision, has all the information he needs, but has to be the attention whore and drag it out.
Not going to tell you.
He's always had all the information he needs. He's been in the league for 20 years.
He's got to have the decision still. He's got to have that special. But Bill Simmons was running through packages that he thinks would make sense around the NBA. And then he stopped on the one team that he says makes the most sense.
Here's the one team, I think, Dallas, run by Masai Ujiri. Long-standing relationship with Joel Embiid.
Okay.
I think would be the one guy that would maybe be a little more favorable about rolling the dice with them. And the other thing is they have contracts. They have Gafford at 17, 18, 19, PJ Washington 19, 21, 23, and Clay at 17.4. And that can't be the trade. They'd need a third team. So you would have to bring Milwaukee into it and send Turner and Kuzma to Philly. You would have to send Embiid to Dallas.
That's not terrible.
And then you would have to send the Gafford, Clay, PJ. You'd need some sort of third team. It'd have to be something like that. If you were Dallas, would you think about it?
No. Wrong player, wrong timeline.
Thank you, God, whoever that is.
Joe House.
Chimney House,
You
whatever
would swap those three.
Tom's brother.
Those three. You're just giving up the three.
If you did this, I would never want to hear you talk about or complain about Anthony Davis ever again.
Or any other loser in sports.
Why are you trying to make me hate this team again?
Well, Embiid's a good player is the problem. Like that's the comparison to Anthony Davis is that when he's out there, he's a good player.
Well, okay, but we can't call Josh Allen a loser anymore.
Hey, he won an MVP.
What do you mean?
Well, because this guy's a real loser.
Embiid?
Yeah.
You got to just trust the process.
Right? He's soft.
Now I know he hasn't played more than 40 games in like an entire presidential administration,
3
but
years.
He's look, if you're telling me it's for Gafford, like there's a difference between trading Luka for that, and then it'd be Gafford, PJ, and Clay.
Right. There comes a point where it's like, okay, the value's good enough. I got nothing for Clay.
I don't need those three players that bad, especially right now. They're not that good. So if you just tell me like Embiid gets to be here,
I'd rather keep them for some other type of move. Zero interest. $58 million salary. Now, look, he did average 27 last year. Man, he had a season in which he averaged 34. Damn. Like, he's definitely going to the Hall of Fame with these numbers, the Basketball Hall of Fame. And he was 27 last year in 38 games. The year before that, 19, and 39 the year before that. No. I really don't have much more to say.
No, I really have very little interest in this. And I am very, very happy to learn that, we've been mispronouncing the president's of basketball ops name this entire time.
Yeah, he was describing Aiden's legs out there.
Yeah, you Harry.
You Harry.
Aiden made me feel very inferior yesterday.
God,
Aiden's got the testosterone flowing through him, man.
Holy mackerel. Don't put them things on any dating app profile. Well, maybe you should.
Maybe you should. Please never try a Blue Chew Gold. Never. You'll be the doctor's office.
So, just on that point, Embiid is clearly, when he's healthy, one of the better players in the NBA. So, but would you say, because of the availability issues, would you rather have somebody like Vucevic, who's going to play 60 to 70 games, but he's not going to be as good a player? You would rather, if those pieces meant somebody like Vucevic or some other similar big man, you would rather have that?
I mean, you cannot have Embiid and Kyrie on the same team.
It'd be kind of fun.
If the goal is what they're trying to sell us on,
right?
Like, for me, the goal should not be, we're trying to go ahead and win next year.
Right.
Like, unless you get LeBron James to come on over, or you worked out some type of Kawhi. You were for the Kawhi deal that they were throwing out there as well. Do you view this? You view this in the same thought? I view Joel Embiid is way worse than getting Kawhi. I'm not saying the player. Everything all-encompassing, getting back of it. Like, I would rely on Kawhi more than Embiid.
Yeah, I'd feel like I would have Kawhi.
But I do think Bill is right about Mahari and his nature. Like, this guy is going to roll a lot of dice around here. Yeah. He's a gambler.
And we haven't really seen that yet. So, there's got to be something out there in terms
Dusty May might be.
Yeah, I just think more like a personnel move. We haven't seen him really go all right, let's go. Go after it. But, yeah, Kawhi to me makes them more legitimately competitive next year. Without Kawhi or without anybody else, I don't think they're a very competitive basketball team. So at least to me, with Embiid out there, those would be fun games to watch when Embiid's out there.
For 30 games.
I'd take those 30. I'd get a half-season package and I'd time it up.
You would end up hating his gut. Well, he's way more personable than Anthony Davis was, but I just don't want to go back towards disliking them. And I would dislike the Dallas Mavericks if Joel Embiid was on there because how maddening he is. Fan text, that's for you. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. A society question and argument.
Yeah, so Chicago has a music festival called the Windy City Smokeout. Okay.
It's kind of like Brandon Hurtado participates. I think it's that, and it's the same kind of thing in Arlington.
Yeah. So
that Matt Pittman didn't give me any access to.
It's an outdoor. So this question comes from that particular version of this concert, but it's just an outdoor concert venue, right? It's like it's a music fest.
Yeah.
And this guy posts on social media, it was through Barstool's website, basically saying, I'm sorry, but if you bring your child to a country concert, you can't tell me I'm not allowed to smoke a cigarette in an outdoor venue. You brought your 6-year-old to the concert, not me, but keep pounding your double vodka sodas. So the question is when you take, let's just say you take any child, under 10, let's put under 10, take them to an outdoor concert, can you, A, ask people not to smoke around you, but B, ask them to do that while you're also drinking alcohol and theoretically driving home with your child in the vehicle?
This is very simple. One, no. I cannot ask them to not smoke around me, nor would I expect them not to light up at a concert or a public venue, even if there's 10-year-olds around. Number two, the drinking thing is not even, we're talking apples and oranges here. It's not.
From the secondhand smoke.
It's totally different. Like, first off, you smoking the cigarette has no effect on you driving home, and me drinking is not the same as you smoking the cigarette around my kids. So the double vodka soda thing, I don't understand the comparison.
Well, he's
whatsoever.
saying the parents who brought the kids, are drinking the vodkas. So they're saying, like,
if you're worried about your kids getting secondhand smoke, you should be worried about your kids riding home with people who've been drinking.
You could affect and harm them.
Right.
Okay. The number one point to me is the smoking in public.
Right.
And no, I would not. Now, if we're at my house and it's like 7 or 8 p.m., I always usually light up a cigar.
Well,
I pass out the cigars. You would know that if you came to my July 4th party, RJ.
Did you have one?
Which you get?
Oh yes, you did.
Don't make me stab you in the neck.
That's right. It was the birthday.
Please don't make me stab you in the neck.
It was the birthday party. We have.
I know you did. But you got the invite. I just want that on the record.
You did.
But I'm not doing it with, like, if the kids are all sitting on the couch, I'm not lighting up the cigar over there. I'll go to the other table, or vice versa if they're all in the pool. But at a concert and I take my kids and you can smoke. No, man, I'm not. I might look a little like, hey, do you see all the kids here? But no, man, you can smoke.
It's like
it's not even a question. Yeah. If it's allowed by rules, you can smoke. You can smoke.
Yeah, to me, it's saying like if I bring my kids to a sporting event and there's people are cussing, it's like I know the deal going in.
Yeah,
like they're going to hear it. I can't control what other people.
I'd have more of a problem with the cursing than the smoking. Now it's going to have more of an effect. I guess it's going to have more of a medical effect, but. With the cursing, I'm like, do you have to be this vulgar moron with like 6-year-olds right around you? Again, we're talking about what they're taking in their ears versus what they're taking in their lungs. But no, I would turn around and be like, dude, can you chill out a little bit? But I still have the expectation that cursing is going to happen.
Yeah. And it's just a matter of how aggressive you are with it or whatever else. But I mean, the smoking thing is also just. Yeah, if they're blowing it in their face or something, that's one thing. But I mean, if it's just they're out at a venue smoking and it's open air, you really don't have a standing to say stop.
Man, I can't tell you the last time I saw somebody actually smoking outside. Walking by a building.
Indianapolis.
At least at the Arlington event, you couldn't smoke inside of there. I don't know what they're doing at this Windy City thing. Maybe they just think the wind's going to blow it somewhere. Bobby, you were... You had a divorce that really kind of hit you in the feels.
Yeah, the mommies broke up. This is pretty devastating for me. Tom Segura and Christina Pashitsky, the Hollywood, the comedy couple, the Your Mom's House podcast, which is one of the best podcasts that's ever existed. They are wildly popular. You've undoubtedly seen their clips on social media before and different things like that. But TMZ announced that after 18 years, they're splitting up. They're not splitting up from their podcast, which is weird.
Oh.
But they haven't the last 3 months, they have not done a single episode together. They've done them split, and they had even addressed it on the air, like, no, we just.
You mean like they've done it, but just separate areas?
It's like the episode will be released with just one of them every time for 3 months.
Oh,
and it's one of those things where it's like, okay, people started asking questions. They said, we're not getting divorced or anything. Everything's fine. We're just different schedules. But there's a clip that's kind of gone viral in the last couple days of Al Franken going on their podcast a couple of years ago, and he just says, "You guys have a 4 and a 6-year-old?" And they go, "Yeah." And he points to Tom Segura and he goes, "So your touring schedule is basically abusive." And he goes, "Well, why would you be like touring as much as you are with like kids?" And she's back, and she starts nodding. She goes, "Yeah, thanks. This has been a big fight of ours off the air for a number of years." And like Tom Segura, who kind of sarcastically, but he goes, "You like your effing life, Christina? You like it?" And it got tense for a second. He goes, "We should," Al Franken's like, "Let's talk about this on the air." They go, "No, we don't talk about this on the air." But that ultimately is probably why they're splitting up. It's very sad,
more people tune in if they're doing it together still.
Yeah, probably. It's very sad. It didn't work out when Bobby Lee and Kalila broke up on Tiger Belly and they kept doing their show. That was weird. And
is that the guy who came in here naked?
Yeah, stripped down with Slater in the other room. Yeah, but no, this is a bummer for a lot of fans. Somewhere Garth Brooks is smiling, but this is a bummer for a lot of people.
A brand new game from RJ Choppy from the All-Star game last night. Let's all play with a Daughtry ticket giveaway as well as we continue Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan.
racing studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, God. Wow, that ball is absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas into the second deck.
Fox with the call. If you missed the first inning last night, you missed the All-Star game. 4-0, the National League with a putrid 3 hits as Cease and relievers combined for 15 strikeouts. They add to that 0 offense on one side. It's a 4-0 American League shutout.
Man, what a beatdown. Just a very, after the first inning, very boring game. Very, very, not a whole lot to it. Not a whole lot of action. Best part may have been the Liberty Bell introductions and the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah. Totally agree. Well, I don't know what's going on with us this week. Maybe
you're off vacation. I had a couple days.
Yeah, the mind's reset.
Yeah.
The best tweet about this was finally they found a creative way for the players to sign the new CBA.
Wow. Well.
They went up with a feather pen.
Yeah.
I loved it. It was awesome.
It was good. It was good. I didn't understand the musical choice.
I didn't even notice it.
Okay.
But I did notice the 25 to 30 minute delay. This was torture. I go and look up the start of the game times, and it said it was going to be 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I tune in at 7, and every other segment, there was still crap on the field, stuff to get off. Waiting for this to begin was absolute torture for me. I thought it was going to be right at 7, it's going to be good to go, crash at 10. No, I think it started like 7:30.
All right, so the music behind the introductions, Jacob, let's pull this up here.
Pink Pony Club?
It was not Pink Pony Club. It was something else. It was Hall & Oates.
Junior Caminero.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to go with.
I'm like, I love this song, but way to bring in the young kids with Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Hall & Oates is great.
What are we doing here?
Hall & Oates is fantastic.
What music would go with that
That's
signing?
a good question. I don't know. I mean, there's got to be something. I don't know.
Start with the Rocky music. I mean, we do it for everything else. You bring that bum Michael Buffer in there with your stupid boxing ring, and you might as well throw the Rocky music.
You could have thrown some of the drummers.
How would Rocky have signed and talked to the history of it?
Yeah, this is for the first sign here, the Declaration of Independence.
Your father, come in.
Magna Carta. I didn't even know my father. So I'm going to sign it here. I had 4 dads, I had 4 dads in the street corner, in Philadelphia,
But I saw that. I'm like, what are they doing here? Maybe the drummers from like when they were marching in the Revolution.
Maybe they were playing some Hall & Oates. Could be. Yeah.
All right, the game sucked, and that had RJ choppy with his creative juices flowing based upon a little discussion we had yesterday.
Yes, we talked about Bryce Harper yesterday, and whether he has lived up to were pretty unfair expectations for a kid at 17, because he graduated high school a year early.
Yeah. I think of him and like LeBron on the hype covers of SI.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the all-time hype covers of like The Next. I remember LeBron and I remember Bryce.
Sidney was pretty hyped. Crosby was pretty hyped coming out.
Didn't Tony Mandarich have a big cover?
Yes.
That was like the greatest offensive lineman of all time or something.
So Zion was pretty hyped coming into college.
Was he on a SI cover, though? I'm talking about SI cover hype.
Yeah.
Like, they put you on there, and it's like, oh, I need to figure out who this guy is, before we were all up into the internet. But I texted some of the baseball guys around here.
All right.
And I asked them, is Bryce a Hall of Famer? Bassick said yes, not if he retires now, though. I asked Sandler. He said absolutely. Is the question if he retired ASAP or realistically speaking? I think he's in if he retires today, but definitely in if he has even below pace production for the even next couple of years. So that was Bassick and Sandler. I would lean towards him being in if he stopped playing today.
Yeah, I would have to think how many years he has. It feels like he's at 20 years in the league.
He's been in for 14, or this is season 15, I think.
I would think that's enough time to get in.
If he was good enough.
That's enough time.
Yeah,
if he was good enough.
So
RJ believes he's in. Bobby and Hagelin say no. He's 33 years old. Will be 34 in October.
He should not. At 33, he should not be declining. Really? Yes.
Which he has been.
But I mean, he's been up here a long time. So Hall of Fame are not the same. Which one?
So this is should be in, like we think they should be in, or will get in.
Let's just go. I guess should be in.
Okay,
should be in. Okay,
yeah. So, but you already gave your answers on Bryce Harper.
Mine was for Will.
Will, okay. You want to do Will?
I think he's a little bit overhyped. I'm just saying. I think he will get in, but we can do it for sure.
We can do both. Actually, he should be in, but he won't. Manny Machado.
Oh, that's a great one. He was the one I was thinking to compare Bryce to yesterday. Right now, without looking at the numbers instantly, I say no.
I say no, should not.
Should not.
I think he's got a decent shot to get in, though.
I think he's got 5 more career home runs than Bryce. I think Bryce is at 383. Manny's at 388. The career average for Manny is 275, which is good these days.
Mm-hmm.
How many?
If you take careers that started in 1950 or later, there are 9 Hall of Famers that are third basemen. Machado's OPS would be lower than all but one of them. His WAR would be the lowest by 8 shares among all of them. He's won 2 Gold Gloves, but of the players in his general range offensively that are in the Hall of Fame right now, they all have at least 5 Gold Gloves.
I was looking up the Gold Gloves. Now that you say 2, I'll lean towards him. I'll lean towards that he's not getting in. I don't think of him instantly as a Hall of Famer.
His numbers most comparably offensively are Brooks Robinson. If you talk about third baseman in the Hall of Fame, the problem is Brooks Robinson had 15 Gold Gloves
and a different era.
Yeah,
a much different era.
Mm-hmm.
You,
man, he's gonna finish with close to 3,000 hits.
He probably won't get 3,000 hits. He's got an outside shot at 500 homers, depending on how much longer he plays.
Right, and that 500 is a big number. I'll lean.
Do you think of him?
I don't think of him as one.
Okay,
but he's almost one of those guys. Like at 33 years old. A lot of people didn't think of Adrian Beltre as one.
I was going to say, Beltre.
So you're then you got to tell me he's going to have
6 more years,
an all-time crazy spike like Adrian did that late.
Beltre and Machado have like the same career OPS, but Beltre got to 3,000 hits, and Beltre had 5 Gold Gloves.
Yeah, he was much better defender.
Manny's 900 hits away from 3,000.
It's a lot of. I mean, he had 33. He's already got 15 years in. I don't know. I mean, he's going to need 6 more years for that.
6 years of like 170 hits or something.
He's hitting 203 this year.
Ugh, bad
19 homers.
Here's an interesting one because this is going to be all about does he get to 500 home runs? Giancarlo Stanton.
No.
He's at 460.
Should not and probably does not.
Should not, will not.
Yeah, if he gets to 500, I'd be very fascinated what they do. Because I don't think I've ever thought of him.
Do you think baseball follows the numbers and the landmarks, the benchmarks closer than any other league?
I think so.
Where it's like, hey, 3,000 hits.
500 home runs. Yeah, 300 wins. I don't know. I don't know that there's a hitter.
He's got 456 home runs.
Yeah, I don't know there's a hitter that doesn't have PED allegations that has 500 that isn't in.
How much?
His career average, by the way, sorry, Bobby.
No, you're good.
It's higher than I thought. What do you think his career average is? Don't look. You're looking, Bob.
No, I'm not looking at. I'm looking at the 500 homer club.
He's 258.
Yeah.
You thought it was going to be 260? By the way, don't look. Woo. The wide receiver list is out. 720.
Oh, baby.
Will will Choppy's head pop off onto the highway with the wide receiver list and Lamb and Pickens? 258. Did you think it was that high?
I thought he was like in the like 248 or something like that is where I thought he was.
He's got 2,088 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's very similar to Adam Dunn.
I'll say will and should not.
Yeah, if he gets to 500, he will, but I don't think he should.
Okay.
Jacob deGrom.
How many 500 guys are not in?
Almost all of them are either not eligible yet or steroid tainted. The guys who are not in are Bonds, Pujols,
Palmeiro,
A-Rod, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, Rafael Palmeiro, Manny Ramirez, Miguel Cabrera, and Gary Sheffield. Did Sheffield have that accusation? I can't remember.
I thought there was kind of something.
Yeah, I can't remember. deGrom.
No. No and no.
No and no?
No and no.
Ooh, why, Bob?
So if you take the...
How are you coming up with all this info right now? Did you do research all these?
I looked through the names that he had yesterday, and I was trying to think through them. So if you look at where he's at right now, he has about 300 more innings pitched than Babe Ruth. Jacob deGrom does for his career. The pitcher with the fewest innings that's in the Hall of Fame is Dizzy Dean. He's got about 2,000. deGrom is 400 innings off of him. And then after that, it's Sandy Koufax, and Koufax, he's like 700. Like, it's just a bare minimum thing. He's going to be looked at as he did not put in enough time.
Listen to DeGrom's win totals. I know what we think of wins, but still, to a point. From 2020 on, 4.7520.
4.752. Wow.
Those are his win totals. He's got 103 career wins. Man, he's got a freaking 2.63 career ERA.
That's crazy.
It's the highest. He's got the best strikeout to walk in Major League history.
Wow.
What do you think?
He won't. He because of the amount of time, he shouldn't. I agree with Bobby.
Like, I wonder, games started, how many other pitchers have been in around his range of 266? You know, is he like a Terrell Davis? Is he?
That's short, man. I mean, that's
266 games started.
That's 8. It's what?
Since 2014.
He would be the shortest by far of anybody. Because I mean,
but you're talking about shortest in terms of workload.
Yeah. He would be the shortest. Now he got a late start. He was an older pitcher when he debuted, and I mean, he's had his injuries. He's 38 now. I don't think so.
I'm gonna lean towards yes.
Okay.
I'll take the opposite side. You have to answer.
I agree with Bobby. I don't think he will. I don't
Should
think,
he?
Probably, no. Was
he the best pitcher for how long?
He's been
in New York.
At any point that he's been healthy, he's been the best pitcher. At any point that he's been healthy.
Well, not last year and this year.
Well, no, in his prime.
In his prime.
Yeah. At any point that he was healthy, he was the best.
We're gonna fight about this next one.
Reset the game.
Hall of Fame or not the same? Do you want me to do the hitter or the pitcher?
It was the pitcher.
Aroldis Chapman.
No, but should be yes. He won't get in because he'll be remembered too much for these moments where he seems like he has shaky nerves or whatever. He is absolutely, if you look at his numbers, he is absolutely Hall of Fame pitcher.
He was the closer.
He is Billy Wagner. His numbers are Billy Wagner.
I consider him the closer of the generation.
He is top 10 all time in relief innings in MLB postseason history. There is like 2 pitchers in postseason history that have an ERA as low as him and as many saves as him, and it's like Mariano Rivera and Kenley Jansen. His postseason ERA is like 2.20. He's pitched like 23 World Series innings. He is 100% a Hall of Famer. He's Billy Wagner with better postseason success.
I don't think he'll get in because I think they'll look at. I mean, he had some weird off the field stuff too, and there was some talk about how good of a teammate he is, and these voters care about that for some reason.
Yeah,
but he on the field deserves it.
Career ERA 17 years.
Yeah,
2.51, and then you look at the postseason numbers. It is a 2.26.
It's pretty good. And then finally, Corey Seager.
No.
Absolutely not. No.
It's going to be interesting because
he has 1,200 career hits.
What's going to be interesting?
He'd be the only 2-time World Series MVP not in.
He also the only shortstops. He's got 1,200 hits.
Larry Brown.
I'm kidding. I'm not insulting him. No offense, Larry.
No, I get you.
I'm not trying, and I'm joking. But okay, so you won the. I mean, Larry Brown was for a game. Obviously, Seager over a series, but no.
There are 2 shortstops in the Hall of Fame who are under 2,000 hits. It's Phil Rizzuto and Lou Boudreau. Yeah. Both of them are 80 years ago. Both of them won MVPs at shortstop. Seager's none of that. Seager's not going to get to 2,000 hits. He's at 1,200 right now.
Yeah,
he's not going to get to 2,000 hits. He will not get in.
I got one to throw into the mix, not as a question, because Justin Verlander is getting in. Mm-hmm. A little bit of awkward moments yesterday on the Fox pregame with Alex Rodriguez not doing his research.
Justin, first of all, I've been a huge fan of your career from day one when you stepped into the old Yankee Stadium and blew balls right by me.
Good memories.
For you.
Good memories. You always have 3,000, so that's also
that's the one.
Yeah, of course.
10 against 1. No, but I also look at you as I look at Tom Brady, Jeter, Papi, Mariano as guys that played into their 40s and is doing it at a high level. But this is for the young ones that are out there watching. How do you explain being a late draft pick, being designated for assignment a couple times, but 2 different teams, right?
Me?
Yeah, no?
That's wrong. You got the wrong notes.
I get it. No, but the question I have for you is, How have you been able to be so good for so long, and sometimes you even became a better pitcher late in your 30s?
Now, Justin did quickly try to correct. Who, me? As Justin Verlander has never been designated for assignment, and he was a very high draft pick.
Poppy was wincing. Like, oh gosh, nope, he's got this wrong. But this is like when A-Rod came.
Ortiz knew?
Yeah, oh no, he knew. This is like when A-Rod came on with us. And the first thing he said was like, guys, I've loved your show for years.
Yeah.
Like, shut up.
Hey, man, you should have said that, Bobby. Let the audience continue to think.
I'm joking, Justin, of course.
There was Justin. Why was he there, by the way?
Verlander, he was one of the.
Are we doing honorary now?
Yes, it's like your boy Ripken.
Yeah.
It was just giving him a charity
Bryce
case.
was one of those too for the NL.
I had to go look up Verlander's numbers yesterday. I was like, why is Verlander there?
Yeah.
And then I saw, it was just a charity. It was just to get Kate Upton on the red carpet. The wide receiver list has been released. Will RJ Choppy lose his cowboy mind? Commercial free in the Expressway with a Daughtry ticket giveaway after this. Here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. We are your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and the wide receiver list is out. Oh, baby, to quote RJ. This is Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, daily release. After talking to executives, coaches, and scouts, Bobby Belt is rubbing the hands together.
Be on the lookout for the tiers list tomorrow of the receivers.
That's right. All right, let's start with number 1. Bobby, you can go first today. And, of course, in case you're just joining the show, RJ, I think with a 40% joking nature, says that George Pickens is the best wide receiver on this football team. And this offseason, Nico Collins has been way up on a lot of these different lists. So let's see what the league says. Number 1 wide receiver, Bobby, is
Jamar Chase.
Any disagreement?
No, none.
Jamar is 1. Lowest ranking was 3. Last year was 1. Some of the quotes I will read off. Feel free to give us praise with a ring, Jacob. Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
I was just saying that too.
I know. One NFL head coach. He's the best, and don't buzz us. He's the best I've gone against. He can break it for 80 yards at any time. He showed over the past 2 years or so he can play inside and outside. The Bengals moved him around more, and he's gotten better as the ultimate chess piece. So we keep alternating back and forth here between Jefferson and Chase. Is Jefferson just being punished at quarterback? Although Jamar hasn't had Burrow for full seasons.
See, I remember talking to a scout when Chase was coming out, and they were talking about the fact that he had been away for a year, and he had been a part, and they were like, I'd take Chase like top 3, and I'd said, is he genuinely, you think, the best receiver in the class? Because CD was in it and stuff like that. And he goes, look, you guys saw what Justin Jefferson did last year. He was a monster. When those two were on the field together, there was no question to anybody who was better.
Wow.
And it was Chase. And he's like, Chase is the number 1 receiver this year. And I think over time that's played out a little bit, that you see. To me, if you take the peak early on, it would be Jefferson. I think Chase is just a better receiver the last couple years.
Yeah, but he's played with the superior quarterback.
Yeah, it's made it.
If I have the same quarterback.
Yeah.
And you can have one.
Jefferson. I'd rather have Chase.
Okay, and why are you going Jefferson? Not that there's any real wrong answer.
I just feel like I've seen him do it with a bum.
Yeah.
And I know he can.
Shots fired, Darnold. Number 2.
I'll go Jefferson, too.
Justin Jefferson at number 2. Oh, we're still not going to get the...
I'm working on it.
We're not going to get the nice ring over here. Lowest ranking was 5. Someone had him 5. Highest ranking 1 last year, he was number 2. Jefferson did not vie for the top spot as strongly as he has in years past, but he registered number 1 or 2 on 70% of the ballots. I mean,
2-time first-team All-Pro, that's it for Jefferson?
Really?
I would have thought it was more than that.
2-time? Mm-hmm. AFC executive, quote, I go by who I'd want on my team in a game or a season, and I still think he's super talented. He's a proven commodity that can do everything you need and can adapt to any defensive look. Chase versus Jefferson from an NFC executive is still kind of like Bijan and Gibbs at running back. Maybe a little more big playability with Jefferson. Would be fun to see him with a quarterback like Burrow. I think there's more big playability with Chase. But there you go. 1 and 2. Finally, from a coordinator, the catch he made in Buffalo. Remember that one? I don't think Chase makes that catch, the one-handed grab surrounded by several Buffalo defenders. But Justin can't break away like Chase can.
No, I don't think so.
No. Number 3, Roberto.
Let's keep the J's going. JSN.
I was either going to go him or Puka. So I'll say I think JSN had more yards. I'll go JSN.
JSN, yes.
Boom. Shout out Rockwell.
Highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 7.
Oh God, get out of the league.
That's somebody who's just got to earn it more.
The Niner fan. I mean,
that's you with that's you with Drake May.
Yeah. Jackson was one of 3 receivers to appear on every ballot. Quote, he reminds me so much of Cooper Kupp's tremendous performance in 2021. Only JSN is better on the outside than Kupp. Love his game. Relentless, smooth competitor. He's not the elite outside player those top guys are. Smith in JSN is super talented, said an AFC exec, but this is the first year he really played outside. If he does it again and plays well, he can jump to the top. So there's your number 7 voter saying, I need to see it again, and I need to see it from the outside.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, he is mainly a slot guy, but he did play some outside last year, and he's been successful either way. The numbers he put up were just ridiculous, though.
Chop 4.
Let's go with Puka.
Bobby?
Yeah, Puka.
It is Puka Nacua. Highest ranking 3, lowest ranking unranked.
Oh.
As somebody who did not like his Twitch streams.
That's right. Same thing.
Outside of the top, okay, what's the more offensive low ranking? Jamar at 3, Jefferson at 5, JSN 7, or Puka unranked?
Puka out of the top 10 is not
Puka.
defensible.
Yeah.
It's just not.
You can't. There comes a point where
You wonder why some people get fired that have these professional jobs.
Yeah, I wonder why people are picking the top 10 all the time. It's like guys like that.
Strong hands, contact balance, ability to block in the run game, run after the catch, run through the catch, can go get it, can play any spot, said an NFL coordinator. Quote, complete receiver, him and Chase are the hardest to tackle. So what's going to happen with him and the contract and the rehab and the weird actions off the field? Puka Nacua, number 4. Who's up for number 5?
I would not agree. But I'm
This is
gonna
where
say
the
they
list
went-
starts.
I'm going to say they go Amon-Ra.
They've heavily favored it to last year. So I'm going to say this is where they put George Pickens.
It's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Boom.
Man, you with a straight face said George Pickens at number 5, too. I
mean,
like
he was third in the NFL.
Lower that 40% to about 20%.
Highest ranking 2, lowest ranking unranked. Last year, he came in at number 8. This year, number 5. Quote, savvy, knack for getting open, plays faster than his time speed. He's putting continuous stress on you even when you know he's not going vertical. He has a unique way of working leverage, strong as hell, can separate at the point, and is shifty. Plays as if he's being disrespected at all times. Damn, I love that quote right there. So there's Amon-Ra 5.
Yeah, I would not have Amon-Ra top 5.
And I do not love the Philadelphia wide receiver comparisons of the kid out of USC as they all tried to...
Where they said Mekhi Lemon from USC being him. Amon-Ra's a good player. I would not put Amon-Ra as a better player above CeeDee Lamb, personally. But
RJ, number 6.
I mean, go George. Gonna have to be. Nobody else to put there.
George will not be ahead of CD.
Bobby, back-to-back.
Boom!
CD
Lamb. Highest rank. How have we not found that, Jake?
He didn't set me up for success, guys.
he said in my ear, because Peyton is tremendously unorganized.
You have everything else, all the other intros. Highest ranking 3, lowest ranking unranked.
Hater.
See, that's more like it.
I talked to Chop for the list.
Last year, 4. I'm going to read the entire thing. Jeremy Fowler talking to the league. Lamb is coming off his worst statistical season since he was a rookie in 2020.
Dak found a new favorite.
He was dealt with an early season ankle issue and never quite took off, finishing with 1,077 yards and 3 touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns last year?
Yeah, man.
What?
Yeah.
1,077 yards, only 3 touchdowns.
I think he had more 100-yard games than Pickens, though.
Usually an after the catch.
About that one.
Usually an after the catch standout. His 322 yards after the catch were down for his standards, and his 8 drops tied for second in the NFL behind Travis Kelce.
I don't care about his 322 after the catch because, I mean, he did play fewer games. So, like, that's a compilation stat. So I don't think that it's fair to use that against CD, that he only had 300-something. I think the bigger one is that
the drops for sure.
The drops is big because
between him and Ferguson.
And he did, by the way, he did have more 100-yard games than Pickens last year.
Well, he had a lot fewer first downs, I'll tell you that. George converted 73 of his 93 catches into first downs. That's elite. It's elite production.
Even so, the goodwill he has built over 6 seasons helped him in the voting. He's still a game breaker and appeared on all but one ballot.
So he just admitted right there. Charity case.
Quote, with his ability to separate and make who is Choppy Guy canceled off our list for Oxnard? Lamb is going to get canceled. Bland is going to get canceled. I'll try to think of anybody else.
KNC got Dak canceled.
But we just got we just got George.
We just got George.
Yeah.
Quote, with his ability to separate and make big plays, the attention he demands creates opportunities for others in the offense, said an NFC scout. He's still on the short list of guys who give you problems consistently. And then an NFL coordinator, quote, I expect him to have a bounce-back year. He was never quite the same last year off that ankle injury. CeeDee Lamb coming in at number 6. 7.
It appears that they just don't like football, so they're not going to put George here. So they'll probably put some loser like Nico Collins here.
I'll say they go Devontae Smith.
Both incorrect.
Zay Flowers.
Let's so he said Nico?
Yeah.
Pickens.
George Pickens. Number 7. Cowboys go 6-7 on the list.
Definitively the better receiver, CeeDee Lamb.
Highest ranking 5, lowest ranking unranked. Last year he was unranked. One NFL coordinator did not hesitate when asked which Cowboys receiver is number 1 on opposing game plans. Quote, it's Pickens. He has emerged. While Lamb still attracts a lot of attention from defenses and is ranked one higher spot, Pickens broke out, blah, blah, blah. We know the numbers. His 5 games with at least 125 receiving yards, tied for the most in a single game in franchise history. Quote from a veteran offensive coach, one of the best I've ever seen at the contested catch. There's such untapped ability there. It's just a consistency issue and where his head is at week to week. His 10.4 yards per target ranked second in the league. His 2.27 yards after first contact per possession topped all receivers with 100 or more targets. For his career, Pickens averages 16 a catch. There you go. Back to back.
I would look at it like
you just have to watch one game last year to see why Lamb is above Pickens still, and why you could not have him above CeeDee Lamb.
The Detroit game?
Detroit. You watched the Detroit game, and
there's no doubt.
You didn't look like you wanted to be there in the biggest moment of the season.
George, CeeDee has a much higher floor. His CeeDee's worst game is still going to be a very good game. Look, George's best game is going to be better than CeeDee's best game.
Let's stop.
You got to forget, CeeDee Lamb was like an 1,800-yard receiver a couple years ago.
Let's stop the infighting, okay? We're having a good week. I
love both of them.
We don't have to do verses. Let's focus on where George can accelerate, where George can improve, where George can refine.
Competitiveness is a big thing for him. He's got to be consistently competitive. There's too many times that he will take a lazy route or look disinterested. He's just not locked in with the focus. And then the other thing is just he is not the most precise route runner.
Right.
No. He's got to be tighter in the way that he runs his routes. That causes issues at times. So for me, it's a lot of what they just said there. Consistency, where's his head at, and then tightening up the steps on his routes a little bit.
Number 8 on the receivers list.
Illinois.
Let me go outside the box here. Chris Olave.
Devontae.
No and no.
Nico.
Yeah.
Highest ranking 3. Lowest ranking, unranked. Last year, he was also number 8. I'll just read a couple of the quotes. Executive, combination of size, strength, and speed, route running, hands and ball skills. Can make plays when contested and is physical after the catch. Around 25% of Nico's catches went for 20 or more yards last season. Number 9.
I've been saying Devontae Smith, so I guess I'll change it up. We'll say Chris Olave.
No.
Zay Flowers.
No.
Devontae.
Zay Flowers, way too much love. No.
Jameson.
No.
They're not still on old AJ Brown, are they?
AJ Brown.
God.
Highest ranking 6, lowest ranking unranked. Last year he was ranked 5. Quote, He changes the coverages that people play. Everything will be rolled his way, and it will lighten the box for McDaniels to really get the run game going, set a coordinator. He gives them run after catch explosion and isolation down the field on 50-50 plays that they did not have. No player has more catches and receiving yards on tight window passes, less than 1 yard of separation since entering the league in 2019. 10 is Devontae. Honorable mentions. Malik. Remember, they go in order. Someone said he's easily a top 10 receiver. The knee situation is worrisome, but he can do everything you need. A Corey Majors favorite for this season at number 12, Mike Evans. He's declining. Are you chuckling?
The Evans love has got to stop.
I don't know, but it's tough to tell with him.
He was awesome. He was awesome at one time. He is one of the most underrated receivers of his generation. He is old and broken down. I don't know why people keep talking this up.
13, Choppy's boy, Zay Flowers. Then Tyreek. His speed is held up incredibly well. He's still a force when healthy.
Hang on. Tyreek Hill?
Yes.
I'm waiting for them to list off the name of the guy who got traded for like 5 first-round picks, Jalen Waddle. Like, this list just makes Denver's trade look dumber and dumber.
Drake London after Tyreek. Then Choppy's other boy, Jamison Williams. Also receiving votes, Alec Pierce, T. Higgins, DK Metcalf, McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Devontae, McConkey, Laddie, Brian Thomas Jr., then Jalen Waddle.
Oh, thank God, Sean Payton.
Followed by Chris Olave.
Boy, Sean Payton is just on a hell of a run lately.
He's winning big.
No. So you were out for this. Did you see the Belichick story?
Yes.
That
he was going to let him.
What the hell is wrong with Sean Payton lately?
He's just kissing Belichick's ass. That's all he is. He's a Bill ass kisser.
Chris Olave was...
Chris Olave's being disrespected.
8th in yards, 6th in receptions. He had 100 catches.
I'm taking him over McLaurin.
He's a little boring in a good way.
Yeah.
He's a little boring.
But, I mean...
Cowboys represent on these lists. Tyler Smith, 1. Quinnen, I think, a top 7. Dak, 6, and 6 and 7 today in order. Going to CD Lamb and GP. Fan text, what you think? 877-881-1053. Brought to you by Frankel and Frankel.
That's 369. That's 12. 12 receivers on the honorable mention.
Well, because you got to think. I mean, yeah, it's just so varied. I would imagine after like the top 5 or whatever. I don't know. Maybe something to do this week. I got to figure it out. Is like I need to go through there and I want to do like point values to every placement and then see like based on these rankings whose roster has the most like representation and points and stuff like that. Because that may also explain. A, it feels very much like maybe there's a little over representation for the Cowboys here. But B, the fact that this may also tell you why people have the expectations that they do if they think, all their individual players are good enough.
Customary. We do this every year. Yeah. Cowboys have top 10 players, top 10 roster, and we see what happens. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Daughtry at Majestic Theater in Dallas on Saturday, November 14th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for PayPay. It's a hump day.
Hump day.
We're commercial free in the expressway. That means it's time for this.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up. Come on, chop, chop, choppy.
It was a moment that will live in infamy, a moment of clarity.
December 7th, 1941.
A flood in China released 900 cobras into the wild.
I didn't believe the video when I saw it.
You see this video of this flood, and all you see is what looks like Loch Ness monsters sticking out of the water because you know how cobras can raise the way they do.
Yeah.
And they were all raised up above the water, just floating down the river like they're taking a boat ride. 900 venomous snakes and cobras escape in a flood from a farm, a breeding farm in China. why is there a breeding farm?
Yeah. Why are the cobras allowed to have more than one baby?
Whoa. Do they?
If it ain't cobras, it's bats.
Probably not if they're females.
Wow. Do they?
Hell, the female cobra's got to go.
Is there an extinction level capacity event that's happened to the cobras where we don't have enough of them? That we got to have a breeding farm for these things?
You know your house is never getting robbed.
Ever.
Like, I think I'm throwing that into the next DFW security read. Like,
get a cobra.
You can get your own cobra.
Get your own
with
cobra.
DFW security.
Yeah. Maybe defang it so you know it can't harm you, but it doesn't know. Yeah.
So they're just breeding these cobras. Floods. So you had a lab leak of cobras?
Yeah. You had a lab leak of cobras, Bobby. That's basically what happened. 900 cobras. This is insanity.
Yeah.
Did you see
And they're just surfing on down.
Yeah.
Did you see the tornadoes in China like 2 weeks ago?
No.
It looked like it was like Central Texas or something. Like, I had no idea they could get these. And these were like large, violent tornadoes like ripping through China.
I thought we were the only ones that got tornadoes, like the U.S. I didn't know, because I know, like...
That one in China looked like straight out of Oklahoma.
Because I know, like, a lot of the Europeans are like, they don't see thunderstorms the way we see them here. They don't have the same kind of thunderstorms.
Proper rain.
Yeah, they have like just a steady mist where you can walk outside in this mist all day.
Well, look at what Venezuela's dealing with.
Oh, I didn't see that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, just hit Google.
There you go. I don't have to do that one. But there you go.
Sean, look at that. Look at that tornado. Just like, I had no idea anybody else got those.
My son is on a storm chasers kick right now.
Oh, really?
I was at that age too.
You know, you got to
like
get him. You got to get him over with my nephew Nick Tindy Hands. He is a storm chaser. He wants to get into this. He wants to like get a van and go full on Helen Hunt, and Twister. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. California has got some Karens, man, and they are actually promoting this. So the governor wants to mandate Sacramento residents to basically go out and tattletale on their neighbors for putting trash in the wrong bin. So they want you to put on these vests and go like they have these basically they're volunteers that go out, put on these vests and go house to house on trash day, lifting up your trash can and looking at what's in there and then putting a sticker on the side. And the sticker is like good to go, or the other sticker says, you need to do some work here. And you got to change things out and you got to take this bottle out of this and put it in the trash can.
Oh, okay. How often do you guys manipulate?
Every day.
You don't even know what I'm going to ask.
I know what you're going to ask.
We're on the same page again, where you're like, all right, this bag doesn't have recyclables, but I'm going to throw it in the recyclable one. All right, so I hide something underneath. And it's like some lawn stuff.
Yeah.
Which should be thrown out of the shrubbery. You manipulate too?
I do. I mean, like, because, me and my neighbor, we put all the trash, like our driveways are close together, so we put our trash cans between the driveways. So, like, and he doesn't say anything. If I'm overflowed, I just throw some stuff in his. But, if I happen to have some non-recyclables in the recyclable, I just happen to throw it in his recyclable.
No, but I'm talking about throwing it in the non-recyclable.
Yeah.
Like you're violating the recyclable.
Yeah, I'll violate.
Yeah. I do too.
Bobby, what do you guys do?
We have an apartment, so we just basically put our trash outside. We pay like $30 a month for valet trash.
You sit it outside your door.
Mm-hmm. But I end up taking it outside anyway.
Yeah, you don't want it to sit there.
You can't put more than like one bag in there anyway. It's like an hour time that you can do it.
Oh, and you can't put more than one?
Or maybe it's like two. It's not much. You can't have it like over like a couple bags flown over. And it's got like you get like an hour window time to like put it out there. And it's like $30-$40 a month on the rent.
You have I have a paranoia a couple times when I pick up that trash bag and somehow the liquid has gotten out. That ruins my whole day. It ruins my day because now I have to clean the trash can.
Yeah.
I have to, and where do I do it? Am I going to go outside and take the soap out there and then I got to leave it out there to dry? Am I going to take it in the shower and I have trash juice in the shower? Am I going to take it in the tub, which is the easiest thing to get the water in there? That one little drip, 2 drips. You know what I'm talking about, Jake? It'll ruin my entire day of having to go ahead and get the dried trash can.
Is the trash juice
and
is
then,
bad.
And then you take it out and you don't realize that it's got maybe a tiny bit leak, and you got trash juice dripping all through the floor that you got to go back and clean up.
And if you didn't notice it dripped on the floor going back, this happened to me once, and you're wearing like socks when you set out and you step in it.
Oh, there. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. They believe they have identified the source of the explosive diarrhea outbreak. Now, this is cyclopsoriasis.
Saw Jane Slater comment on this. Very attractive post.
Yeah.
She said she may get it.
Okay.
If I follow where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's explosive diarrhea. Early signs point to salad, greens, and lettuce as the culprits, the main culprits of this outbreak, which has reached Texas.
Wuhan lettuce?
It's not Wuhan lettuce. It's Michigan lettuce. It's Michigan lettuce.
Is it?
It's from Michigan. Yeah, they found it in a. That's where like
I reap my water again.
Yeah, that's where ground zero is basically. They say that's the initial source. No specific type of produce or grower or supplier has been identified, but 2,800 cases of this cyclopsoriasis. Cyclospora is, I guess, what the mold or bacteria is.
And authorities are investigating Taco Bell.
Yes, and that's problematic for them.
They're voluntarily removing some items.
Now, I got I saw somebody post this the other day, and I was like, that's a good point, which is, somebody goes, how am I supposed to distinguish between this explosive diarrhea strain and just whatever my normal bathroom issues are? How do I know if like, when does it reach explosive levels that I'm like, yeah, this is a bug that I have that is ravaging the nation?
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Do you want...
And Jane said she had a Taco Bell taco recently, so there you go.
Do you want the biohacker or the most obvious man in the world? Let's go to the biohacker.
Sure.
Brian Johnson, he's a multimillionaire. He's a biohacker. Now, biohackers are guys who, like, they find out these ways to essentially
hack.
Yeah, it's like
we talked about this guy before. You're hacking your like genetic code, basically. You're trying to manipulate your genes.
So they've created
like Tom Brady's dog. Didn't Tom Brady like clone a dog or something? I think it was the dog he had.
Gary Brecka is a big biohacker. I mean, he tells you to drink hydrogen water with sea salt, and I follow some of his stuff, not all of it, because I'm obviously an idiot and I can't like do all the math. But this multimillionaire who made it his life's mission to defeat death, he's a biohacker. He used blood transfusions from his teen son in his quest to basically get eternal youth. He now suffers from an autoimmune gastritis condition, and this is a life-threatening, incurable autoimmune disease. Basically, his stomach is eating itself, which sucks. I mean, this guy's put all this money, millions of dollars a year, to basically, reverse course on his life and his age, and now he just comes out and he finds out that he has this incurable stomach disease.
I don't know if I find it sad totally. The dude was kind of trying to play God and was a total psychopath.
He was trying to play God.
I think he's kind of not like, this is one where I heard it was like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Brian Austin Green, you know who that is?
Yeah, that was Megan Fox's ex.
Yes, David Silver.
Do you know who Brian Austin Green is, Jake?
Never heard of her.
David Silver for Beverly Hills 90210.
Very good looking.
Yeah, he was married to Megan Fox, and he shared.
Very good looking.
Yes, she is. He shared that his marriage to her was largely based on looks.
No.
Oh, no kidding.
She's so intellectually stimulating.
Thought you guys were.
I don't know anything about Megan Fox.
I do. She's not.
No?
No, she's kind of a bimbo.
I thought they were having
gun.
Yeah, exactly. She's running around Machine Gun Kelly, or was.
I mean, this is the least surprising news in the world. I thought they were talking about dew points and,
Well, look, the headline's a little misleading. Like an idiot, I opened up this article and read it. I fell for the headline trap. He basically saying, I didn't get to know her first. So now in the next relationship, I went to a therapist because we got divorced after kids, and I had to figure out what went wrong in my marriage, and is that I needed to become friends with my next partner first.
That's
who he got with. So rather than be like, she's hot, let's get together, let's maybe get married before finding out who she was, he went reverse this time.
No, you have to self-friend zone.
But you but he was still with her for 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's a In today's world, that's a solid marriage.
Is that the wrong thinking, though? Like a therapist telling him, you need to go make friends and then decide if you want. It's like, that's not how dating has traditionally worked.
Right.
Like, you don't normally just go, I want a friend, and then I'm going to have ulterior motives.
Exactly.
I think that's bad advice.
I think it's got to be like, do you get along with her? Like, are your values kind of the same? Do you want to have kids or not?
Mm-hmm.
You can't go too far down the friend path.
No, can't, because then it becomes just roommates, essentially. Chopping it up here.
What work does he get, by the way, now? How's Brian Austin Green making money? Is he in something I don't know about?
I don't know that he has acted in a very, very long time.
90210 was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long-running show. That thing was on for about 10 years.
Zombie Plane was his most recent thing, and his upcoming film is The Three Killer Pigs. So it sounds like he's getting a lot of really quality work.
I mean, his net worth is $4 to $8 million. So maybe, is he living off of that?
Okay.
He's probably got done with that show at 31 years old. It's a long time to live off that kind of money.
Gosh, all he's been in lately is reality shows. Dancing with the Stars, I Can See Your Voice, The Masked Singer.
And is she on and off again with Machine Gun?
I don't know.
And do you dislike him?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his. I mean, like, he's whatever. I still think him with Eminem was, I think he made some good points about Eminem, who I'm a big fan of, but I think he made some good points. But other than that, like, no, he's always been... He says some of the douchiest things I've ever heard.
Expressway, commercial free, every day at this time with a Daughtry ticket giveaway. Why don't we just keep up the hump day fun and entertainment? Another game from RJ Choppy after the World Cup semi yesterday and the other one today. Let's see if you join along and play, even Bobby, next on 105.3 The Fan.
below, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Porro, Olmo, the return. Pedro Porro!
Fox and FIFA with the audio. Massive disappointment for me and my underdog plays, and a bigger disappointment for France and Timothy Chalamet. As they get shut out and dominated by the Spanish defense yesterday in Arlington. 6th shutout of the tournament for the Spain goaltender. That's a record for the tourney, and France, the favorites in this thing, gone against what many people would say were the co-favorites or the second team. A lot of people thought yesterday was the championship. And today's semifinal at 2 p.m. between Argentina and England is just going to be for runners-up. But yesterday, a lesson that defense can shut down the fancy, flashy offense, and I learned that lesson the hard way.
Yeah, it can, and we see it in the NFL and college football, and it's always, and when we see it, it's always a moment of like, oh yeah,
Nico should go to soccer.
He should, but you get the penalty kick by Oyarzabal. Oyarzabal.
Yeah. Jose Maria Oyarzabal.
Yep, I like the they do with the Castilian Spanish they kind of
I'm past it.
Throw a lisp into it. So you had that, and then you had another one that they had later on. Then you had one that was called back on an offsides.
Kidding. That hasn't happened one time.
The offside thing is it is ticky-tacky annoying, man. Any rare offense is 60% of the time, 70% of the time getting called back. It's annoying.
That's
it
what
really
makes
is.
the game beautiful.
And they should change it to like a 2-body link thing. You know?
Yeah, if you got a shoulder lean, you got a toe.
Lord.
I'm not like I don't think you need to have a toe over the line.
Or just make it a line. And again, I know that soccer purists are going to get furious and ticked off. Nick Harris learned that. You know, make it at a line at some point across the field to where there can be no offsides called. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
halfway between, is it the goalie box? I should know because I played in high school.
Well,
the goalie box and midfield. Pick a point there where you have a line and you cannot be offsides past that.
To me, like, if you're in that 18-yard box, whatever, I don't think on a corner kick you should be able to get called for an offside.
Is there offsides on a corner?
I think there is.
I don't know.
I think you have to be behind the defender. Like, I don't think
that's crazy.
I don't think when you're in that on that part of the field, when you're inside that box, I don't think there should be an offside. I also don't understand. I mean, I get it. According to the way the rule's written, it was 100% a penalty and should have been a penalty kick. I just don't get how you could call something like that so penal on someone who there was zero intent to kick the guy in the leg. He didn't even see him. This is like giving a targeting call for somebody whose back's to the play. You would never do that, right? That would never happen.
Not in real football.
So it just doesn't make any sense to me on those two things. But France is out. Spain advances. And now it's Argentina and England today, 2 o'clock. You know, the house, the jellyfish was lit up last night again for Argentina. My neighbor asked. He said, can you do this for me? We got to get ready for the game.
I'm betting against Argentina just for your neighbor. I've put in the bet. I need to bounce back big today. I've just put in the bets.
I've been trolling him all week. I was like, you know, what's Messi going to do when he's the third best player on the field?
Where does this come from, though? You were like full Argentina hype man the first week, like the first 2 weeks.
I love him. Whoever wins this game, don't care. I've really fallen in love with the England fans and the Scotland fans. I love their songs. I love their passion. And actually, I really like the way Jude Bellingham plays. But I love Messi. And I love the Argentina, and half of them are Italian, and I love their jerseys. So let's go. Anyway, you had mentioned a little game, and this has to do with the World Cup. It has to do with everybody in sports, really. But it is, who are the players? Because we have one today. Who was a no doubt stop down, you watch this player when they come on TV. Or Or maybe in baseball, you're like, I'll buy a ticket to go see this guy play that day. Because baseball's the only one where you have like a walk-up crowd where you see the pitching matchups. You're like, oh, all right, I'm going to go tonight. That's really the only. You don't do that in the NFL, right? Yeah. So who are the players in sports that fit this bill for you?
And let's be very serious about it when we're like, you stop down.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
out of your way.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of more. I think this is more applicable a lot of times in sports I just normally wouldn't follow too. Like it's an easier distinction for me to make.
Yeah.
Like football, I think is tough because it's like we're already watching it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did. So,
Messi's on the list for me right now.
Absolutely.
Not for like I'm not going to see an FC Miami game or whatever he plays for, Inter Miami. I don't know.
I think, yeah.
But like for this, and part of it is the rarity where I'm like, I'm not going to watch any more soccer outside of this. And he's not Holland for me after the last game. It's Messi. Messi is probably number one on the list of stopping down just because you're getting the consistency of the other ones.
If it's a close game late, and I see it's close late, I will, and it has nothing to do with him being here in Dallas previously. I will tune in for Luka because I want to see what he's doing. It's those moments that he always gets where he's like talking S to the fans as the game clock's going down or whatever. Luka's around there. Wemby's probably around there.
Wemby?
Yeah, Wemby is just like a late, honestly, there's two hate watches that I have that I'll stop down and watch. And again, it is probably in large part because of their greatness and their stature, which is Wemby and Rory. If Rory's leading, but there's an ongoing he might drop this kind of thing on a Sunday, I will turn it on to watch. And it's a hate watch kind of thing, but I will turn it on because he's a villainous top tier person.
Royal, by the way, texted in and said no offside on corners. I didn't think
no offside. Rory's one I would do.
Mark.
Yeah. I love Brooks.
But I'm talking stop down. I'm talking
Miz.
I have to stop what I'm doing.
Miz. If Miz is on TV, I'll stop and I'll watch.
I really wanted to see him last night.
Yep.
That was unfortunate.
And
really Federer should be up on this list if you think of him in a Brady type way of going away.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Djokovic. Yeah, for sure.
But he's still not on mine.
I have a lot of pitchers I would stop down and watch, and I have. I'll stop. I still stop down and watch DeGrom. I still love to see him. I love it. I mean, his motion I love. I just he throws and Miz and Skeens and Schlittler. I like watching all. But those are power pitchers. Those are guys I know are going to hit 100. I know are going to strike out 10. High strikeout guys. I still.
What about Shohei?
Shohei's at bat on the mound.
What about Shohei pitching?
Shohei's been pretty dominant on the mound.
He has been. I still feel like I want to watch him hit more than pitch.
I will say, even though those are people I'll stop down for, it definitely feels like sports is missing more of those names than I've had throughout my life. Because I'm stopping down for Jordan. I would turn on golf for Tiger on a Sunday.
But the accessibility impacts that. When I couldn't watch Barry Sanders every single week growing up.
God, that's way at the top.
When they throw the Lions on there, I'm like, all right, I got to watch this dude.
Watch it.
Or if it was a National League team, that's been affected by interleague play.
Right.
So you get Tony Gwynn or Greg Maddux out there pitching. I'm like, okay, let me see what this guy is all about. Well, now we can watch any player anytime. Well, how about a fighter? No one now.
Not Jake Paul.
The most
recent fighter.
The most recent, if you include boxing and UFC, the most recent was Conor. But that has probably ended in the last 5 years, 6 years.
I mean, it's lacking.
Yeah, and you're right though. There's maybe not an easy fix for it because of just the oversaturation of how they expose professional sports now.
Who was all right. So was Rousey more must see than Conor?
No. Not to me.
No. It was women's fight.
It was. I do remember though. I do.
You know what? That's legitimately an answer for a lot of people in the last few years. Probably not as much now, but Caitlin Clark was the answer for a lot of people.
NCAA tournament. Absolutely.
I do remember where I was though when I saw the notification that Rousey lost to Holly Holm.
Oh, yeah. No, that was hilarious.
But you didn't watch it.
No,
which tells you everything.
Right. I mean, and I wasn't going to, I'm not an MMA guy anyway, but I do remember like, oh my God, she lost.
I mean, does that exist at all? Because I remember when I was a kid, that did exist to me with hockey, but it was goalies. Like, I wanted to see Patrick Waugh or I wanted to see Dominik Hasek.
Okay, so, and again.
And who's on the fan text?
And
877-881-1053.
Well, Joey Chestnut, Griffey. I watch every Patty the Batty fight. So let's just look at the NFL. Take the NFL. I know we watch every NFL game we can, but who are the NFL players that, like, if you had a bunch of other options of things to do, that you're just going to cancel all reservations?
I mean, it was Pat like 3 or 4 years ago where I'm like, how far is he going to throw this thing? How many points are they going to score? That's no longer the case right now with the way that they're playing.
You know where it still exists, and it's probably one of the few areas that still remains pure about these sports? College sports still has this. Like college football, we're not watching every week, even some of the bigger teams. If they're on at the same time as another big team, we're not necessarily watching this team. Like Caleb doesn't necessarily, you weren't seeing USC on TV every week when Caleb was on, because they would have games against whoever, but I would go seek out Caleb. I wanted to see Caleb play at USC.
Yeah. It's that high school hype intrigue.
Yeah. College basketball and college football still have this a little bit, where there are guys who it's like, I mean, it was out of intrigue, not because he was doing anything. Everybody last year wanted to turn on Arch. When Arch was on TV, they wanted to turn it on and see it. And so college sports is still the best example of this. Trying to think last year if there was any particular player that stood out like that.
Yeah, again, Arch at the beginning.
Yeah.
Basketball, it definitely stood out to me because, I mean, we had that when the tournament started. You wanted to see Boozer. You wanted to see DeBonza. There were these guys that it's like, I need to see them play.
People say Michael Phelps can't miss. I never miss.
Yeah, but that was for, like Messi.
Right, it was Olympics.
For me.
Yeah. I never miss a Canelo fight. McGregor was a hate watch. He was huge, must-see TV. Floyd and Manny, when they were, Floyd and Manny. But again, that's a similar thing. I mean, how many Floyd fights were there? 1 a year?
Yeah.
2 a year?
But Messi, not on there for Bobby today. You did not watch a second yesterday, and you will not watch a second today.
Correct.
Jake, are you into it at all?
I mean, kind of.
You into that breakfast burrito you're eating right now?
I've tried to tune in as much as possible. I had a lot of money on France, so I try and catch all of their games. But I was actually out at dinner with my mother last night when they were playing, and I was like, oh, man.
Were y'all celebrating you being named the host of Fan University?
No, but we will be having that celebration.
Hell
yeah. Pretty soon, so
is your mom 90 eating dinner the night before?
The game was at 2 o'clock.
No,
game.
we were. Oh, it was. I must have been doing something else. Oh, I was eating during the All-Star game. I was just driving around to the World Cup. But no, I missed the World Cup yesterday. I really thought Spain was.
But you had a lot of money on France?
I did.
And you missed the game?
I did.
Why?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Boy, it runs deep in those Texas Tech guys. They're out there throwing bets around.
Don't even want to watch. Not even committed to it.
We had our World Cup chairman in here talking about France, and I saw him at like 6 times, like plus 600. What was I going to do? Not throw money on him?
I know. Try to get it back with me today. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Why does Choppy need to defend this former DFW athlete? And is your license in danger of getting revoked after the big, humongous news that's breaking all over this state after this?
After we get you over to Platinum.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys coming up at 8:40. Diamond Cavs. Also on your home of the Rangers after a pretty uneventful All-Star game last night. That is at 9. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you. But you want to defend a former Dallas Star?
I do. I will not stand. I will not stand for this aggression, this hate of Logan Stankoven. Stanky, baby. Happy for him to get his title, to get his cup this year. But you know, he is getting he's getting some of the people who are judging coming at him. We love to hate on, you know, millionaires and billionaires because they have a lot that we don't.
And so all the NBA players saying, you just don't understand.
Right.
You don't get a $60 million contract. It's not what you think.
It's not what you think.
How about being tone deaf?
It's a $30 million contract, and then you got to pay an agent fee, and now it's a $24 million contract. And
after the cars you get.
Then the cars, the houses, and you got to, you know, pay for your friends and you know, your expenses. So it's not all you think. Well, Logan was on a 3-year, $2.5 million deal last year. He had just signed, I should say not just signed, last summer he signed a $48 million extension that kicks in this fall, right? So he'll be making $6 million a year on an annual basis this year. But he was caught by the sleuths trying to hawk a pair of hockey sticks on Facebook Marketplace. Okay. Brand new Warrior hockey sticks, QR7 and Alpha LX3, $175 a piece, $125 in American dollars. It's on Facebook Marketplace in the vicinity of Kamloops, British Columbia, which is where he is from. The seller happens to be Logan Stankoven himself. And people are like, dude, you make $6 million a year. What are you doing going on Facebook Marketplace and trying to sell some used hockey gear? Maybe hockey gear that you got for free yourself.
Right.
Because athletes, I mean, I don't know who pays for, you know, I doubt Major League Baseball players are buying their own glove. They're not going to Dick's and saying, can I get the newest Marucci bat? You know, like, can I get this? But they're not doing that. They're, you know, someone's paying for it.
You don't even pay for baseball gear because of Holland.
Right. That's right. But here's the thing. On one side of our mouth, we're commenting on how athletes are broke 5 years out of their career. But on the other hand, we're clowning them for doing the same thing we would all do. I mean, I don't know a baseball mom and dad who hasn't tried to offload one of their kids' old bats on Marketplace that year. I got one on. I'm trying to get rid of one of my kids.
But what's the money cutoff? It's like if Patrick Mahomes or Dak Prescott was selling footballs. You know, and it's like, why aren't you just giving it away?
Should be worth more.
What's the contract? Well, Mahomes would be. What's the contract cutoff towards, you're making this, you should be giving it away, versus the athlete who's trying to stash for the future?
No amount to me. I mean, if it's yours, regardless of how you got it, if you got it for free or whatever, if it's yours and you want to sell it, I don't care. No matter how much money you have. If you want to sell it, fine. I would, if I was in the same position, Kristen's probably wanting to give all that stuff away. Like, she's probably finding people who like, oh, I think somebody needs it over here. I want to like give it to this person or whatever else. But no, I would, if you want to sell it, I don't mind how much money you have. You can sell it if you want.
I don't care if he does. I would never.
It doesn't bother me.
I would never sell it. Like to me, it's the hassle of going through the sale. So Sarah has all these old clothes, and so do mine. Where they're in the garage or in bags, and I'm like, just give them to Goodwill. Just give them to Salvation Army. She goes, I want to take them to, you know, Plato's Closet or whatever. And I'm like, I don't want to drive 10 bags around and try to make $50 out of it. Like, it's just not worth my time to drive all over the place.
Yeah.
For, you know, maybe they take 3 items. So it depends on it depends on what you're doing with it. Like, are you just going to leave it at the door? You got to drive somewhere. But I don't know. He's getting this, you know, fair amount of like, come on, man, like, why are you doing this? And he just signed the $48 million deal. I don't know when these were posted, but like, you know, he's selling his hockey sticks. I just said we clown on athletes for being broke, and then he's trying to do something that is.
Or when who's the player who like is frugal to the grocery store or whatever, and people are getting on him for like saving. There was an athlete over the last year or two who was like watching his P's and Q's.
Like extreme couponing?
Yeah, and like people are getting on him for that. It's like, okay, stay out of the pockets.
Yeah, people got all over. Was it Micah had the similar thing?
Micah,
yeah,
it was Micah.
Micah was like, people were like, you shouldn't worry about how much that costs because he was mad about how much cable cost or something. And people were like, you need to pay full price for it. It's like, what do you care? Why does it work people up?
Speaking of Bobby's wife, apparently she's being spied on.
She needs the tinfoil hat, I guess, is what's happening. So we were going to bed last night, and in the bathrooms, because the girls, when they're in there taking showers or whatever, they want to like play music while they're in there. So in the bathrooms, we've got different Alexa little echoes, the little round pods or whatever. And here's one of them right there on my cell phone. So as you can see here, it's got the red ring around it.
It means it's offline, right?
It's no, not offline because she's got the little mic off. The microphone is muted.
Oh.
And you can't obviously tell the thing, unmute the microphone because the microphone is muted. They can't hear you or the thing cannot hear you there. So I asked Kristen, I was like, why did you mute this? Like if I'm calling out to it from another room, like I'm trying to get it to start playing music or I'm asking it about forecast or whatever. I was like, it's not going to hear me. Obviously, I was like, why'd you mute this? And she said to me last night, she goes, I don't want them to hear me pee. I was like, what? I was like, who? She's like, I don't know. Whoever's back at Amazon's office is listening to everything we do.
Oh, my.
I was like, what? And she's like, somebody's listening. Somebody over there is listening to what we're doing. She's like, so I mute it. She mutes it, and I found out she does the little like slide tab to cover the camera on the Echo Show, too. And so she's like, nope.
Is the bathroom in the same room as the Alexa? I guess we're setting off a bunch of Alexas.
So we've got the lady, the Amazon lady. We've got one in each bathroom, and then we've got one. And they're like $20, and then there's one in like I think the kitchen. That's an Echo Show, which is the like video one. But yeah, they're in there.
Are the girls going to do this now too because of Kristen?
The one who would be most likely to follow would be Laura. Laura says...
And you just have them to play music in there?
Yeah, music, or like if I'm just walking around and getting ready and it's like, hey, what's the weather today? And so then it'll tell me or whatever, but...
Okay, because, we have one in like the bedroom. I've never seen one in the bathroom.
Definitely don't cover up that camera.
Well, it's not the camera one's in the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah, which we probally should cover that one
It's
up
for
too.
shower music. It's shower music, and then also while you're getting ready in the bathroom, you can ask about forecast or whatever. We typically found ourselves needing it most when we were standing in there getting ready or whatever.
And what does it matter if it hears you pee?
Yeah.
So what? You're not giving out credit card information.
Why don't you ask it to pee?
And
why don't you say, Alexa, let me hear you pee?
And then that's the thing. Well,
it'll make the sound.
I promise you're having those Amazons do that right now. The thing is, to me, is also like, how different does yours sound? How do they know it's not mine?
Well, I know one person in the building that it wouldn't want to hear is Jake Springer.
Holy cow, what a stream. Oh man, that guy, he definitely
like Katrina in there.
He does not have low T, 100%.
Man.
That is a stream. I've never seen one like that. I'll tell you, I have one.
Seen?
I have Derek Holland's stream. That's impressive. We're at a golf course. I mean, he's going into the wind, shooting this thing out 6 feet. I've never seen anything like it.
So there it is, a little Alexa paranoid. Yeah,
I promise there's people on the fan text right now saying they agree with her.
Well, I
understand it.
I don't fight it and totally. I don't trust like that either. Where I'm like, I assume.
Yeah, I assume.
Oh, I assume they're like, if we were to talk about advertisements we like during the break or something, I promise it's going to pop up on somebody's phone later.
Right.
Like it really consistently does.
So isn't that the same concept?
I just don't know what they get out of listening to you pee on the Alexa.
Well, no, they're just listening, period.
Sure.
And then they come across your urine.
If they're able to hack it and hear that way, I don't even know if they're able to do that. And who would be monitoring? Like, do they have everybody's? How do they pick them? Patriot Act, baby.
Oh, well, I don't think they're saying, okay, we got a pee over here. Let's go ahead. Let's hack it. The baby gift that you get. I may be running into this tomorrow, as I think I'm going to go see Jared Sandler's baby.
Hey,
right after the show.
The baby.
Yeah, going to have to go see the baby.
So this went viral over on Reddit. This was a question that was being asked, and I was asking Kristen this question, and there was a bit of a disagreement. The question is surrounding a baby's first birthday party. So this woman says, hey, I got to know if I'm the jerk here. We're going to a child's birthday party. parents are like super all natural everything, like, you know,
I gotta blend all the food.
Yeah, she basically is saying in there, she's like, they're like hippies and they're super like everything's got to be all natural or whatever. And so they had a registry for the kid's first birthday party, and they're like, here's some stuff you can get. And she said, well, I looked at it and it's like $100 or more, like everything.
Ooh.
And so she was like, I was like, I'm not doing that. So she's like, instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get like a gift basket of like organic teas and different things for like the parents of like, here you go, guys, this is for y'all. And they get to the birthday and they're opening the presents. They're gathering everybody around, they're opening the presents, and then they get to their present and the family opens up like, what is this? And they're like, well, it's for you, it's for mom and dad. And she said her husband was mortified. Got in the car, was like, we effed up with the present. We should have gotten something. And she's like, I don't think we did anything wrong here. And it touched off quite an intense debate in the comments as to whether it was appropriate to just give the parents something rather than following the gift registry or getting the kid anything.
Well, both are at fault. The number one at fault is the people who got the tea. But close behind are the people asking for $100 or more per gift. If that's true,
yes,
I have to see the registry and confirm that they asked for $100 presents for a freaking 1-year-old or more. Man, unless they're a bunch of rich people.
Yeah, they all know, you know, who's invited, and they're all hedge fund managers, and it's like money's not an issue.
This is a Jeff Bezos baby.
You burp $100.
Exactly.
Right.
Otherwise, what are you doing? Like, I don't even think I'm going to. I might not go to the party.
Yeah.
Although, am I still forced to get you the gift?
Right. Like, what if I got you a $100 item, but I got it at like TJ Maxx and it was like last year's?
It's got to be on the registry.
Okay, that's fair.
Have you both of you gotten Peyton's wedding gift?
Yeah.
That's done.
I mean, I just gave him mine.
I did it before.
What'd you get?
I got him the ice, the shaved ice machine.
Oh,
something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have an extra ice on hand. Very good. But no, asking for that amount of gift, screw you. But you got to follow the gift list, in my opinion.
So Ollie just had his birthday.
I would appreciate as the parent.
I was going to say, what if somebody would have given you guys something instead of Ollie?
Ava.
For Ava. Ava's a better analogy.
Give me the gifts that I can use versus Ava. Unless it's going to be diapers.
Right.
I'll take diapers.
Diapers are fine.
I'll take bottles. I'll take milk.
Absolutely.
I don't want a bunch of crap that my 6-year-old has with all these freaking construction trucks that I'm going to have to, add another addition to the house for. I don't want it.
If it's child number 1 and you know you're going to have another one, maybe you can get them something that they could just use with the next child.
Yeah.
But if it's the second, you don't need. You're not gonna pass this toy on to somebody else. Now maybe another friend, but not another child. So yeah, get something for the family.
But I really do stress it to people when I'm like, don't get anything. I'm in that stage of life now. For myself, I don't want anything. I'm turning to my dad like, give me a card. Just give me a card, acknowledge it, maybe a thoughtful sentence. Yeah, find cash. Yeah. I used to think that gift cards, I would roll my eyes at that. I'm like, it's not personal enough. Choppy was all over gift cards. Yes, gift cards probably almost work best.
Oh, you guys are just so much sync this week already. Just clicking. I will say one of the things I hate, especially, is what they talk about there, though, the gathering everybody around to then open the presents.
Oh, we don't get, we open after.
This gives Kristen so much anxiety. Now, she switched over to no, you're going to open them, and what I'll do is I'll film the kid opening it, and pending the right reaction and not some awful kid reaction, I will then send you the video on social media of, hey, here they were.
Smart.
They were so thankful for the present.
Social media?
Or DM it to him or text it to him or whatever, just whoever it is. Usually she'll text it off to him.
All right, what is the birthday baby code? How this company, not this one, another big-time company, disrespected the great Tom Landry. Next, in B-Lo. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. But
Segments brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
To quote Nas, I watch CBS and I see BS. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. First, we need to go over to the 105.3 The Fan traffic studios where old Chop Wagner is in the helicopter.
Yeah, here we go. We have a traffic alert. Collision blocking most of the eastbound lanes of I-30 on Lake Ray Hubbard Bridge. Never good. That's it's a bottleneck there. You know all about this, Sean. So it's and so is Peyton when he was here.
30 sucks.
But 30 eastbound. If you're heading towards Rockwall, if you're heading towards the bridge on Lake Ray Hubbard, find another way. I don't know actually if there is another way around that lake. Eventually there is somewhere.
It'd be funny if this stopped Peyton's airport travel to Alabama. It's going the other way, right?
And then he ends up saying, "Oh, well, I just took the rest of the week off, but we've rescheduled the trip. I need to take off next week."
Yeah,
too. That's what would happen, 100%. During the break, Chop was like, it was like he just read about the death of Princess Diana or something. He's like, "Oh my gosh!" It was funny.
We have an accident.
All right, CBS Sports put out a list the other day, and I don't know. We've run into some bad lists from CBS before. There was one a couple years ago, I think, that had like Mason Rudolph as like a top 10 quarterback that we destroyed. And in general, there's occasionally just some hacky off-season takes that happen. I'm gonna nitpick a little bit on some of this, but there is one very large problem with this list they put out of the greatest NFL coaches of all time. They asked their panel of 6 NFL writers, who apparently are all born in 1999 or more recent.
Pete Prisco?
Asked some of their NFL writers here, who's your top 15 coaches of all time or top 20? And so they make their list, they send their list, and then they total up the point values, and then they present it. All right, here's the list of all-time greatest coaches.
Hey, what? No, Weeb Eubank.
Number 20, Tony Dungy. You can stop wherever you like, because I'm going to stop when I get there.
You just spit out.
You okay? You all right over there? Something happened on 30 again?
Okay, no. Okay, I didn't think Tony was going to be on the list.
19,
right.
Bud Grant. 18, Chop. You just said his name a few seconds ago. You want to throw it out again?
Weeb Eubank.
Weeb Eubank is number 18, which is fine. Whatever. 17, Hank Stram. 16 is Mike Shanahan. Pretty disrespected, I feel like.
Well, he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's there's not a really justification for it, I don't think. 15 on the list, Guy Chamberlain.
Never heard of him.
Who he coached for. 14, Jimmy Johnson.
Whoa, okay.
13, Bill Parcells. I'm surprised you would have Bill Parcells and Jimmy Johnson right next to each other on a list like this, because I think Bill's resume pretty much says he deserves to have some daylight there, because he did it pretty consistently.
He took 4 franchises to the playoffs.
Number 12, John Madden. Number 11, old Curly Lambeau. And here's where we get into our issues. I'm going to run through the rest of the list, but I'm going to have to jump back to this. Number 10 is Tom Landry. And number 9 is Joe Gibbs.
Wait, 10 is who?
Tom Landry is 10.
Okay.
Joe Gibbs is 9. Andy Reid is 8.
Look, I don't have a problem with Joe Gibbs being high. Joe
Gibbs is fine. I don't have an issue.
Yeah, he won a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks.
Super innovative.
I think winning a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks is the most impressive coaching feat of all these Super Bowl guys I can think of. It's pretty impressive. Granted, 2 of them were fake, because they were strike-shortened years, right?
Right. Well, 1, I think.
1.
He got one with Doug. He got one with Rippin.
And Theismann.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, he won in, what was it? He won in,
I don't count the strike. If it was replacement players, I don't count it.
He was, 82, 87, 91 or 82, 88, 91, something like that. I mean, it was over a long stretch of time there.
Yeah. So that's very, very impressive. Andy Reid. Look, guys, we had this. We talked about Andy Reid being a guy who couldn't manage a clock
in Philly,
and even in Kansas City, never could get over the hump. And then finally, he gets God as his quarterback, and now he's winning some games.
Oh yeah,
but Landry's 10.
Yeah, and I'll run through the rest of these before I come back to this. 7, Chuck Knoll. 6, George Halas. 5, Don Shula.
Oh, Don Shula.
Don Shula is the Aaron Rodgers of coaches.
Meaning?
You stuck around for forever. You won, what, like 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Feels like you should have won more. And you also oversaw the biggest upset in the history of Super Bowl when you were coaching the Colts against the Jets.
He won 2 with Miami, right?
That's it.
But did he not win one with the Colts?
No, I think he had already moved on from the Colts by the time he was there. But either way, he oversaw the biggest loss in the history of the Super Bowl. 4, Paul Brown. 3,
innovative,
Bill Walsh. 2, Vince Lombardi. And number 1, Bill Belichick. All right, fine. Belichick, Lombardi, Walsh, all probably the 3 right names at the top, roughly. You can maybe argue a few other names.
I don't have a problem with Paul Brown.
In and around there. You cannot have a list like this and have... I would be embarrassed to have taken part in this poll question if they then threw the results out there and they had Andy Reid over Tom Landry. That is so... This is a list made by 12-year-olds who don't know who Tom Landry is. So when you look at Andy Reid and just his career trajectory, like you were just saying a few minutes ago, before this Kansas City run with Mahomes, which I still feel is mostly Mahomes, Andy Reid's a great play designer, whatever else. He was thought of as a historic choker as a coach.
Yeah, but his teams in Philly, I think they overachieved.
We're good.
A little
Yeah,
bit.
100%. No, they did.
Overachieved.
No, they did. He was I think his...
NFC was down. They took advantage
his
of it.
reputation was so... He had been labeled the choker, but his reputation in general was, I thought he was an underrated coach. He gets to Kansas City, and then what's happened there? He was on the verge of getting fired when they blew the playoff game right before Pat took over. They blew a playoff game, and I'm trying to remember who they lost to. I think it was Baltimore or somebody, but they lost a playoff game in 2016, and people were like, you're going to have to basically get rid of Andy Reid. You're never going to win with him. But when you look at Tom Landry, I don't know if people all the time, they know he's got the fedora. They associate it with that. Or in Peyton's case, when he saw him on the wall at Knife Plano, and he said, that's that Alabama coach, Bear Bryant.
It's like the football education.
This is a guy who he called all 3 phases of the team. He was the special teams coordinator. He was the defensive coordinator. He was the offensive coordinator. He didn't have a losing season for 22 years. It was a ridiculous streak. He was the guy in terms of when you talk about who's the most innovative offensive mind you can think of today in today's NFL?
McVay.
Who's the most innovative defensive, Flores or somebody like Mike McDonald? He was Flores and McVay. He introduced all he was not the creator of it, but he was the one who advanced and took to new levels pre-snap motion, different switches and things like that. He is the one who really advanced the shotgun. The shotgun was initially brought out as a means of trying to roll out and avoid a pass rush that was coming. Dallas is the one that started using the shotgun offense as one that was used for let's just throw out of this consistently and have success with it. The defensive contributions he had, a lot of people don't realize this. He made the 4-3 defense. He made the flex defense. Those were his things. He essentially is the first one who created, they didn't call it at the time. I can't remember off the top of my head what they called it, but he was the one who first introduced essentially dime coverage in the NFL. So you're talking about, he made all these massive advancements, and he consistently won football games. And he was somebody who did it with you want to talk about when we hear about the big play calls and the complex language. Go ask Everson Walls sometime. He tells great stories about what it was like having to call the Landry defense and all the things you had to know and all the ways you had to communicate and all the ways you had to try and manipulate what the offense was doing. I don't think there's any justification for taking all of that and then saying, well, yeah, but Andy Reid won 3 Super Bowls with Patrick Mahomes, and that's really cool that he put his name on a group project before he was getting B's his whole career. That's absurd. Even Gibbs. Like, I think Landry should be above Gibbs. I don't love that Gibbs is ahead of him, but Gibbs shouldn't be behind Andy Reid. Gibbs was a massive offensive innovator.
Yeah.
Gibbs did a ton of stuff. I'll tell you what, I think it's ridiculous Marv Levy's not on this list anywhere.
I don't. I think it's. I'll rephrase that. I think it's ridiculous that Marv is behind. I've never heard of some of these guys. Who the hell is Guy Chamberlain?
Guy Chamberlain is like a really old coach who had like coached for.
You just could have just finished it at really old.
Yeah.
I mean, Shanahan should be screaming.
He should be much higher
about getting just disrespected from the Hall of Fame if he's going to be on this list. And if we think he's too low, he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Mike
he should
Shanahan.
be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. You know who always gets disrespected on these lists is Tom Flores. Constantly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that gets.
Is Madden overhyped?
Yes.
I mean,
Madden's a great coach. But I mean, again, it's.
But why is Madden on there and not Tom Flores?
I mean, I think a lot of people view it as like a continuation of what Madden and the Raiders had built, and Flores was. I think Flores gets a lot of, not fairly, he gets a lot of reputation of Switzer.
Mm-hmm.
Now he did it twice, and he did it for much longer.
Yeah, he won 2. I mean, him and who was his quarterback? It was
Plunkett.
Yeah, and he's got 2 titles, right?
Yeah,
he's the only one that's not in with 2 titles.
Plunkett gets the same sort of treatment where it's like, okay, is this totally reasonable? But I looked at some of these lists, and you've got somebody on here who put Andy Reid third because they put their ballots at the bottom. Andy Reid was third on that person's list, and they had Tom Landry 13th. That's a child who shouldn't be writing for you anymore. I'm sorry, you shouldn't be writing about the National Football League, or at least you shouldn't be writing about NFL history. Maybe you can cover it right now, that's fine. But on one of these lists, you need to say, I'll bow out. Or I just don't know the answers.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line.
It's like talking to my kid about basketball because he's like, Jordan played against bums. Who did he play against? LeBron played against all these good. I said, no, LeBron played with all these great players. Not against, with.
Are Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb gonna mess up their baseball team? Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. Next.
A&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
28 pitch. Up the middle, and the American League cashes in. Alvarez in to score. Langoliers right behind him. 2-run single, Cody Bellinger.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about the introductions being the most entertaining part of the All-Star game?
5.
I liked it better.
Thank you.
I didn't like the intros.
I like you this week, just in general.
So the introductions last night at the All-Star game, I thought were the best part of it because it wasn't a whole lot to cheer about. You had no extra base hits in the game until about the 6th inning, and then you had a home run.
It's pretty cool that that play from Clement up the middle was pretty badass, and the fact that he robs who the hell was it? Page. The fact that he robs him after that's exactly what happened in Game 7 last year of the World Series, where he thought he had hit that walk-off.
Oh, yeah.
And he catches it in the alley. So it's like the poetry of turning that around and it being a ridiculous play up the middle. That was probably the highlight for me.
The highlight of the game was that, you have that play. You've got, Cody Bellinger wins the MVP on a ground ball up the middle in the first inning. That scores 2 runs. The pitching was from the American League was just utterly dominant. You had the players coming out underneath the Liberty Bell in the introductions and then signing basically with a feather pen, what looks like the Declaration of Independence. And then you had a very cool moment in the middle innings, I thought at least, that...
Were the in-game interactions the highlight of gameplay? How much worse would the game have been? I know Brad Sham hates it, but how much worse would the game have been with no interviews in game, even though it felt like it was kind of clunky a little bit, stepping on things, Smoltz asking, some weird things where it's like, ugh, that's awkward.
Yeah, those are the best parts. I mean, I do like them. I don't care about them in a regular season game. I love the in-game interviews. I think they're fantastic. If the players don't mind or they're not getting distracted.
I had no idea listening to Cease in the first inning how he could have thrown 3 more innings. It sounded like he was... Monica Seles grunting, just the effort. I was like, his arm's gonna pop off, or this guy's gonna collapse from exhaustion.
People who played with Nolan Ryan say if you were in the bullpen in the outfield when he threw a pitch, you could hear him grunt on every single pitch.
Man,
he was that loud. I really thought that it was corny, but it was very baseball-y. It was cool when they played the Ray Charles "America the Beautiful" song. And they had the kids ride out there on their bicycles. I didn't know kids knew how to pedal anymore, okay?
E-bikes?
They found the dozen kids who don't have an e-bike.
Jake, did you have a regular bike or e-bike?
Oh, I still have my regular bike.
Whoa,
that's in the garage at home, yeah.
Yeah, so they put
Kenny.
Ray Charles was trending last night after this one. But I thought that was very cool. And so you had a kid go up to each major leaguer, and one was just talking to Corbin Carroll, and one was looking at showing Bobby Witt some baseball cards, and then the one that I thought was the best, someone played catch with Freddie Freeman on the field, and I'm like, that's absolutely which one I'm doing. Of all the things I could do, if I'm riding my bike out in the Major League field in the All-Star game, instead of getting a picture or whatever, dude, just get my glove, play catch. You would never play catch with a Major Leaguer on a Major League Baseball field in the All-Star game. That's like a one-of-one moment in your life.
It's cool. I'll tell you, the one thing about that was a little was when it kept cutting to the dugout, and there were the guys holding the sparklers who were not involved in it actively, and they were just like... They looked like, how long does this go on?
And you've been were you unhappy with the offensive warm-ups with the batting practice?
Yes, so this has really bothered me. So Buster Olney wrote, he did this before the Home Run Derby. He was breaking down all the contestants. And he goes to Kyle Schwarber, and the first line of it is, like many of his peers, Kyle Schwarber doesn't take batting practice on the field anymore, preferring to work in the cage. And man, that just bothers me. Most people go to 1 or 2 games a year. Most of them get there for batting practice that have kids. They're going to watch BP. There's nothing better.
Do most get there at that time?
Yeah, my kids always want to go see it. I know, there's BP is mostly for kids, not usually for adults. It's packed for when Shohei comes down. It's packed. When Judge comes down, it's packed. They want to see him hit bombs. Like they want to see Schwarber hit bombs. Like I guarantee you, people who go to the Philly games, whether they're home or road, and I get it. They think they get more work or better work down underneath, but it's all part of the draw.
I would not have grown up as big a fan of baseball as I did if not for batting practice.
Closest I ever came to catching a ball at a ball game was in Atlanta, and it was a batting practice home run. It was the closest I ever came.
I don't think I would have bought season tickets if guys didn't take batting practice, because that experience of being able to go down there, and it was $10 seats. But it was
stop giving your prices on things. We do well no matter what the price is.
One of the things that when you get down there and you're able to interact with the players and they're standing over there and getting the autographs, and it helps you fall in love with it. I hate that it's not something they do regularly anymore, because the last game I went to where I was there early, there weren't many guys out there taking BP, and it is kind of a bummer that they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, kind of stinks. I understand it, and every team's got somebody who does it, or multiple people who do it. I just wish that more people would take BP. All right, it is Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bruce Levine, maybe it's Levine, I think it's Levine. Who he was here for? He had a moment here.
Yeah,
but he's basically a Cubs, Chicago-based media guy, and he posts on Twitter, and I think this was supposed to be an accidental text and a DM and not an actual tweet. But he posts this.
Hang on real quick. Did they already rip down the signs?
Yep.
Is this live in Arlington?
Yep. I got a press release about it saying there was media availability to go out there today.
Well, hang on. Media availability to go back and cover the signage takedown?
For
Hey,
what?
anything that gets Peyton made back on the screen, I'm for. That's my biggest tragedy about the World Cup ending, is she's not going to be up here doing these morning reports anymore.
Who is it?
Peyton May, Fox 4.
What is the press release for?
I'll read it. Let me find it.
Please tell me. Hang on, while you're pulling it up, please tell me it's not for the sign.
Yeah, no, it is. That's exactly what it's for.
Come see us take down the tarp.
Is Jerry speaking?
I don't believe so. No. This was
unbelievable.
Let me find this.
Already AT&T Stadium is back up there.
Yeah, no, it's they were saying there's media availability. You can go, in fact, I think I got
the Cowboys sent this out?
No, it was somebody else. I think right here, coverage opportunity. This is a reminder one. I got two of them. Reminder: AT&T Stadium transitions back following FIFA World Cup, and it says what? Following 30 unforgettable days, AT&T is going back to its normal look. When? They tell you when. They say where. They say media note, no RSVP required. Beginning Wednesday morning, media are welcome to park in any open AT&T Stadium lot. Oh, no, this is from the Cowboys. That is who it's from.
Okay, but here's my question.
Who's talking?
Nobody.
Here's my question.
Not that it says here, it just says photo op.
Allow me to be the news director. What's the story? What am I covering? Them taking a tarp off?
Okay,
it's more fascinating than what's gone on the pitch a lot of times.
While we're laughing at it, how many reporters will be there?
I think all the local news stations are out there.
Gonna have one.
Yeah. Get the video. It's like when they do the implosion of a building or whatever.
AT&T?
Yeah.
You think Mashona's on Archer? Is Mashona's on Archer going?
I don't know if they are. But no, I think it's more the news organizations are going out there. But yeah, this is our...
My gosh.
It's lovely. We're no longer shackled by the fear and the
Dallas
power
Stadium.
of FIFA. It's like this, it's like tearing down statues of dictators or whatever. We're pulling down their tarps.
Do you think Atlanta's going to have the same thing tomorrow when Mercedes-Benz is no more? They're going to have the same thing. Anyway, Bruce Levine, you post this on social media. You and the other coaches have been the stars of the team, being 12 games over 500. Let's hope Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb don't sell you guys out like in 25. Enjoy the family time, pal.
Ow.
And that was Levine saying that to who?
Sending it to some coach.
It was, yeah.
He basically trying to kiss the asses of the coaches, saying, you're the reason why they've had that success, and then insulting the front office upstairs in Chicago.
Yeah, Jacob says it was to Craig Counsell.
And he works, and he works for Marquee Sports Network covering the Cubs. He's a common presence on their flagship, The Score.
Yeah, I've heard his name for a long time.
Yeah. And they say he is also the first person to ask the questions when they make themselves available. So he's like the
Calvin.
Right. Yeah. So he gets that first question. And they are saying that Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb.
So it's not Tweedledee.
No, it's
because I got a lot of Tolos correcting me, saying you messed it up with the T's.
Yeah.
No, the guy wrote Twinkle. It's no one's ever used Twinkle though.
No, I've never heard of Twinkle. I've always heard of Tweedle.
Yeah, it is Tweedle.
Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins, who are the president and I guess the GM, if you will.
That creates all type of ripple effects. Forget about him covering the team.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm upstairs in that front office, I'm assuming that some of my coaches are telling this guy that we're morons.
Yeah, he clearly feels comfortable saying this to him. And so it's like, oh yeah, this clearly sounds like a discussion they've had before.
And is it confirmed that that's Craig Counsell? Is that confirmed?
It's pretty widely assumed, yeah.
And who's Twinkle D and Twinkle Dumb?
It's Carter Hawkins and Jed Hoyer. It's for what they did last year. Because the team was 14 above 500 and they didn't do anything at the deadline.
Okay, yeah, okay. And they're 12 over now.
Yeah, they're 12 over now. And they're 12 over with no pitchers. So that's why he's giving so much praise to the manager.
It'd be like Bassick texting us or thinking it was a DM and he gets out there.
He gets out there and talking about somebody in the front office.
This happened, the guy Mike Kliss brought us his nemesis from Denver that Ryan Contreras working with now. He did this one time. Nikki Javala, who's now in Washington, she was a Denver reporter, and he accidentally tweeted out, hey, give me a call soon. Don't give it to Nikki. Don't let Nikki report it. Don't tell her. And then everybody's like, oh, we know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Major League Baseball draft. Rob Manfred. Now, Rob's done a lot of good things. A lot of good things around Major League Baseball. One thing that he has never mastered,
earning his Hall of Fame spot,
is one thing he's never mastered is the draft. The draft for Major League Baseball always seems like a bungled mess, and I don't really care about it because there's no immediacy to it, none. But Rob announced the first pick in the draft, and people are getting on him for butchering the name.
With the first pick of the 2026 MLB draft, the Chicago White Sox select Rock Chalewski, a shortstop from UCLA.
So he says Chalewski, it's really Chalowski.
Yeah.
And he just butchers it. Rock Chalewski.
This is bad.
And like Goodell would never do this. Silver would never do this.
Well, you see audio of Goodell. I don't know if he does this every year, but he's going over the pronunciation with the person giving him the card behind the screen, which you should do.
You should
especially for the number one pick.
Absolutely. If Silver mispronounces, let's say Sergio De La Rey had a more unique name, like
or Dirk. Luca.
Yes. Remember when Vladdy got drafted, Vlade Divac, it's like Stern would mispronounce a lot of these names. It was just Kukoc instead of Kukoc, right? It's some of these are difficult, but they're also not the first overall pick.
First overall pick.
First overall pick. By the way,
that's bad.
We've known who the first overall pick was. We knew that Rock was either going to be 1 or 2 since about, January, maybe earlier.
That is, the mispronunciation's bad. That is a hell of a name, though. Fred had said it a couple weeks ago. He's like, that does sound like an adult entertainer's name, Rock Chalowski. It does not sound like a baseball player to me.
And speaking of commissioners, Tolo T. Rainey sent over from Sports Business Journal. Adam Silver persuaded Kathy Engelbert to suspend Alyssa Thomas for the Caitlin Clark incident. She was not going to suspend Alyssa with the Caitlin incident until Adam Silver urged her to issue discipline. So there's just another commissioner note that just came in.
The absolute worst.
Which one?
Adam Silver.
Oh, Adam Silver.
He is the absolute worst commissioner we've had in professional sports.
Why are you killing him for this?
In general, he's but meddling in that when he won't
it is
consistently. No, when he won't. No, but we're talking about you've clearly delegated it. You clearly have.
Yep, absolutely.
And for a guy who will not hold his players accountable oftentimes and cowers away from punishments he gives out, he's going to really take a hard stance here of hey, you go out there and you wear that suspender.
Where did the Cowboy wideouts end up on today's ESPN list? And will we have enough time for part 2 of RJ Choppy's game dedicated to the All-Star game? But it's in the red zone, your football fix, after this.
The fan, this segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is the Red Zone, 20 after every day. Get it, the Red Zone, your football fix on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, insider Bobby Belt. We got Jacob Ray in for Pepe and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app.
Odyssey.
Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Just to reset the wide receiver list that dropped today from Jeremy Fowler, talking to coaches, executives, and scouts throughout the league. Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2, JSN 3, Puka 4, Amon-Ra 5, CeeDee Lamb 6, George Pickens 7, Nico Collins 8, A.J. Brown 9, Devontae Adams 10. And Bobby had more of a reaction to 10 and on with the rest of this list than he did the top 9. In order, after the top 10. Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans still, Zay Flowers, Tyreek Hill, Drake London, Jamison Williams, Alec Pierce, T. Higgins, DK, McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Devontae Smith, Lad McConkey, Brian Thomas, Jalen Waddle, and Chris Olave. What were you reacting to?
Well, there's so much hilarious about this. First off, I did not realize until about 10 minutes ago that when you said Devontae 2 times on the list earlier in the show, you were talking about Adams at 10 and Smith in honorable mention. Eagles fans are going to lose their minds. In fact, I haven't even looked at it. I'm going to go look. I promise on Reddit and everywhere else, they're losing their minds that Devontae Smith is being disrespected.
Well, they already lost their minds after we learned yesterday that the quarterback list actually came out in tiers. And that Hurts was on what tier?
6. It was him and Trevor on the 6th tier. Now, the 5th tier had 6 guys on it.
And Stafford was by himself on tier 2.
Right. Dak was lumped with on tier 4 with Dak, Herbert, May, and Goff.
22. That means Devontae Smith is the 22nd best wide receiver based on these rankings, which is their whole thing was, oh, yeah, you can get rid of Devontae Smith. Or you can get rid of A.J. Brown because Devontae Smith is here, baby. And A.J. Brown being way ahead of him is hilarious.
He's going to be a make-or-break fantasy player. There are going to be people who say, hey, here we go. It's Devontae Smith's world. He's going to eat. And then there are going to be people like me who would lean towards Devontae is not good enough to be in that number 1 role and stay away from him. Not to give away my Radio Fantasy Football League scouting reports, but he's going to be a make-or-break guy, I think, in terms of volume.
You give me any scouting report you want. I'm still finishing last.
That's true.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter my draft strategy either.
Mike Evans is not a top 12 receiver anymore. That's absurd. I don't know how you can have him there.
He's going to be a fascinating guy to see if he's totally done or not. Corey Majors thinks he will ball out.
And then you've got... he's really good, and I think he would be top 10 solidly if not for just it's been such a short time we've actually seen him play, and he got hurt early last year, and that's Neighbors. Neighbors being 11 is surprising me that people are just willing to defer that much. But Tyreek Hill being the only free agent on any of these lists so far, I think. And then the fact that you've got all of these guys ahead of Devontae Smith, which is funny, and then something that I think is a slight, the fact that Olave's back there at like 30.
Did I name Tet?
No.
No.
I'm surprised that Tetairoa McMillan is not above some of these guys. Maybe he gets knocked and left off because of his football camps.
That's a good one.
This is a second negative. There was nothing about McMillan's character coming out, right?
No. And I mean, we'll hear the story. It's like, I don't think there's anything here either.
Really?
Nope.
All right, so no one... So he is getting some backlash because no one, including him, showed up to run his youth football camp. No one connected to the event showed up, which was scheduled to take place in Asheville, which is in the western part of North Carolina, west of Charlotte. Some parents were informed their registration had been moved to a youth football camp at a high school hosted by Xavier Legette. However, emails reportedly arrived after his camp date of May 17th had passed. So they said, hey, go to this camp that was a month ago. Yeah, which doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So no one signed up for Legette's camp in a different town, a different player, on a different day, in a different month. So they all signed up for the camp to be on that day in Asheville. So communication is being caused as the issue. Some parents said they never received email notification. Representatives for TET informed the newspaper the camp had been canceled back in February, and nobody from the camp decided it was a good idea to contact. This thing started to being advertised back in October. So they first advertised for this back in October, the July football camp, learn skills from Tetero and McMillan, get a pick with the star, and then apparently nobody from Flexwork Sports, which put on the camp, bothered to contact anybody to tell them that the camp was canceled.
Why is this a nothing, Bobby?
Because he told them in February it was done and he couldn't do it. And they knew that. And that's why they rescheduled some people for Leggette's camp. And then there were other, it's very clear that they told them it was over and that he could not do it. And that apparently Tet never even agreed to it. Apparently there was initially an agreement from his reps and then quickly was turned around and it's like, I can't do it. And that was communicated to them months ago. This is completely on Flexwork. This is 100% on them. And they've got an awful reputation of doing this.
Yeah, the problem that they run into is
every
that
camp you've seen where Debo doesn't sign something or this or that, those are all Flexwork camps where stuff has not been communicated properly. And so I don't think this Tet is completely clear on this one to me. They told them back in February, 5 months notice, he can't do it. They rescheduled for some, they didn't for others. They never cleared anything up. There's a note in here that the coach at the high school field where it was supposed to be taking place was like, Flexwork was not even telling us like they were using the field. And the fields were locked when people first got there. So this is just consistent dropping the ball communication. In fact, Florio wrote something because he's always very litigious. Florio wrote something where he was like, if I was Tet McMillan, I'd be looking into lawsuit options against Flexwork for basically giving me a bad name here.
you have people who took, because they had to drive there. Some people come from South Carolina to drive up to Asheville, and they're taking days off of work. And the amount of money, this one family said they lost $1,000 in wages, our tickets, our time, the travel, the hotel. It's a lot that goes into it, man. But I don't feel like our parents spent this much money on camps and everything.
I didn't have any local celebrity camps near me that I know. I would have to go to Baltimore and get shot.
I remember I got a pamphlet one time for
stand in line for Cal Ripken's milk.
Yeah, I had a pamphlet for the UNC golf camp. It was a week-long golf camp, and that was it was several $100, $500-$600, which back in the 90s. Now that thing's probably those week-long stay and play camps probably a couple grand now.
These are the ones they have coming up here: Aaron Jones, Dak and Caleb Downs, Drake May, another Aaron Jones one, T. Higgins, Jackson Smith and Jigba. These guys they get all of these athletes here, and it's $100 a head. And there are a ton of kids who show up there. This is definitely, there is money to be made here, and I think that this is just another. I think they're probably hesitant to want to say goodbye to whatever's there, those who had signed up for it, and they just never communicated properly.
Jake, you ever go to any?
I was never good enough at sports to go to these.
Well, all you got to do is pay.
Yeah, you have to be good.
My parents didn't want to invest money. It was like lighting it on fire. I did play baseball a little bit, but I kind of sucked.
Okay. I like the honesty.
We should have Jacob sign up for one of these and go to it, and then just see if we can get him in.
I destroy some kids at football camp right now.
Basketball camps were the most fun I felt as a kid. They were the ones that I felt like I got the most out of.
All right, at 7 o'clock after the Bryce Harper debate yesterday with KNC, Choppy came up with a little game, and you also had a football portion.
Yeah, so Hall of Fame are not the same, basically, and we went through them. Bryce Harper, Manny Machado, Stanton, DeGrom, Chapman, Seager, and we were largely no's on a lot of them. Outside of I think Harper's going to get in, should, but for the most part, the rest of the guys, and Chapman too. We thought a lot of those guys wouldn't get in. Let's go with some NFL ones. Joe Burrow.
He will, and I guess he should. I'm guessing he'll play enough football. Well, all right, what if Burrow stopped today? What if he stopped today?
No, he's out.
Yeah.
If he plays for a couple more years, he's in.
Now, what if he never goes back to a Super Bowl, never wins an MVP?
He'll put up enough.
He has played at a high enough level and put up numbers that if he gets a couple more years to stack it, he'll be in.
He's played 6 seasons. How many did Terrell Davis get?
Terrell Davis was 6.
Was it 6? Yeah. So why, if Burrow? Well, Terrell's got rings. He's got 2 rings.
Who's Super Bowl? Matt Ryan?
What about him?
Like went to a Super Bowl, lost.
Yeah.
Never went back.
Never as good as Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I mean, he can't be in.
But he won an MVP, which Burrow didn't.
Yeah. But there are people. Brian Sipe won an MVP.
Matt Scott.
Bryce Harper won MVPs, Bobby.
Yeah.
I think the only
Burrow, yes, and will. What's your answer to it?
If he doesn't win a Super Bowl, I don't think he is.
Wow. He won't get in?
They don't give what quarterbacks are getting in without a Super Bowl.
Fouts.
Jim
Okay,
Kelly.
but recently.
Kelly.
Marino.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
But recently, in the
who's come up recently?
Who's been?
Rivers, but Rivers doesn't have the.
Who's been kept out recently?
Rivers has been kept out.
All right,
Ryan hasn't been up for it yet.
Why isn't Eli in then?
Well, he wasn't good enough. You can win Super Bowls and not be good enough. I think if you don't win a Super Bowl,
I don't think anyone would put Burrow on the Rivers.
I don't think so either. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying there's kind of a standard set with this league.
Okay.
I think he needs to win one.
Okay.
All right, Lamar.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
There's no two-time MVP who's not in.
You put Lamar in over Burrow.
Yes.
Lamar
as of
in
now.
over. Yes.
Yeah, I would too. Khalil Mack.
Ooh.
He will, but he should not.
Why shouldn't he?
He's had basically 4 seasons, I think, maybe 5 of double-digit sacks in his career. He's become more compiler than anything else. I think there's maybe been a year where he's been considered, all right, you're right at the top of the best pass rushers. He's never had one of these runs like Micah, Garrett, and TJ Watt where it's 5 years we're saying it's those 3.
I will say should not, and I'll say right now will not. Even though I used to love the NFL Hall of Fame in these debates, I feel like they've let it get the most out of control recently. Like NBA, they always let everyone in. Baseball keeps it the strictest, and I've lost my radar.
They're
for the
weird
NFL.
with the NFL.
Weird.
They're
especially with pass rushers.
They're super strict on some, and then there are others where it's why the hell did you let him in? I cannot keep up with how they see it.
Mike Evans.
Yes,
Evans is in without a question.
Even though receivers find it difficult to get in.
Yeah, because he did things no other receivers done, including Rice.
Who's out right now though?
Torrey Holt's the most egregious one.
Is Andre out?
Don't remember.
Andre Johnson or Mike Evans?
Reggie Wayne out still too?
Yeah, I believe Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt are out. And let me look up and see.
Put them in order. Andre, Evans, A.J. Brown, who gets totally forgotten, DeAndre. Okay, you can throw Holt in it if you want.
Holt's number 1.
Okay.
I agree. I love Torrey Holt.
I don't think I agree, but we don't have enough time.
Then it was Andre, AJ, DeAndre, and who?
Hopkins.
Who's the other one?
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans. Okay. Then it's by resume it's Evans, and then it's Andre, DeAndre, AJ. And Andre is in the Hall of Fame.
He is.
Andre is?
Yeah.
I think Evans gets in, but I can't get him in before Torrey gets in. Jalen Ramsey.
Yes.
Ooh.
He's in. His resume looks exactly like all of the Hall of Fame corners. The only thing that could knock you is interceptions with him.
I'll say yes.
This guy, I feel, we kind of did the corner version of doxing him by saying he never follows. Richard Sherman.
Oh, this is a great one.
Probably not. His strongest case is Rondé Barber, though.
I'll say he does get in.
I think his perception's higher than what I thought of him. I mean, great player, but
I think he was a 2-team first-team All-Pro and hit 5 Pro Bowls, which is really low for most Hall of Famers.
And then this one's probably obvious, but the fact that one guy didn't get in yet throws me off because I don't understand the position with George Kittle.
Kittle will get in. God. Out of the 10 Hall of Fame tight ends he has already got more touchdowns than all but 3 of them. Only 3 of them have more Pro Bowls. Only 3 of them have more yards, and only 4 of them have more receptions.
When people are saying when you said AJ, did you mean AJ Green or AJ?
Yes,
Brown?
I'm sorry.
I thought you meant AJ Brown.
No,
AJ
I'm
Green
sorry.
would still be last to me.
I'm sorry, AJ Green. Thank you, Fantex. All right, well done. The Red Zone brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Let's crosstalk with KNC after this. And this July, Low T Center.
Market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
You guys get your gifts from Blake?
No.
Corey did not. I think I may have found someone. I mean, this looks like my 6-year-old wrote these notes. Blake, #1, congratulations. Baby boy on the way. #2, thank you for these gifts. And #3, bro.
Man,
Corey, catch. This is yours. Look at the handwriting on that thing. Kevin, I assume this is yours. But I knocked off the...
Oh, that's cool. Blake's child is already starting to write.
That he's not watching.
Yeah. No, this is really cool. That's really nice of him, dude.
These are badass bottle openers.
Yeah, they are.
What's it say on there?
Popping bottles, and it's like a baby bottle.
Oh, very smart.
That is
It's good.
That must have been his fantastic mother who came up with these ideas.
Yes, 100%.
Good morning. Did we figure out, man, a lot of back and forth to keep up with on Twitter regarding the air conditioning in here. Bobby started it this morning, and it looks like most people within the building have responded.
Yeah,
Bobby?
it was 77 degrees in here in July when we got in here this morning, and cranked it down, and I just asked what terrorist here at the station is the one that did this, and that's when Corey had to weigh in and give his assessment of what the temperatures are for each show here. You said we're what, 63?
Yeah, about 63 is whenever I'm...
But it's a 63 because we come into 77.
I understand that.
You know.
I understand that. And so we bump it up to about 68, 69. Nice. And because... But if you get any higher than that, it starts to get very stale and humid in here. There's no air circulation in the room unless you open the door, and then they're going to complain that we're having too much fun. The news people, they're going to be like, they're having so much fun.
Golden boys.
Yeah, we have to report the news.
That's the next video Aiden needs to make, is polling the news department on the shows.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the loudest? Who's the most annoying?
I can tell you who won't vote for us.
Who won't vote for us?
Who won't vote for them?
As what?
Well, I mean, they'll
most
vote for them
annoying?
as the Golden Boys.
Yeah.
So that's what that'll do.
And then so I know there've been a couple times where Eric and Dawson have come in here and put beanies on their heads or hats because they're like, it's a little cold. So I know they bump it up just a little bit. Hold on, how does that help being?
I don't know. It feels like if you're high, you need to have a beanie on.
Yeah, that's just what high people
I'm
do.
with RJ on that.
I think if you wear a beanie and you're not on a slope, you're just high. You're high.
Well,
or as Kevin once thought about our boss, you have cancer.
What?
Corey?
Excuse me?
He knows that story. He just he was wearing this pullover and beanie that it looked a little Tom Hanks Philadelphia.
God, that was not cancer in Philadelphia.
I was worried
that was
that
another,
definitely not
that was another
cancer
one.
in Philadelphia.
Dying.
Yeah,
that was another. No,
He
but
won an Academy Award for that, though.
he did. You said that it was
Making it seem like cancer?
well, it was not. It was not
he,
cancer.
He had AIDS.
I know. That's a great movie.
It was HIV.
You said G-Bag keeps it at 105.
105 degrees.
And
yeah,
77 for Fan After Dark. Eric replied and said, I mean, the last dudes in there were Fred and Blake. I know Dawson likes it toasty, but it's never above 70 during G-Bag. Blake said, I rocketed a solid 72. Trevor was in there last. Fred said, I turned it down to 68. And then Gavin Dawson said, please bring this up to whoever, because when I complain, they just think it's one guy who can't handle it. This is a possessed or defective thermostat. You set it to 72, you get 76 with Houston and August level humidity.
Rude.
Dawson's right about that. This is something that Choppy and I fought about the first couple months we were here pretty regularly. Remember, we used to bicker about what the temperature was at the thermostat.
Yeah.
Now I think we just silently push it up or down and not tell the other.
Oh, like a married couple.
Yeah.
And then I learned if you go over by 2 degrees, it turns the heat on.
Yeah.
So I always
there's no homeostasis.
Isn't it amazing you have to learn your thermos? It's like learning your grill.
Yeah.
You know, it's got hot spots, and this is where you put it. Or at home, I have different, different rooms give the different temperature. You got to adjust it and kind of close the vent a little bit. Anyway,
I have a theory about this. I think there is an Odyssey cost controller that we secretly don't know about that comes around and
The CEO?
turns all the lights off at night, turns the air off to make sure we can cut corners and save costs wherever possible.
you know, I would feel like a hypocrite if I criticized that person because at home, that's a little pet peeve of mine. That's an OCD of lights left on in a room that I'm not in. If a closet light is left on, if a bathroom light is left on, I'm convinced
I'm with you.
That's going to run up my energy bill. I know it's not, but then I'm like, I'm going to have to replace that light bulb sooner rather than later. That's a pet peeve of mine.
No, I get it.
Fan, if I forget the fan that's left, the ceiling fan in a room, and I've let it run for 12 hours for no reason, it really pisses me off.
I'll spike turn those lights on.
What?
You should turn on, leave on those.
The fan.
Fans are always.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
I leave the fan on nonstop because when it stops, it gets the dust. You know the dust that settles in the fan.
yeah.
So
I
you
see
do it not to clean?
Yeah,
So you don't want to get one of those.
I don't want to see it. Yeah, so I just keep it on and I don't see it that way.
Yesterday, we were all going on a walk, and right before we were about to walk out, Jess was going to turn on the air, and I was like, what are you doing? We're leaving the house.
It's going to be warm when you get back.
I know. See, but that is a flawed logic.
Your body heat is going to go up.
But it's hot outside, so whatever
No.
you walk into is going to feel cooler.
That's
and
not true.
then you turn the air on, thus saving money and getting more cool
because
air.
what you're doing is you walk in there and then you're like, oh, this feels cool, and then as you're sitting there, you realize because then you won't want to touch the thermostat. Then you'll realize, oh, it's kind of toasty in here again. And they have to go through
The second we walk in, we turn on the
I want to be drenched in the cool air and then not have to touch the thermostat. I just walk in
Once
there.
I have morning show money and I can run my air nonstop, I will do that.
I mean, it's the only reasonable answer. It's what you got to splurge on. Is the AC.
Easy.
Yeah, but
okay.
Kevin's right in terms of like a pool party. So like,
yeah, doors constantly getting opened.
No, but like if you go back inside your house and it's 73 after being in the water, everyone's gonna freeze.
Absolutely.
Yeah, true.
Now, what is your temperature when you go out for the walk, and what are you lowering it to for when Jess wants to come back into the room?
I think when we went outside, it was
You know
at
exactly
like
what it is.
75.
No, God!
75.
Hey,
I
that
put
poor
my
woman.
thermostat at 75 when I go on vacation.
Do you sleep with it at 75?
No.
Okay.
But I turn it way down when we go to sleep. But we were walking out, and you walk into 75,
No, but what
and
it-
that's delightful. And then you turn the air on,
My
and people have
word.
this misconception that you're setting it at 73. That's not what's happening. You're setting it lower than that to get the temperature in your house to 73. And so when I lower it, it's going to be cooler than even 73.
Okay, if you were home right now, if you were in your house
The air would be off.
Oh my gosh!
If you're in your house
from 10 to 4.
You don't need it. Toughen up.
You don't need
in your house.
Are you
Toughen
English?
up.
Do you live in Europe? You should move to Europe.
Toughen
Where they
up.
have
That's what I wanted to get Save
to.
some money.
There it is.
Air
Toughen
conditioning.
up
Oh
and
my
save
God.
some money.
Yo,
I'm actually checking my
think
thermostat right now.
He is.
I don't know how to do that.
He would thermostat control his significant other.
He is Mr. Magoo.
If someone had to have it at 71, he would
day
not
long.
be with them.
So-
not marry them.
Perhaps if you had
God.
a way to control your thermostat
DFW security.
from your phone, thank you very much to the on-time experts, then
them too.
you could watch out.
Our wonderful sponsor for training camp.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we're
No, but
heading
if
to
you're
Oxnard,
home
thanks to them.
today from 10 to 5,
I wouldn't turn it on. We have a ceiling fan.
Oh, we have
Fine.
ceiling fans. You can circulate hot air.
what is your AC bill a month per average?
It's too high.
Tell me what it is. You know damn well what it is, too.
Last month, it was like $270.
How is it $270 if you're keeping it off?
Trade?
Because not everybody in our house keeps it off, and when they're off for the summer,
and you don't have base power, don't match me with another company this time.
Right. What is the what did you when you said it was 75, and so you walk in and feel that's cool, and then you'll lower it when you get in? What did you lower it to from 75?
73.
Oh my gosh.
That's not lowering. That's heat. 73 is heat.
73 is what mine's set at right now.
Because it was already at 75.
Is anyone home?
Everybody's home. 73.
Oh, God. Okay.
So
we lowered to 72 at sleep time.
That's
If it is
delightful.
above 70. Above 70 on the thermostat in our house, we have a problem.
Mine's at 70 right
Our
now.
apartment,
I'm
sorry.
not taking a shot at you, but it is an apartment. Yeah. You be more
with windows exposed to the sunlight. Okay, they trap heat.
What is your AC bill per month? But do you have separate units for your upstairs?
It's a separate, so it's upstairs off.
Okay.
Upstairs is off.
Upstairs, okay.
We never go.
That's why he's spending your money, because he's got separate. He's only cooling it downstairs.
But it's still.
Are you multi-level?
No.
Okay.
It's close to $400 a month.
Damn!
About as high as I pay is 150.
You'd be proud of me. What did you say?
About high as I pay is 150. We got solar power. Yeah.
You have the panels?
Yeah.
How much of a pain was that?
It was there when I got there. Now that being said, we're like 88% sun, so we're really good. I did one year though. I was like, why is my bill $500? And the firmware.
You must have went with the company me and Choppy.
The firmware wasn't updated, so we had a buddy, a Tolo came over, and he updated everything, and the bills just dropped. It was awesome.
So it's totally been worth it.
It's been great. I didn't pay anything for it, so yeah.
Is it ugly on the house?
Looks ugly. Yeah,
it
absolutely does. Yeah.
Is it HOA?
Nope.
See, a lot of those HOAs are like they can only put it in certain spots.
Yeah.
And if the only place that you can put it on your house is facing the road, like someone will let you. It's crazy.
Oh, really? Oh.
Man, you'd be proud of me then for my AC management.
What are you looking at?
I mean, sometimes I'll be in the threes.
Okay.
And for 2 levels now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Your house is very big.
Yeah.
It is.
Large home.
You've seen that Christmas tree.
I'm all over this control, man. If my wife steps out of that damn room for 30 minutes, it's going up to 78.
It's probably
I
super
get it.
efficient, though. Like your home's, because it's so new, it's probably super. Mine's 10 years old.
I've got an apartment. I run up bills bigger than that. I've run up $400 electric bills before.
Is that what your AC is?
Not currently, but I've run it up that high before.
What do you sleep with it at night?
If she's home, that's a fight. So it's like 68, I think.
Yeah,
if she's not home,
if she's sleep.
68?
Yeah, to sleep.
If she's not home, it's going down to as low as it'll go. 60, 61.
That's why your bill's so high.
Oh, I'm aware, but if I don't put it
you're
at
blaming
that,
Jess.
No. If I don't put it at that, it is going to be problematic.
I want to wake up and see my breath in the morning. That's what I want.
Kevin's like, I need to earn my AC.
Gotta earn it, yeah.
Yes.
So you love California.
Why would I turn my AC on right when I got home? I didn't earn that.
You're like my dog. You won't eat until he works for it.
That's right.
Crazy, you know?
All right, we're
Why
back.
do you think I show up on your shows when we don't have to play a Rangers game?
That's right.
I earn my money.
We're back tomorrow with a World Cup final. I think let's go England. I need to recover after yesterday. That was bad.
Let's go soccer.
KNC is next. Shut up.
Sean and RJ Mornings, G-Bag on your... Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man. Shout out Shy.
And that's right. And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I'm doing great. There are a couple things I want to get into, Kevin, if that's okay.
One, I broke your cord too.
Dude.
Sorry.
That's why you got to do it like this. See, if you do it like this, then it doesn't hang so low that you can't catch it on something. So you're going to have to order new cords now. They're $9 on Amazon, so it's okay. They're cheap.
You have to turn the air conditioning on.
Two things that I'm excited about today.
Two things.
A little, somebody texted and said, never do that.
Wow, one person. I'll be fine.
But it was, what if they're the one person, you know?
Oh, yeah.
What if they're the one listener?
If you got a meter limit.
Oh, don't say that. Dump that
kidding.
right now.
I'm just kidding.
Jeez, this little gift from Blake is awesome, and it's a small token of appreciation, right? There's something about getting something that just makes your day better. Somebody gives you something that is kind of cool, and so Blake, you made my day better. I was already off to a pretty good day. Thank you, Blake, for making this an awesome day. I really appreciate that, and thanks to the lady for that as well. Number two,
I want to let you know there was one over here with my name on it. So I took that one because my name was on it and put the other one back that Sean had given me because that one was not mine.
Thing number two, have you ever woken up with a soundtrack in your head from like a dream that you were having? Because currently I've been thinking of this Billy Strings song all day because I just can't get it out of my head. So
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You don't have to know all the music, Kevin. You know a lot of other things. We've already discussed that if we're going to call people on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you're getting most of the calls. But a lot of people were like, do not call him about music, though.
Do you remember that one time I told Mike what my favorite song was, and he got so mad because it didn't have any words? He's like, you're so weird.
From the 469, Corey, just want to let you know it's Wednesday again. I'm driving around in my white work truck. That's pretty awesome because it is, hey, White Truck Wednesday was a thing for a while here on this station.
That was Rage, right?
Yeah, that was Rage. And he's right, dude. There's something weird. Every single Wednesday, you will see a white truck out there that has too much stuff that it's carrying. It's got way too much stuff in the back.
Is it the way it's piled, or is it how high that it's piled that you're like, that chair's not going to stay on there?
Or they've got two ladders hanging off, that are holding ropes that are holding buckets of water on the outside. It's just too much. It's packed in completely wrong. And my son will frequently text me pictures and be like, "Hey, look, this is exactly what's going on right now." So whatever. Other than that, Kevin, I'm doing pretty good right now. Thank you. Thanks for asking.
Alec is training again today. Should we ask him how he's doing, or do you think he's busy teaching people?
I mean, I always want to hear what Alec thinks. So let's go ahead and ask
that's
him.
Nice.
Alec, what are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling caffeine because I'm still working on this coffee that I started on this morning, but I'm feeling great.
There you go.
Man, he is amped up today. I
think
like
he's
that.
I think he's still in teaching mode though.
Okay.
He's got to teach.
Yeah.
He's referred to as the Yoda of this station. We've always called him that.
I'm the elder statesman now.
Which is confusing to all the people that he teaches because they're like, you keep talking in reverse, and that doesn't make any sense.
That's right. I often speak in third person.
You know what I always liked is one of those memes that was like, Yoda is every parent, where his kid keeps asking questions, so he just gives up and dies. And I was like, that is what it feels like, just an unending barrage. Why? And you're just like, just do it! And then you just fade away. All right, you know what I wish we would have done, Corey? I wish we would have gotten the contact info for every single person he ever trains, so we can get feedback on Alec and like how good did he do.
Oh, no. That's pretty interesting. Well, what if they didn't get the job, though? What if they
then they probably
got fired?
Then they probably won't answer our survey,
or they will, and they'll just give them a bad grade.
They hate me.
I don't want that. I understand what you're saying, though, Kevin. Sometimes it's not him, it's them, and sometimes it's not them, it's him.
From the 682, Kevin, did you have to say that's nice? Now you sound like you were being condescending. I just want to say again, that is just what I sound like. Whenever I say that's nice,
there are two things y'all need to know about Kevin. All right. He says things that sound condescending.
That is just what I sound like.
Our boss once told him. Actually, our boss once told me that I needed to do something. I can't remember exactly what he told me. He was like, because Kevin already sounds this way. And I was like, oh, man, okay.
And then he followed up and said, even when you're not saying something aggressive, it feels aggressive. And I was like, oh,
yeah,
thanks.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And then Kevin's face. He makes a face that will make you mad. So it's those two things. But here's the thing, Kevin.
It's just my face.
Now I'm at a point where I've learned to read it.
Okay.
And here's something else I learned about Kevin this morning as I was driving in. Here we are almost 20 years into our friendship, and I'm still learning things about you. Here it is. You are not always against something, but you are against something either getting too much praise or not enough praise. You want
That's fair.
balance in the force.
Sometimes that is fair.
Because the other day I was thinking about like Bryce Harper, and you're like, it's not that I hate Bryce Harper.
Not at all.
I just don't like when people do this. Now, if people were to crap all over Bryce Harper, you'd also be like, but still, hold on.
Honestly,
consider these two MVPs.
I think that's what further locked me into my Lamar Jackson position, is because I like Lamar Jackson, but people went too far. They're like, he sucks. And I was like, that's dumb.
I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby and I guess Jacob's show this morning.
Peyton.
Yeah, sometimes Peyton, often Aiden.
Yeah, used to be Carter.
Yeah, used to be Carter. And they were discussing the all-times head coach list, and they were talking about Andy Reid. And I was thinking, because in that conversation, you're like, Andy Reid does not belong here. But Andy Reid's a very good coach.
For sure.
But as soon as people start talking higher about Andy Reid, you will drop the Chiefs conversation on them.
Yeah.
And be like, they let whatever happen there. But if they were to crap all over him, you'd be like, hey, look at how he made adjustments to his clock management.
Right.
And so that is something that I've learned about you, is you are looking for balance in the force in the grand scheme of things.
Ooh, sounds a little socialist to me.
I don't know what that means.
Bobby just gave me a look like, you're not wrong about that. Thanks a lot, Bobby. All right, we've got Dallas Cowboys news of the day, and we will start with Charles Snowden. Again, not the guy who stole the documents. And
WikiLeaks or
something? Was that him or was that a different person? Okay, sometimes I get confused there. But Charles Snowden has been suspended for the first 3 games of the 2026 season. This goes back to the DUI and the personal conduct violation because of that. Does this particularly register to you? Like, I realize it's a Cowboys player, so we need to at least mention it. But, I mean, is this register for you in terms of, like, you're like, oh, where's he on the depth chart? I don't know. What's this going to do for training camp? Or is it just a thing that happened to somebody who is currently on the Cowboys?
It probably should, because it's an addition for them. However,
I'm sure they spent a lot of money on him.
Ooh, how much did they spend on him?
I can't imagine. It was
somewhere in the $2 million range. All right.
Exactly.
It should, because that's an addition, but I wasn't connected to him yet.
Right.
So I'm not that connected.
The veteran minimum, essentially.
Okay. So, and that's the thing, is like, as far we talk about body depth for on the for camp, we talk about depth just overall. So, yeah, a little bit. It doesn't register like if it was one of our starters or one of our rookies or Dak or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Dak, if it was Dak, we would definitely, it would be a whole day of conversation.
Indeed, there. I feel like
Dak's doing a pretty awesome job. We got to be pretty thankful that we've had that dude around here for a minute.
Okay.
Now let's try and get him a championship.
It is unfortunate timing, because I believe yesterday or the day before, the Dallas Cowboys, DallasCowboys.com put out an article that Charles Snowden looking to continue growth with Cowboys, and just talking about his impact. Not saying that he can't still have an impact, but it certainly won't be in those first 3 games. All right, let me ask you this question. I know that it could cost people their hair, or it did at least last year. How much do the Cowboys need Donovan Ezeraku to step up? So we've talked about like expectations for the rookies. Yesterday we talked about quite a bit about DeMarvion Overshown. Donovan Ezeraku is one of those players that I think a lot of us still have super high hopes for. He showed some flashes. How much did the Cowboys need him to step up?
I mean, they definitely do, but my big question's probably going to be kind of like it was with DeMarvion Overshown in how healthy is he really going to be coming off of a hip surgery? Is he going to be 100% for that, or is he going to go through the season at 75 and lower? And so, are we going to see that true version, true form of him? You need him to. You need to be able to have that kind of player, that kind of pressure from that position. But I'm very curious where he's going to be physically. And, are you going to try and load up over there a little bit to adjust for that?
Right.
On that side of the ball. The other thing, too, is, new defense for him, trying to learn all that and those responsibilities. We did see last year, early in the season, there were some blips where you were like, doesn't understand how to stop the run. And then it got a little bit better as the season progressed. So I think there's going to be some moments where he still has a learning curve to deal with there. But my biggest question for him is that will he be healthy this season enough to play at the level that we need him to play to give him because I think the expectation for a lot of people is higher than he's going to be able to play at.
And so there's always this question that comes up, like people will assign his value one way or another to how many sacks that he gets. Do you fall into that category where you're like, it needs to be whatever the number is, 6, 8, or are you like, no, you can see it when he plays?
Yeah, I think that's for me.
Okay.
For a lot of people, I do understand because analytics and numbers help out. They help out your argument for sure. But I think you kind of, when you're watching it, you see what a guy's doing. I don't know all the responsibilities he's going to have, right? Like that's the one thing that I do lack is I'm not sitting there with Christian Parker and he's going, by the way, he was supposed to do this.
Right.
But I think you can see the impact on plays, even if he doesn't make the tackle, by doing what is expected of the job in the defense, the tackle, the sack, whatever it is. I had told you last year I didn't think he was going to have more than 4 sacks. Just because the rookie number just doesn't typically lend itself to that, especially drafted where he was. And I kept my hair, and that was a big deal regarding that. Hey, Bobby, how's it going?
I still think Bobby looked...
He looks fantastic. I have a picture that I want to use.
He doesn't want to see it.
And there are times I'm like, I'm going to post this picture. And then my next thought is, don't do that. He'll find something worse of you, and then you're going to be exposed.
Facts.
So I've just been smart about being like, you know what? I'm not going to get on that side because we're friends.
Now, I know this is Dallas Cowboys news of the day, but I wanted to mention this because the Rangers put out a press release. Multiple people have already texted in about it. The Rangers are dropping Victory Plus effective immediately, and they are going with Buzzer. Well, they couldn't afford a couple of the letters, though, so it's BZZR. I'm assuming they got charged by the letter. So, but it is pronounced Buzzer, which is always a good thing. They put in the press release how it's pronounced.
Nice.
Because they did not think our tiny brains could understand that BZZR is probably Buzzer. But yes, the Texas Rangers and Rangers Sports Network have announced that Buzzer, the first verified all sports digital and content platform, as the new direct-to-consumer distributor, and the broadcast will no longer be available on Victory Plus effective immediately. What's fascinating about this
paid for that
is, did you pay for the whole year?
Yeah.
Then I would hope either A, they would just automatically transfer you over for the rest of the season, or B, that you would get a refund. But apparently,
Buzzer's following me.
Yes, if you have a Victory Plus subscription, you can transfer your account to Buzzer for no additional charge. And that makes sense if you're prepaid on that.
Yeah, Buzzer started following me last week on Instagram and Twitter, and Bobby as well.
Okay.
Kevin?
I don't care about those kind of things.
Dude, you didn't even notice?
No.
It just pops up in your notifications.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't ever pay attention to that.
It just pops up.
If it's a comment, I'll pay attention. Who follows, who doesn't. I usually don't catch that.
Pops up in the comments.
It's interesting that they're doing this in the middle of the season. I will say once again, this is one of the reasons I still have DirecTV is for this exact purpose, but hopefully this doesn't put too many people out. And if you already have prepaid for the season on Victory Plus, you can change over to Buzzer at no additional charge. So hopefully that is not particularly problematic for people, because we want people to be able to watch the Rangers.
What's
and
the site again?
it is bzr.com/Texas Rangers, not the other website that people are texting in that also starts with a B and has multiple Z's. Yes, I see your text. It is not that site. That is a different website that I don't know if they have baseball content or not.
I bet they do.
I bet they have part of that word and plenty of that content.
I bet there's like they get into the clubhouse and then you're like, oh,
okay,
somebody accidentally got into the clubhouse.
Jeez Louise. We're the KNC masterpiece. Thanks a lot, Rangers. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is finishing second or almost winning worse than getting blown out. Plus, it's been a minute, and we will check in on those Dallas Mavericks next on The Fan.
When it comes to Rangers news, you're in the right.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Debuted in 2025, inbounding the ball to De La Rhea, the first-round pick for Dallas. De La Rhea, nothing but net.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. It's been a minute. We're going to check back in on those Dallas Mavericks, but people are very caught up with what the Rangers announced.
I am for sure.
Just a few minutes ago. All right, so let's rapid fire.
Because they're charging me more now.
Yes.
And so what if I don't want that account anymore? I've already prepaid.
Okay, was Victory Plus $20 a month?
I think it was like 100 and something for the whole year.
Okay, so
120 maybe for the whole season.
Potentially good news. I'm not saying that it won't annoy you to have to switch services. I understand all of that. But good news on that front now that the Rangers effective immediately. So, look, if you want to listen to all the games for free, you can do that right here on 105.3 The Fan. Boom, look at that. Look at that. But if you are concerned about the television broadcast starting on Friday, because this change is effective immediately, you're going to need to switch over to Buzzer. That's BZZR. Now, if you had a season-long subscription, because I went through the website and everything during the break, if you have a season-long subscription already for Victory Plus, you can just go to bzzr.com/Texas Rangers, and there is a button that says activate your subscription, and then you can just transfer your information over from there. However, if you've been going month to month, and I know this is going to annoy people, the price on Buzzer is $25 per month. And if Victory was $20 per month, but people could text in and help me out for that, because like I said, this is exactly the reason why I kept DirecTV. But if it goes from 20 to 25, I know that is going to annoy people, even if it's only for a few months, because you're losing money that you would have otherwise had. And then we get the question, and this is going to be pure speculation on my part, because I do not know for sure what the answer is, although I don't know why I needed to define speculation for you. My thought is, did the Rangers get a better split of the revenue? They had to have gotten a better split of the revenue with Buzzer as opposed to Victory Plus. Now, I don't know if that means they went from 20% to 50%, whether they went from 35% to 70%. I have no idea about that. But I imagine the number one reason is because they got a better split on the subscription revenue that came in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure you just said this, Kevin, but I was reading things and looking for things because
you have a Victory Plus subscription.
Yeah, I have Victory Plus. This year I was like, screw it. I'm going to go ahead and get it. And it was the one thing I have left that I was paying for. A lot. Whoa. And so, but it's already paid. And so I did. They said, hey, you're going to get an email. And I went and checked my email, and I don't have the email. But guess what? If you don't have the email, you can contact them via phone or via email, which is annoying. You're right. But if it gets done. That being said, the season pass subscribers, did you just say this?
Yes.
Nothing changes.
Exactly.
Everything stays the same. So that stinks for other people, though, that might be paying month to month. I wonder... we have a lot of questions, obviously.
And from the 903, but my payment for the monthly Victory Plus just came out a few days ago. So how is that going to work? That is a good question. I hate to tell you, but my initial thought is either A, you have to eat it, or B, you cancel now with Victory Plus and ask for a percentage-based refund. Because there are companies that will do that. Sometimes whenever it renews for the month, you're screwed. Mm-hmm. But other times when you renew for the month, you're like, oh, I meant to cancel, and they're like, all right, we'll refund 28 days out of the month or whatever the case is. From the 469, does that mean the extra $5 per month per person they're going to buy before the deadline? We were just discussing that. My initial thought would be, I don't know the economics of the split, but there is nothing that has led me to believe that this ownership group would say, yay, more money is coming in, let's spend it.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what the entire approach to all this is, what reasons or what they'll do with it, other than, As we've seen Ray Davis, he cares about his bottom line and where that stands and how much does he have to spend on product to make and create product and do these things, or do I have to not spend to create that at all? And will that help me with the bottom line? And that bottom line changing never matters, in my opinion, Kevin, on whether or not he's going to spend on the team.
I think that feels like a fair hypothesis. And if you have Victory Plus, no, the Rangers are not going to be on Victory Plus, effective immediately. But I've seen a couple of people. I have DirecTV that had Victory Plus. If you have actual DirecTV, I think it's channel 677 or like 677-3 or whatever it is, you should be fine and still get the Rangers game. And like I said, that is one of the reasons I stuck with it, because through all of these changes, Rangers Sports Network has still been available on DirecTV. I do not see anything in there that says that is going to change. This is just new for the direct-to-consumer platform. So that's like person by person, where DirecTV is not really like that.
At the moment, Kevin, I'm going through the process. I'm dragging and dropping my receipt into their form.
So they're making you do a little something.
And maybe that will be the easiest part of it. I just typed in my email address, drag and drop, and then hit submit, and we'll see if that just says, okay, you're good to go, or if it's like they're reviewing my upload. So good luck.
Okay, and for the record, hopefully this will knock out the rest of these questions. From the 817, on buzzer, BZZR, do we have to verify that we're 18 years or older? That is a different site. I know what you're talking about, because I've seen like 8 million texts about that.
But probably if you're going to use a credit card to pay, Kevin, the answer is probably yes.
Yes, but
I don't think they're accepting
different
cash here.
Yes, it is not the other website that starts with a B and has 2 Z's in it. Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm the 817. If Mike isn't on the new broadcast, I'm boycotting. It's an interesting thing. I think they're going to keep the broadcast. I think they want to keep all that together. It's just a different. Like, now the Rangers, their Rangers Sports Network is going to be a little different, I'm presuming.
Yes, I do not see anything in the press release that hints at any other changes, so I would say that will not be the case. All right. As for the Mavericks, we didn't get a chance to pick this up yesterday, but, we had talked earlier in the summer about Merez Johnson and his first Summer League game. And now we have Sergio De La Rey. If you go back to, I believe it was Monday's game, he had 16 points, 2 for 5 from 3. But I think what really this caught my attention is how efficient he was distributing the ball. He had a 3-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio with 12 assists. And again, Summer League game, we've seen some crazy numbers in the Summer League game, but this is how you start to get used to that pseudo-NBA flow. And I think it is cool that you can look back at a Summer League game where Merez scored a whole lot of points, and then you can look at a Summer League game where De La Rey had a lot of assists, and, just hope that you get a little bit of progress under you for Summer League, for the rookies.
Yeah, the Summer League, everything we've seen in the Summer League from every single team so far is that we are going to be awesome in NBA again.
I bet every team thinks that, because, man, some of these rookie stat lines have been tremendous.
I'm not lying. And you're dead on about that. You're right. So far, the Summer League's been hot. I don't know what that exactly means, because what does that mean about the competition they're against?
Right.
Is the competition just as good, or are some of these rookies coming out to be like, no, we are about to take over the NBA? Darren Peterson's like, I was just waiting. My NIL money wasn't as good as my NBA money is about to be, so I was just waiting. So there's a lot going on when it comes to what this Mavs team is. I'm very excited that the Summer League is going to be over soon and we can get focused on NBA part of it, because I want to see how some of these pieces fit in. A lot of us are probably going to think starter, and that dude's a backup, and he has to work his way into this conversation. But Delaria, people were already starting to compare him to Luka on Twitter.
Oh my God,
and his passing and stuff like that. I was like, "What are we doing, guys?
That is insane.
What are we doing right now?"
That is insane. All right, so I will try to potentially set more reasonable expectations.
I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea, dude.
You know what? Go nuts, Mavs Twitter. Be as excited as you want to be for this team. I'm
sorry, real quick. I saw one person as we were watching these videos and compilations. The idea was very similar to the Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie.
Okay.
It's Summer League. It hasn't even started yet.
There you go. Just wait until if he gets 12 assists in the season opener, then it'll be
the movie comes out Friday.
Yeah.
Let's see how they do at the box office.
Here we go. So this team, I still think, is going to look different. I know it's taken longer than I anticipated, but we just heard news, the other day that Klay Thompson was still drawing interest from Miami, even if Miami is not necessarily going to get LeBron, because I know Philly's still trying, Miami's still trying. A lot of people think it's going to be either Golden State or Cleveland. Shams did not have us in the list of final 5 or 6 teams.
Wait till he goes mystery team included.
Okay. Hey, it does feel like usually you default to the mystery team. And so the Heat are interested in Klay Thompson. You still wonder if both Gafford and Washington fit on this team. And I know a lot of focus has been on Washington because some of the comps with Merez, but I actually think you can look at some similarities with him and Gafford. So I still wonder if one of those two players is not back on this team. I wonder if Klay Thompson is not back on this team, and you still need better shooting. And I know that feels counterintuitive to say you're going to trade Klay Thompson, but you need better shooting. It's not the Klay Thompson we had all hoped and dreamed. At least
we kind of knew what we were getting, though, when we got him.
Agreed.
He's been good and fun at times.
Yeah, at times. Yeah, absolutely.
There have been explosive. There have been nights where you're like, that's Klay Thompson.
Absolutely.
But there have also been many moments where you're like, that should have gone in, Klay Thompson.
I agree. But every time I say that this team needs more shooting, there's somebody from the organization to tell me about Biberovic. So Mike Schmitz.
And they finally closed in on him, didn't they?
Yeah, Mike Schmitz is the latest one to talk about it, and he said he's one of the best shooters outside of the NBA. He's a guy who's done it at a really high level in the EuroLeague. Just that combination of size and shooting and IQ was intriguing for us. He's someone the whole group has been high on and really likes. It's a credit to the whole department for that one. So at a time when I think it's going to take a while for De La Rhea, it's going to take a while for Biberovic, I do kind of wonder if the Mavericks are like, don't worry about shooting, bro. We've got some people that are ready to go that I just think are going to take way longer. I will obviously default to their years and years entrenched in scouting and basketball and say, hey, I hope it works.
Okay, I'm watching him shoot right now.
Okay, Biberovic?
Dude could shoot. But I think the main key is they know they have Cooper Flag. And so they're so built in on it. Even he told us that. Schmitz told us that when we had him. He was like, guys, we have Cooper Flag. The foundation, the piece that everybody searches for, already here.
Right.
How fast we can build around him is a different story. And Kevin, if maybe Biberovic is one of those kind of guys that he can come in and shoot very well, and they're like, but he's not a piece for the future, but a team's going to need a shooter.
Right.
And a team's going to need a dude that can do exactly what he does, and that's part of the collecting chips in order to make that happen. But the points are going to come from the idea right now, Kyrie and Cooper Flag.
Now, Alec, while you're training, I have a question for you. If somebody sent in a multi-part inflammatory text that I really, really disagree with, should I just go ahead and address it right now?
It sounds like you're going to anyways, so I digress.
From the 214. It's hilarious how y'all act so excited that the Rangers are now being broadcast on a new site, but we've never even heard of Buzzer. What part of this conversation has led you to believe that? Was it the part where we said we had never heard of it either? Was it the part where we said it's going to be a hassle to transfer your membership? Was it the part where we said if you don't already have a year-long membership, you're going to probably pay $5 more per month? That's the information.
I think it was the part where I was like, all I'm doing is dragging and dropping this file. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know how that leads to you thinking we were saying this kicks ass. And then from the 780-214. Also funny how you didn't mention that one of the minority owners of the Rangers is a partner in Buzzer. We just got this information like 20 minutes ago, and we're still trying to do the show. I told you I clicked on the website. I have not had a chance to research the board of effing directors for Buzzer or know how much of a stakeholder that minority owner is. So pull your head out of your ass and listen better. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the Midsummer Classic, and how MLB won the first half of 2026.
And more excitement about Buzzer.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
28 pitch. Up the middle, and the American League cashes in. Alvarez in to score. Langoliers right behind him. 2-run single, Cody Bellinger.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to fire up some baseball nuggets.
Hey, real quick, Kevin. Somebody said they don't have an app yet. How are they expecting us to watch this? And I do think, like, I'm on my laptop.
That is problematic.
And on the thing, it said you can cast to your TV from the laptop, but I haven't seen if they have an app or not yet. So, but I know you can cast from certain things on the website. So good luck on that.
I was going to say, to be fair, it feels of pretty primary importance to have an app in today's media landscape.
Remember how, like, every single time we brought up Travis Frederick, CA would be like, he built an app.
Yes.
Did you know that? Dude, how smart he is? He built an app. I'd be like, I always forgot until he'd tell me, and I'd be like, holy crap, that is why he's smart. I can't build an app.
No, me neither. By the way, I promise everybody, I'm fine. I did not.
I checked on him.
I did not care for that text.
I checked on him immediately, and he's okay.
Fine.
If like you really want to know, I think we're going to be able to make it through the show.
Okay.
But I'm not completely 100%.
What would Mickey say? We'll find out.
We'll find out.
All right. So the All-Star.
I would say tune in and listen, and you'll see.
That is a great point, man. Should that be our new strategy? Is today the day Kevin's going to flip out again? Like, if you've been listening to the show a long time, you know it has happened before. All right. So the American League dominated the All-Star game last night. They win 4-0. 10 different pitchers recorded a strikeout for the American League, tying the All-Star game record for most pitchers on one team with a strikeout. And of course, as if you would expect anything less, one of those pitchers to get a strikeout was indeed Jacob Latz. He came in, had one hitter, held the lead, and of course got a strikeout. This is also the first shutout since 2013 when the American League also won 3-0. They win last night 4-0. Go ahead. I was going to say, I really liked it before the game, especially given that it was in Philadelphia for the 250th anniversary celebration. The All-Star starters signing the Constitution-esque lineup card with a quill.
You could have done with a pencil.
Dip. I
don't know how often. Man, I want to skip that. Do you do your lineups in pencil or pen?
Ooh.
Have you ever used a quill?
Do you think an inflammatory question would be, which player on this team are you most likely to use pencil for in the lineup?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So do not ask that.
I loved what Latz said after. I'll never forget that. Like, of course you won't, dude. Your opportunity to go in there and be part of an all-star game. He looked the part. He looked like he fit in. We've seen this dude be dominant this year, and I'm glad the rest of the world got to see it last night a little bit, because I know it was a small sample of it. But man, the rest of the country needs to see that this dude could absolutely pitch. Although I kind of also want nobody to see him, so nobody's going to try and steal him from us. But
you could get a haul for him at the trade deadline, right?
What are you doing right now?
No, I'm sorry.
The answer is yes.
I would like to redact
the answer is also
that statement.
No. They offer you a king's ransom, and that's it.
Okay.
And that's so it has to change your franchise. But Kevin, can I say the thing that I liked the most?
Please.
Last night, and I saw some people hate on this.
Oh.
Some people said never put a halftime show in my baseball game again.
Oh.
And I thoroughly enjoyed the J.K. Simmons, conversation about what baseball is to the country and how it's been there throughout time for us. and then those kids ride their bicycles out onto the field and the fireworks start firing off. Sandlot style. And that was the first thing Adrian said. Are they doing Sandlot right now? I was like, look, this is a great look for it.
Yes.
But then they go to all these little shots of these kids on the field. I don't know if they were paid actors. No clue. But you got one kid who almost hit Mike Trout in the stomach with his bat.
Oh,
and I was like, Trout's going to be injured again.
That'd be so sad.
Then there's another one. Freddie Freeman's playing catch with a kid. What? You're on the field in the All-Star game, and Freddie Freeman's like, let's have a catch.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. Here's the one that kind of got me, though, Kevin. I can't remember who the player was. Maybe it was Bryce Harper or Marsh. They're sitting there looking through baseball cards together. They're looking through their baseball cards, and he's showing him.
That's awesome.
Look at this card. Now, I think the case loaders were empty, but even still, like the idea of it was really fun.
All right.
But I thought that was a really cool moment that kind of encapsulated the thing that I think the dream that is baseball for a lot of kids. That you're going to grow up and be one of those big leaguers one day. Being able to hang with them would be most ridiculous thing as one of those kids. But even for us as just regular fans that don't have either one of those anymore, the idea that like that's the piece that baseball brings to us as a people. And I just really enjoyed what they delivered last night. I thought it was and that fireworks show was freaking awesome too.
Is Sandlot a top 3 beloved baseball movie?
I don't know. Because some people hate it, and I don't know why.
Oh, I do.
Because of the Winnie Peppercorn thing and how...
because people get mad when folks have an idealized version of America, even in a movie. It pisses them off.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody got mad that kid, like, made friends so fast or something like that, too. I was like, huh?
Yeah, that's not indicative of what a child goes through. I was like... It's a movie, but okay.
But it was, yeah, I think, and the Ray Charles song playing in the background, too, was just wonderful because that dude, like, that song it's that moment in Sandlot that the kids all stop in the middle of the freaking baseball game that they love so much to watch some fireworks.
Now, a couple more things for you from the game. Junior Caminero, a little bit of a scare there.
Yeah.
He left after getting hit by a pitch. The x-rays were, in fact, negative, so the Tampa Bay Rays, no doubt, breathing a sigh of relief from that. In non-All-Star news, the Astros are finalizing a trade to send Lance McCullers Jr. to the Milwaukee Brewers. I know a lot of people have kept an eye on the Milwaukee Brewers, whether it was Skubal or whatever else, to potentially add to their team, so that they're going to make the move for Lance McCullers Jr. And then this is good news for baseball in general. Games on NBC are averaging 2.51 million viewers on NBC and Peacock. That's 51% up from games on ESPN in the same period last year. And I know people will say, well, that's partially it's broadcast versus cable, and I get that, but that split is not as big as it used to be. So for baseball, they can look at the ratings and say, hey, in this window, we're up 51%, and that is a very positive thing for them. Positive news for the Rangers. Per Jeff Wilson, Sebastian Walcott, the Rangers' far and away top prospect, played last night in the Arizona Complex League.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming there's an Arizona more simplistic league.
The ACL, if you will.
Oh, that's right. Probably not as good as Austin City Limits. It was his
or your knee.
Good point. It was his, man, I was about to power rank the ACLs. Yeah,
That's number one for me, I think.
It was his first game since the UCL brace surgery that he had back in February. He went 1 for 3 with a double and 2 runs scored. So that could be positive in terms of getting him more seasoning for 27, or I'm sure some people will say it will be positive if you want to make a mega move.
He did, as he was DHing, he did strike out on his first at bat.
But he picked it up from there.
Did he?
I mean, yeah.
How many home runs?
None.
What do we care about?
So you are in the strikeout or home run trend?
You know me. I want doubles in the gaps. I want 3 of them, though.
He had a double.
Not one.
Hey, you got to start reasonably. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our brand new World Cup segment, France Revolution. Next right here on The Fan.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time for our brand new World Cup segment, France Revolution. Let's start by, of course, talking about France and Spain, though we have plenty more to get to in this segment. I'd be curious what you guys think about the England and Argentina match in terms of which direction that's going to go. Man, the betting lines on that are super tight. But the upset...
nobody knows, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because the numbers for England versus Argentina versus a draw they're not the same, but they're pretty close together. All right, let's go to cut number 9. This is the penalty kick that was set up before the hydration break in the first half. We go to Telemundo for the call.
Mikel Oyarzabal, gol.
Going.
De España, Mikel Oyarzabal pone el 1-0. Tic-tac, boom.
I love the end of that. I thought or perhaps other folks thought the Fox call of that was a bit underwhelming.
Oh, man.
So Spain wins 2-0. They set a couple of marks in this run. They now have a 37-match unbeaten streak. That's the longest by a men's UEFA team. Although, keep in mind, if you lose in penalties, it is not counted as a loss in this unbeaten streak. It is just counted as a draw. So, like, if Spain were to lose in penalties in the World Cup final, they would now have a 38-match unbeaten streak, which is weird to me, but they did not ask my thoughts on this. Also, the 6 clean sheets the 6 clean sheets for Spain are the most in a single World Cup ever. And I realize you're going to see some of those records change because you're adding another knockout round game. And so we'll see if they can tag on even another one. But they've only given up 1 goal in this World Cup.
Yeah, Kevin, that was my big concern yesterday whenever I was discussing with you, should I go ahead and keep all this money?
Right.
The $10 that I dropped on there and the $11 that I was up, which would have totaled $22.
What?
Well, it was like, it was $11.90 something.
Okay.
And it actually worked up to $12 before the game started.
Man, you sound like my wife rounding that price down.
Actually, it may have been even $13 because I think it was a $9.99 bet or something. It was something ridiculous. Anyway, long story.
Okay.
But the whole point was Spain had been so good defensively.
Yep.
I just didn't trust. I think a lot of times the defense will figure a way. There's a reason their defense is so good. There's a reason they are as effective as they are, and it's not because they just do one thing. It's because they adapt to whatever offense they're playing against. That's what I've always thought about whenever I say defense wins championships. It's the coordinator and a player's ability to adapt to whatever the offense does and stop them from what they do best. And Kylian Mbappe yesterday stood no chance. Spain packed it in yesterday, but was also so aggressive. They stepped to so hard. Every single time the ball got to somebody, it seemed like there was already a defender on them, even in the midfield. They were so effective at that. And even at the front, they were pressuring up front so hard. That was what I was like. There have been times I've watched Spain look a little passive in things and a little disorganized. Yesterday, they looked like they were ready to beat France no matter what, and their defense was the key to it. They had some spectacular offensive goal plays, though. But man, they were offside more times than I've ever seen anybody. And Lamine Yamal did nothing again, essentially.
Which makes a stat like this weird. Since joining Real Madrid, Kylian Mbappe is 0-6 when facing Lamine Yamal in a knockout match for both club and country. So, that's a real stat. But at the same point, I don't know. Although he did draw the penalty, right?
Yes, he did.
So
okay. Let's talk about that, too. That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Is it because Jamal came flying into the screen and the guy hit him, and you're like, is that really his fault?
He just flew into the guy's leg. The guy was, turning to kick the ball, and he intentionally ran in there and got kicked. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Is there, all right, as long as we're talking
I'm sure there's somebody out there that's like, nope, that's the way the rule is. That's fine. Looks stupid to me.
Do you think there's any chance that France lost because they had to play with collars? I always think it's weird that France plays in what looks like a polo.
Doesn't England also? They used to.
They're doomed today, then.
Yeah.
I just, clearly it's worked out just fine for them for the most part.
That Beckham, the red jersey with the collar.
I just think it's weird.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And why? Why put a collar on a jersey?
I don't know.
To make it stand out a little bit?
Look
is the
more
only thing
gentlemanly,
I can think of? Yeah.
Perhaps?
Yeah.
Now, Kylian Mbappe, it was his first World Cup game with no shots on goal since the 2022 quarterfinals against England. He had thoughts because that is the brilliance and madness of Kylian Mbappe. He usually has thoughts, and sometimes people don't want to hear them. He said, "We were 3-2 in the midfield against Spain. That's hard. And Fabian and Rodri had plenty of time to play. There was a lack of communication on the press. I think we should have done man-to-man press and forced them to run with us." And so he had some issues with the tactics by an admittedly sloppy France team in that match yesterday.
Dude, you're right, because how many times did I talk about how beautiful their passing was?
Absolutely.
I will also admit, he needs to admit this too, give Spain that credit for making you look sloppy.
Yeah.
Their aggressiveness every time the ball moved, that's why they looked sloppy, because Kevin, whenever you have more pressure on you, a lot of teams would sit back and be like, what are they going to do? And then they're reacting. And they were forcing France to react offensively. And that's not a good thing for offenses. Offenses need to be able to force defenses to react. And they couldn't do that yesterday.
Weird question for you. Do you think Mbappe is more likely to half-ass it on Saturday in the third-place match that is a thing? Or do you think he's like, that's fine?
More likely to half-ass it.
Okay.
Just based on what I hear about the guy,
right,
is like, if it's not the championship, what am I even doing here?
Yeah. I get you, and he's a hell of a player, but that is part of it.
I did see there was a shot from Mbappe from the left side. Was that not clean enough to actually be considered a shot? Because he was down, it was very close to the goal.
Was it kind of like a cross?
He's left side, and he shot, and the goalie, maybe it was a cross. It looked more like a cross.
Because I think they say shot on target, and so that might have been the argument, is the goalie just cut it off like it was a cross and not a shot. Thus, it did not count.
If that thing had gone in, it would have been the smallest window possible based on where he was at the angle.
Now, a couple of other things from yesterday's match. I saw Timothy Chalamet got to meet the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Now, I think that was at the Tonight Show, but super soccer fan.
Cool for him.
He was really excited.
We've met the Cowboys cheerleaders plenty of times.
Is a good point. Did you think that...
I'm glad that some other people in the world get to.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Were you sad at all that Jerry got booed, or...
I don't...
Surprised? Do you care?
I am a little curious as to why. I guess not all of those fans are just France and Spain fans. Am I correct here in this thinking?
Sure, I'm sure.
But if it was just France and Spain fans, what are they booing Jerry Jones for? What a wonderful stadium that was for you to be able to watch that match in air conditioning.
Do you think it's because there are Cowboys fans everywhere?
Probably. You know what, Kevin? If I'm Jerry, that's probably the way I'm spinning it too.
Sure.
Because I was just confused as to why. But if you're right, if there are Cowboys fans in France and Spain, which Broadus has told us in England, there's a huge legion of Cowboys fans over there.
Oh,
which makes sense considering their football club.
There are a lot of parallels. I'll tell you this. I will tell you this. If England wins the World Cup like a month after the Knicks won the NBA Finals, I will start to believe that once great franchises that have descended into nonsense could maybe come up in the world in the NFL as well.
But I just maybe there is a scenario where the Cowboys actually are the most worldwide team.
Sure.
And Jerry, if I'm him, I would spin it that way. And I would say, guys, y'all do understand we're not just America's team anymore. We're the world's football team.
Okay.
And whenever we're not successful, that falls on me. And I understand their frustration, and I want I want to win it for them too now. And all the Americans are going to be like, dude, you can't go around claiming other countries now. You're always been America's team. Did you forget about us?
Now, since we just had the last match in Arlington or in the greater Metroplex area, if you want, because we had 9, the most of any facility or area. Man. Did our audience get to go to any World Cup match? I know a lot of these happened either A, while we were doing the show, or B, the second the show ended, like yesterday's match. So I really want to know, did much of our audience get to go to a World Cup match? And if you didn't, was it strictly the price that kept you out? So yesterday, the crowd was 70,176 fans. That pushes the total attendance for the World Cup in Arlington to 631,843. Now, based off of potential capacity, that means that Dallas Stadium was filled to 99.3% of capacity across the 9 matches.
With curtains?
Yes, I'm aware, yes. Which I'm sure is kind of agitating to hear that there was 0.7 not filled up at any point, because there are fans out there who are like, I would love to go if you could help me out a little bit on the price. And then the Arlington mayor and great wrestling commentator Jim Ross said it looks like the June hotel revenue is more than $31 million. Here's a comp for that. In November of 2024, the city hosted 3 Cowboys games and the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight.
Okay.
And they generated $23.5 million in hotel revenue. So with 3 Cowboys games and a mega fight that obviously, regardless of the fact that it was stupid, it drew a whole lot of people and interest. And the World Cup in June's economic impact for just hotels was $7.5 million higher than that. The preliminary estimates for the economic impact on Arlington are about $160 million. That's roughly half of what the city gets from AT&T in a year.
Oh, wow.
So just keep that in.
So the city's going to try and figure out ways to have more things similar to this for their economy.
And I will say once again what that thing is going to be. The 2031 U.S. Women's World Cup. I have firmly believed.
You want the final here.
I believe the final will be here. Since the second that Arlington did not get the final for this World Cup, because if you talk to some people who were involved in the process, they will tell you, we thought there was a really good shot, if not a probable shot, they were going to get the final. Once they got a semifinal, I think the 2031 Women's World Cup final will be at AT&T Stadium.
Well, do you think that's a good concession to say we got the most games and we also get the women's final?
I do, because the other reason I think you would get the women's final is not even a concession, but they set up their communications hub here. Mm-hmm. So clearly FIFA recognized, whether it's the most number of matches, whether it's putting your media center here, they were like, this is a good centralized location. Mm-hmm. And I think it feels like, unlike the Super Bowl when the weather screwed us over, it feels like everyone has been pretty positive, not only about the stadium, but about the venues around the stadium, whether it's Texas Live or any number of other bars, pubs, or whatever, to host these watch parties that Arlington and the greater Metroplex has got pretty good reviews for this.
Plus, I mean, like Zlatan and Beckham, you show them some barbecue and give them a cowboy hat.
True. Erling Haaland will vote for us.
Alex Morgan and Trinity Rodman and some cowboy hats, and we just perpetuate the idea that we all wear cowboy hats and ride horses around here.
You know what I would like to do right now? I would like to nominate Erling Haaland to be on our World Cup team in terms of the pitch for 2031.
Because he's like, this is so cool.
Yeah, he thinks Texas is the best. And he's like, these people are so nice. Yeah. So I would like to pitch that out. By the way, are you concerned at all on...
You said pitch in soccer. That's fun, dude.
Are you concerned at all for England
that their manager talked about how sloppy they were in the quarterfinal, and Jude Bellingham was like, "Are you kidding me? Has he ever played in a match like this?"
Oh my gosh!
And then Harry Kane had to step out, and I want to read an actual sentence and quote from BBC Sport. Remember, I didn't write this sentence, and I have never heard this word used like this before, but I love it. But Harry Kane rubbished the idea of a rift in the camp and told BBC Sport, "What's all this then?" No, I'm just kidding.
Come now.
When you are playing a game like that and asked a question 5 minutes after the final whistle and he really didn't know what the manager had said, what do you want Jude to say? We've just been through a tough battle. It's really tough out there. I wanted you to know that
Jude played his ass off.
He did.
Too, so yeah.
I wanted you to know what Harry Kane had said, but I also wanted you to hear the sentence, but Kane rubbished the idea of a... I mean, I get it, but I've never heard it used like that before.
That a lot.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the online dating world is literally turning into Black Mirror. Next on The Fan. you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, the website is Buzzer. BZZR.com. Though it is good to know how much of our audience knows about a
other website
that starts with a B and has two Z's in it.
Also, don't forget, you can listen to the Ranger games right here on 105.3 The Fan for absolutely free. And guess what? Hall of Fame radio voice Eric Nadell calls those games.
That is very true. Very true. But you know what?
And Matt Hicks.
Oh,
so good.
In your face, Jared.
And,
right now.
Oh, and I was going through my list. You got to let me finish,
Okay.
Kevin.
It's your time, Alec.
Also, Jared.
Okay, right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the online dating scene is literally turning into an episode of Black Mirror.
Oh, that's a good show.
Never seen it.
Especially the first 3 seasons. I'll tell you this, Corey.
You told me I could only watch 1 or 2 episodes at a time.
Agreed, because there's multiple episodes that made me need to leave the house. But I'll tell you this, and this is a good thing for Black Mirror, because y'all are busy people.
I'm a busy man.
Watch the first 15 minutes of the very first episode from season 1. If you don't like it, turn it off and move on from your life.
Because I won't like it beyond that?
Because you won't like it. Now, they're all like singularly focused, more or less, episodes. But if that idea is too far for you, you should bail on the show.
We got the question of the day today, which you can always find on Twitter before the show, at Alec on the radio, on the Twitter X world, whatever you want to call it. Today, gentlemen. Yeah. Today is National Give Something Away Day, which we're going to do in the noon o'clock hour.
Almost did it, dude.
Yeah, don't do it during my segment, please.
Man, that would be a giant pain for him.
Yes.
Yeah, also on the hold on
He has
a
an
second.
assistant today.
That doesn't know how to do any of that yet.
I like that's the idea that he's the assistant. He knows how to talk on the phone.
Yes, but not the procedural stuff, Kevin. There is legalities to this.
He has to write things down and then give it to you, and then you can do those things.
I don't need. I hear you on the procedural stuff. I'm saying he can stall for time by just talking to that person on the phone and be like, Alec will be ready in 12 minutes. And then like just continue the conversation, you know?
That would be so boring.
So what's your favorite thing to wear? You know, stuff like that.
Just small talk with a stranger. Look at that. But we're not strangers. We're all Tolos together.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, today's National Give Something Away Day, so the question of the day is, what is something you should get rid of, but you can't bring yourself to do it? 877-881-1053. For me...
Call of Duty.
Oh.
I should get rid of it. I'm sorry, Alec. Go ahead, and I'll talk more about Call of Duty.
No, that's actually interesting. I didn't think on like that kind of level of...
I need to get rid of it because then I would spend more time doing other things.
Yeah, I didn't think of a hobby when I thought of this.
Yeah, if I get rid of Call of Duty, then I'll finally finish my book. I'll finally finish, writing all those songs that I have, partially written, and then, maybe build another house, with my bare hands.
Oh, wow.
You have bare hands?
Yeah, bare hands.
Oh. Interesting.
Swipe hard.
Thank you for that. That was wholesome. Kevin, your thoughts?
So I would say one of the great things about having friends who have children that are younger than your kid.
Get rid of a child?
I'm not going to get rid of the child. Is you can get rid of the toys and stuff.
Oh, it's so
that
nice.
are cluttering up, and they're like, "Hey,
clothes?
Yes," and they're like, "Thank you so much," and it is a nice thing to do. But at the same point, there's like a tiny part of you that's like, "Yes, please, our house is overrun by too many little people
Taking
as
up
it
too
is."
much space, yeah. No, you're right. Little people are the best. Dude,
The
little people, by the way, you
toy,
need to keep those up.
For the record,
keep those. Those are valuable.
We just gave some away.
Those things are like He-Man toys.
Yeah. Dude, my dad is still so mad to this day that for whatever reason, whenever him and his sister moved out of the parents' house years ago, she got all of his Star Wars figures for whatever reason, and she sold them like instantly, and he had some of the most rare ones that are selling for hundreds of dollars that he kept in pristine condition. He'll every now and then go on eBay just to make himself mad, to look at what some of these are selling
That's like
for.
Mike.
Yes. Like he knows he knows the exact things that he had, and he kept some of them in their packages, sealed up and everything, and he's like, I could have been $5,000 richer.
Do you think it's weird at all that He-Man has characters named Fisto and Ram Man?
I saw the movie. They made that.
They were
joke.
part. They were part of the cartoon, though.
They made that joke multiple times.
Yeah, because that movie is very tonally uneven.
It is.
I told
Dude, you
you.
were so right about that. The tone of it, you just be like, "Oh my gosh, it's the campiest thing ever."
They're like, "Oh, it's Fisto." Ha ha ha. Next
The world is on the
he's
line.
dying.
He sounds like a character from that new website we were just talking about.
No, don't feed into that.
Somebody did text in and say that one of the actors from that website lives in their neighborhood in Southlake.
That's interesting. Actor or actress?
I think actress.
What a loose use of that word, too.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you say, loose?
Do you call them actresses? Actors?
They're playing a role, aren't they?
They're on screen and they're acting.
Okay.
Yeah, there's cameras. They're getting paid.
They're not really handy people.
Not all of them.
They're not really stuck in the dryer or whatever it is. Or the washer.
You thought they were really stuck in the dryer?
Johnny is not actually a doctor.
Their stepbro got them out.
People have been texting. Jeez.
That's the one that broke you? Really? Okay, I'm going to move on before we get booted off the air. But let's see, from the 972, this is actually a pretty good one. My Letterman jacket from high school. Never wear it, doesn't fit. My wife says it takes up space in the closet, but I can't get rid of it, and I'm nearly 40.
Let me ask you a question about that. If it did still fit,
shut up.
Then would it be okay to keep? Like where?
We're talking about shirts. I'm sorry.
No, the Letterman's jacket.
Oh, I have mine still.
Okay.
And I also got mine my senior year. I should have gotten it a lot earlier, and so I never really wore it. It was in the springtime. I was like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
And so I've had it. It hung up in the closet for a long time. One day I went to grab to just check it out and like put it on to show Adrian and the kids. And like the leather part, I guess it was vinyl or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was all sticky and slimy. And I was like, what is
Ew.
this? So I still put it into a plastic bag and put it up in the attic. I don't know why. Why is it in the attic?
Man, that is a good question.
I could not bring myself to throw this thing away. So I still have it, but I never use it. Why am I going to go back to the high school and be like, guys, I have a Letterman jacket?
And is that what people want to see? You're like, wow, neat.
I'm glad you brought that up because I do have beef to bring up. Shout out to Nate Wood, the former fan host years and years ago who taught me in high school at MISD. He has still not called me back to come speak to these kids and inject life into the future of radio broadcasting.
Wow.
Neither has UT Arlington. What's the deal, man?
Come on, y'all.
I want to give a TED Talk.
In fact, Nate Wood is just Kevin. So it's alternate Kevin.
Yeah.
I wish we had a copy of that show where it sounded like I was having a schizophrenic breakdown because we sound so similar.
Having a conversation with himself, man.
Yeah.
From the 214, something that they need to get rid of, but they just can't. Either my 5-year-old son or the 2-year-old son. One of them's got to go. They constantly fight.
I get it.
Oh, man.
You know what? Here's what's
They
going
can
to happen.
coexist.
Here's what's going to happen. Because I thought we were there too. I thought either Avery or Carter's going to have to go. And
how long was this thought process?
Huh?
Oh, no. Do you still think that?
No.
Okay.
We're done with that at this point.
Okay.
Luckily. Dude, they are best friends now. It is the coolest thing to see. Like the other day, Avery went to Carter's room and knocked on his door, and we went, hey, he's at his girlfriend's house. And he goes, what's the point of even having a brother if he's not always there?
Oh, that's nice.
And I was like, I've never, because at one point you told me he's not the kind of person that I think I'll ever want to hang out with.
Damn.
And I was like, just be nice. At least be cordial to him in the house is all I asked. And now it's just like they're constantly like, hey, what's he doing? Whoa, what's he doing? And they're hanging out and doing all sorts of stuff together. And it's the most beautiful thing. So right now, I know it seems like a struggle. One day, no matter how hard you try to push them to be friends, one day it's just going to naturally happen. And they're going to have a lot of love and respect for each other.
See, from the 817, something I need to get rid of, but just can't, the wife.
I figured that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Is it because RJ has told us how expensive divorce is? And you're like, ooh,
yeah,
never mind.
Just hang on. It's got to end at some point, right?
Oh, my gosh. Oof.
From the 480. Interesting area code. High school baseball shirts. I have all of my high school track stuff still. None of it fits.
Why do you still have it?
Just nostalgia. I don't know, because like
Wouldn't one of those fill that void then?
No, because we won district every single year I was there, so I want all those T-shirts. We were state qualifiers, I think 2 years that I was there, so I wanted those too. And then some still fit from my senior year. Some of our like training and workout gear for the weight room still fits. So I still wear that to work out. That counts. But the other stuff, they just sit in a drawer, and I'm like, I need to get rid of this. But nostalgia is a drug to me.
Okay.
I cannot get rid of that stuff even though I need to. Appreciate the interaction there for the question of the day for National Give Something Away Day. But, guys, I fear the online dating scene is about to become an episode of Black Mirror. So, the former founder of the dating app Hinge, Justin McLeod, has built the app literally from an episode of Black Mirror called Hang the DJ.
Oh, that is a great episode.
After spending nearly 15 years teaching millions of people how to swipe right, McLeod walked away from the company Hinge, and he said that the model that he built doesn't work. So, the person who basically defined modern online dating is building a new dating service that sounds straight out of that episode of Black Mirror and has put $18 million behind it. So this thing is actually happening. It is called Overtone. Overtone is going to let you get to know people in your own words. And it only makes an introduction when it believes that two people are genuinely worth putting together. There is no swiping. There is no seeing these people. There is no matching process on your end. You tell this AI-based app about yourself, you provide all your information, you provide pictures and whatnot, and the algorithm quietly decides who you end up with. It ultimately pairs you up with one person, and you do not have a say in it. It is fully based on if a computer decides you are compatible with another person. So, this episode of Black Mirror, in that episode, the algorithm basically assigns relationships, and it can calculate a partner with a 99.8% compatibility score. He's not proposing that same level of success or anything, but there is no actual input that you can provide other than a description of yourself. You do not get to pick who you match with. AI does. Is this the future of online dating?
Man, and that is a really good episode. There's also, by the way, an old school Simpsons clip with Dr. Frank.
Of course.
He talks about the future of computers, and he goes, my prediction: in the future, computers will be twice as big, and only the 5 richest kings in the world will be able to own them, or something like that. And they asked about computer dating, and he goes, but the problem is, the matches would be so perfect, they would take away all romance that has ever existed. And, like, obviously all of that turned out to be incorrect. But, yeah, that is a little odd.
This is creepy. I'm not going to lie. This is totally creepy.
I have no clue how I'll ever handle things if something was to happen to Adrian. I had no clue. I just don't know.
I have many a Black Mirror episode for you that addresses not only Hang the DJ, there are several other episodes that address that entire thing, from Be Right Back to a couple of others that address that specific issue.
I don't want to watch them.
Well, I'm just saying.
I just need to take care.
You should watch them to prepare.
No.
And just hope.
No,
You
I'm
prepare for
going
the
first.
worst. Hope for the best.
I'm
Prepare
going
for the
first,
worst.
whether she likes it or not.
Is that legal?
I have to.
Okay, well.
I can't handle it, dude.
There you go.
I'm crying just right now thinking about it.
It doesn't seem like you're crying.
I love her so much.
I believe that, but you're not crying. Fraud.
Yeah.
Let's wait.
It's not real love.
Hold on, I just saw this girl looking at this guy's pecs. Have you seen it? It was the Mexico game. Look at her, just staring right at that guy. Can you believe that?
We're the
deep
KNC
internet.
masterpiece. Thanks for that. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFC playoff team from 2025 is most likely to miss the postseason in 2026? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll hear from Nick Harris at 4:20.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Young is trying to scramble out of it, and he cuts back. Flows. Touchdown! Panthers! Jatavian Sanders! But Bryce Young made it all happen.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and ripping.
And why do you sound sad?
I don't know, dude. That last part of that segment,
Your wife's fine.
I hope so.
Okay.
I'm going to text her and see how she's doing.
Okay. All right.
Tell her about Buzzer.
Good.
Send the right link.
To go check out that website.
Yes, indeed. So let's start with the wide receivers. So ESPN put out their top 10 for wide receiver. Now, this is via the scouts, executives, and coaches. Otherwise, I would say that ESPN was just being lazy because they put CeeDee Lamb at 6 and George Pickens at 7.
What?
That is, however, I guess how the voting played out. Last year, CeeDee Lamb was 4, so he dropped from 4 to 6. But just a reminder that considering he was all-pro the season, I believe, before that, and then he was 4 and 6, the people who think he's not a #1 wide receiver need to shut up.
This is the most accurate list that they've done so far.
Ooh, okay. I want to get to that. CeeDee Lamb, highest rank was 3. You assume behind the top 2, which we'll get to in Jefferson or Chase and Jefferson. And lowest, people had him outside of the top 10. George Pickens, highest ranking he got was 5, and he was also outside of the top 10 by others. Not surprisingly.
Should have been an All-Pro.
He was an All-Pro.
First team.
Oh.
They just let anybody in nowadays. So.
Last year's #1, Jamar Chase. This year's #1, Jamar Chase. Last year's #2, Justin Jefferson. This year, once again, Justin Jefferson. It does feel like it is hard to argue against the 1-2 of Chase Jefferson, even if you flip the roles.
And, you absolutely can flip the roles.
Sure.
Both of them can do such a variety of things in the receiving game, short game, long game. They can both go deep. They can both catch things underneath and turn them into big plays. They're interchangeable receivers for me. And it really is kind of you just pick whichever one you like more.
Right.
Ultimately. And Chase has I think there's an idea that Chase might be a little stronger because he's a little thicker in the legs and has a little more navigation to him. But Justin Jefferson has a size advantage that's pretty special. Yeah, man.
Now, from there is where it got more interesting. Jackson Smith and Jigba comes in at #3.
Nobody would have thought that until last year.
He did receive #1 votes, by the way.
Last year, nobody would have thought that coming into the season, but what they did offensively was special, and he made, Kevin, some captivating catches.
Agreed.
That's the other thing, too. So that's why I say this top 3, in my opinion, is accurate right now.
And then from there, we go 4, Puka Nacua, 5, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then the 2 aforementioned Cowboys. And then the rest of the top 10, Nico Collins, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Adams.
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown might tell you he's at least #3, if not #1.
I bet.
He's that kind of confidence guy. But you could put him up at #3 too. But that top 5, those are the 5 best receivers in my opinion right now.
Okay, all right. No, I think that is. I think that's probably fair. Now, looking at the playoff picture for the NFC from last year, I think I know the answer. It's partially why I played that cut to come back. Who do you think is the most likely NFC playoff team from last year that will be bumped from the playoffs this year?
Oh, that is a good one. Go ahead and throw all the teams out for me, Kevin.
The Bears, the Eagles, the Panthers, the Rams,
Panthers.
Is that
because they didn't dominate their division.
Okay.
Like that division stunk, and they got into the playoffs. It's not like they went out there and dominated everybody. They were good. They beat us. They almost beat the Rams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I still just don't believe was that a 1-year thing for them. And can they grow and develop as an offense? Maybe that was their cap offensively. Maybe that's as good as Bryce Young can be. But I think it would definitely be, in my opinion, the Panthers, because I think you can interchange a couple teams in there.
And then you, of course, have the 49ers, Packers, and your defending Super Bowl champions, the Seattle Seahawks. I'm inclined.
Think Sam Darnold can do it again?
I don't know, but I still think that team will be good because of their defense. And we just mentioned the wide receiver who came to his own. And I will tell you, like Jackson Smith and Jigba from the Metroplex and Rockwall is immensely talented. I still think Sam Darnold gets some of the credit for his ascension.
Packers could get knocked out.
See,
and I'm not just saying that to irritate Aiden.
Is it the divisional strength? So it's funny that you say that. So the Panthers could get knocked out because they were only in there because their division sucks. Mm-hmm. But that's also why they could stay, right? Whereas the Packers, I think we would think logically, are probably a better team than the Panthers, but they might get knocked out because of how good their division is. Like if you swap divisions, do you have any question going into this season that you feel like the Packers would win that other division and the Panthers would probably finish last in their new division?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
And so, I think the Panthers probably make a lot of sense. From the 8-1-7, the Eagles and the 49ers are going to fall out of the playoffs this year. All right, let's go from that to John Gruden is reportedly going to do some play-by-play announcing for the NFL in the preseason. I know he had said he would love a play-by-play gig in the NFL. This is interesting given all of the legal issues that him and the league have had.
Name a legal issue.
The fact that he thought he was irresponsibly fired by cherry picking certain things that he said versus all of the other people that the NFL covered up for.
You can overcome that.
It's interesting.
And forgive.
I guess you can.
Mm-hmm. And, if those favors can work each other out, right? Hey, dude, he's still popular. Like, that's just the reality.
Oh, I agree with that.
Is like the stuff he did on Barstool just ate that up. And every single college team that sent him stuff, he still brings eyeballs and ears. So both sides are like, we can navigate this.
We'll see how he does and what the future could mean. Now, for the NFL Top 100, it's funny since we were talking about wide receivers. Number 66 on the NFL Top 100, Drake London, moving up from 97. And then number 65 is Roquan Smith. So we go to Drake London. He was put at number 14 on the ESPN wide receiver list. Great at the 50-50 catch, great in the red zone. Could you see Drake London, I guess, being I'm not saying the best receiver, but being a breakout from the pack guy where you're like, oh yeah, he's top 5, 6?
It's a little high considering who the top 6 are.
And who his quarterback is.
But I definitely could see him moving in the top 10.
Okay.
And it definitely does come down to his quarterback play has to rise. Because he can make some plays on his own, but it's all the other things, the plays that go missing that could be his. Those are the ones that I think that you don't see. Because you're going to see the highlights. You're not going to see the moments where your quarterback didn't realize he was open or I can't make that throw. So I think that's a definite thing there. But yeah, I think I can definitely see him, his body type, his speed, the things he does so well, going to the next level with it. And offensive coordinators' creative use of him.
Yeah.
Because if they make a decision to do what freaking Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams did years ago, and he was like, I have one receiver. I'm throwing to him all the time, and you can try and stop him, but you're not going to.
Now, you remember a couple weeks ago we talked about Geno Smith and the alleged assault. So he is not being charged with that. But what's really interesting is the New York Post was able to snag some of the details of the accusations. And Geno Smith, at the time, told the police that his accuser tried to steal $20 million in jewelry from him.
Oh, yeah, that much jewelry.
That is a
so
lot.
much. I'm sorry, that's the first thing I thought. I shouldn't be judging how much jewelry you have.
Yeah, don't steal.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's exactly what I should be thinking.
Well, like never mind.
Dang, that's a lot of jewelry, dude.
If somebody tries to steal that from you, I could see how
you'd be mad.
Yeah, that would go sideways.
You would throw something at them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers at the All-Star break. Are they better, worse, or about the same as you thought they would be? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers at the All-Star break. Are they better, worse, or about the same?
Burse.
As what you thought they would be. By the way, I want to shout out to Brandon Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo is all of us. Because he said this, quote, "It's a little bit confusing when they say the first half and the second half. Because technically it's not. We're past the halfway point. We're kind of looking at more of a sprint when we get back. I talk about the marathon, but it's like you're really getting into the hunt of things, and decisions are going to be made over the next 3 weeks on what teams are going to compete and what teams are not." So I just really like the fact that he pointed out that the first and second half thing is kind of nonsense.
Yeah. I get it.
Not for you?
I get it. It's you're being a little too technical, Brandon.
And you can understand why I would like that.
I understand you and your technicalities. There's no gray area for Kevin Hagelin.
Sometimes that is where I struggle.
But it's an easier way for us as simple people of America with America's pastime, Kevin.
Okay.
To just look at it and go, that's kind of the halfway point for me.
Okay.
Is the season now, and plus baseball is so difficult. And so strenuous with so many games in the season.
Right.
That the last half of the season, Kevin, even though it's shorter, feels longer.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Most people say that.
Okay. I need to look more into that. You know what? We're going to have Tim Kirkjian on tomorrow at noon. Maybe we could ask him that.
Yeah.
Maybe most people say that.
Yeah.
It'll be like, you're
and if
right.
he agrees with me, then he's a very honest man, and I like him.
And if he doesn't?
Well, I have to send him to the Supreme Court.
Okay. So the Rangers are on pace to go 83-79. They're first place in an absolutely awful AL West. Before the season started...
You say awful, and you've also said many times, Kevin, that the American League is bad.
The American League sucks.
Who won last night?
The American League. That's a good point.
Who struck out 15 times?
That is a little confusing.
So
the
I think the reality, Kevin, is what I've been saying all along. Just like they say in the SEC, it means more in the American League.
Okay,
and
well...
then we just beat up on each other all the time.
In the National League, I believe they have 11 teams that are at 500 or better, and the American League has 5, including the Rangers, who have a negative run differential.
Because there's so many good teams that all the scores...
Did you know that only 3 of the 5 teams in the American League that are above 500 have a positive run differential?
It's tough whenever you got this good pitching. You saw 15 strikeouts for the National League, Kevin. This is very tough pitching to go up against. It's tough to get runs.
But wouldn't it all... Never mind. Nope, I'm not doing this. I know this is going to end in frustration.
One after another,
for me.
baby. I got a whole slate of them.
I'm not doing this. So, you can talk about the team to start, and then we can get into individual players. Is this Rangers team better, worse, or about where you thought they would be?
Honestly, better.
Oh, okay.
I can't say nominally better, but so I guess they're kind of about where I thought they'd be. But I didn't think they would be in first place in the division by any means. I was like, man, in my mind, wild card was the way that they were going to maybe slip in. Even though I think the only way to really do it is by winning the division. Like that guarantees you a spot.
Right.
Hoping for the wild card is very tough. But I just didn't. There were so many question marks on where you were going to get runs. There were so many ifs. We didn't think Jock Peterson was going to give us anything.
Yes.
The health of Corey Seager's kind of played out the way we thought it would. We didn't know if the pitching would regress a little bit. That was something that we were kind of like, oh no. But we didn't know that. But we kept thinking we're going to have to win every single before the season, Kevin. Every single game is going to have to be 2-1. Like that's how you have to score 2 runs.
Yeah.
And then we found out, oh crap, we might have to score 4. And so now I think they're a little bit better than I thought they were going to be, because the rest, you can say the rest of the division stinks, but I didn't think they would be first place in this division by any means.
From the 817, well, Kevin, we're not 96-0, so I got to say worse.
There you go. Good point.
And we're going to need to alter this text a little bit from the 806. I love the Rangers, but I never have high expectations for them. Outside of 23, the last 12 years, they've been a bad team. They did win the division 15 and 16. So let's just edit that to the last 9 years or 10 seasons, if you like. Then I totally understand that. From the 817, the American League is a joke, and they said the Rangers are bad. Here's the thing about that. They're not. I think they're wildly mediocre. But I wouldn't necessarily say they're bad because they are 2 games above 500. I don't think they're good either. I just think they're middle of the pack, and we can ask Kirkjian this tomorrow. I think the idea of them going for it is a mistake because of how amazingly mediocre they are. But
you can think that.
And I do.
And you can. I'll let you.
Thank you.
But you can absolutely understand what I mean by what Chris Young is doing.
For sure.
My argument to this is he thinks he's not here to rebuild.
For sure.
And nor will he ever be. I don't think, Kevin, he'll ever be here to rebuild. I think he'd rather work somewhere else and go try and have a winner than start all over from scratch with this thing.
And it is hard to argue to the person in the job or to the franchise in the job. We're going to tear it down when we're in first place. Right now, the Rangers would be in the playoffs. And I realize it's because the American League is not good. But keep this in mind. Right now, even if the Rangers lost their division lead to Seattle, they would still be in the playoffs. So I can see how you're in that room, you're busting your butt every single day for this team to be like, we're tearing it down, even though you'd be in the playoffs right now. I understand how that would probably be a brutal strategy that would really undercut, I think, a lot of the younger guys in that locker room to be like, oh, great. Thanks for taking away our playoff run.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious on the front of how do you completely change this thing? Because a lot of times people are just like, well, sell every one of your older veterans, and like you just said, now your younger guys, what do they have to live for? And I mean, obviously, to live for a lot more, but in baseball terms. And so then you're like, well, guys, we're putting this on you, and we're building the teams around you, and you're like, our owner's not spending anything. He's not doing anything to make this thing any better. We had a really good team. That's just I believe that Chris Young is not a dude that's going to just say, this is what our plan is going to be. And somebody just texted in and said, okay, here you guys go, hyping up the Rangers because of their new buzzer
They did not
deal.
say that. They did not say that.
Hold on. Where did it go?
That is, I hope.
From the 214. Oh, here you guys go, hyping up the Rangers season because of the new buzzer contract.
I hope that person is being sarcastic. I really hope that person is being sarcastic. Now, somebody, you talk about you just need a chip and a chair. Somebody texted that in. I would have thought that way last year. Because last year, with the starting pitching and the bullpen, honestly, the way it was going, I would have been like, sure, just get in the tournament. Take your chances. You don't feel that. I don't feel that way about the pitching this year whatsoever. This pitching has been wildly inconsistent. Now, the bullpen, because of injuries or ineffectiveness, they have now really struggled because of injuries or just overall mediocre effectiveness. You've had to scramble on the starting pitching front. I get it. And if you're in the playoffs, that's a good thing. But I just don't view this as a team that I'll take my chances with in the playoffs right now. Now, the good news is you still have plenty of time to prove that you're worthy of it, even a couple of weeks up until the trade deadline, to prove that you're worthy of maybe making a bolder move.
I'll disagree with you on one front.
Okay.
I don't care what Nathan Eovaldi does all year long. I have 1 billion, this is blind faith, that when you put him in a playoff game, he gives you everything you need, whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's the one. Here's with DeGrom where I'm a little weird. That first inning and whatever is going on there, I have concerns. From there on, I feel pretty good.
Okay.
Like after the first inning, all we got to do is get through the first with DeGrom. And I'm like, okay, guys, I think we can shut this down for the next 6 maybe. And I'm feeling pretty okay. And if we can just make it between the 7th inning to Jacob Latz, pretty confident. All we got to do is hope that like Tyler Alexander can get us there. And then just get us to Latz somehow. Feel pretty good about that. And Kevin, I just don't know if you're giving enough credit to Jordan Montgomery's comeback. And I don't know if you remember what that guy did.
He was great to talk to.
This is sarcasm. But yeah, no, you're right. Those two pitchers, I don't have faith in Mackenzie Gore. That's an unfortunate thing because I like what he did right there at the end, right before the All-Star break. Guys, y'all need me? I'm going to go out there and give you whatever I can for as long as I can. And he did that. And there's been questions about his toughness this season from a lot of areas. Like he gets you to 5 innings, and then what happens after that? There have been some questions about him. So you're right. When it comes to it, I just don't feel like going into the season, I was like, it's lockdown. If we get in the playoffs, I'll put it up against anybody. But right now, I got a couple of questions that I didn't think I'd have before the season.
And I see this text, and I have heard multiple people say this. From the... I can't find it now. We're getting a lot of text, which is great.
It's awesome.
From the A17, somebody said, can they realistically trade Seager before the deadline? And then I'll get to the schedule. I think you can. It's just, what are you willing to eat on the way out the door? Because if he comes back healthy and he's ready to go on Friday, which I do not think anyone particularly feels that will be the case, then I think you could see something that would make that happen. Otherwise, I think you're either going to have to eat some money or just take a diminished deal in terms of prospects. But I think that you could make it happen. From the 817, either way, we will know in a month. This schedule is daunting. I just don't see that. I really don't, because there are 2 excellent teams in your schedule. You will start the second half of the season against Atlanta. That is true. And Atlanta is a hell of a good team. But then you have Chicago. Chicago is leading their division, but they have been sputtering as of late. They're 5-6 down the stretch. And the only reason they got up to 5-6 is because they wiped out the crappy A's on the way to the All-Star break. So I don't think they're particularly good. Seattle is fine. Tampa Bay is very, very good. So that is true. 2 of your 4 series are against really good teams in Atlanta and Tampa. But after that, Houston, they're not good. San Francisco, they suck. The Angels, they're even worse. The A's, they're not good. I don't think your schedule is particularly daunting at all.
All right, Kevin. Let me put that to the test with you real quick.
Tell me.
The strength of schedule that you have played so far, 3rd easiest schedule, according to Power Rankings Guru.
Okay.
.net.
Oh,
/ buzzer. Your strength of schedule remaining, 4th easiest.
See, there you go.
The only teams that have easier schedules ahead of you are the Guardians, Tigers, Astros. The Mariners are the 5th easiest. So I think you're right. Like in the scheme of things, what's ahead of you, not that tough. However, is that enough? You just got to this record against the 3rd easiest schedule. Can you, against the 4th easiest schedule, get there too?
See, and that's
I don't think it's daunting as agreed.
And so what I'm worried about is you'll get where you get because of the mediocrity of this team and not because of the schedule. And that's why, like, are you gonna find yourself in a spot? Do you think this Rangers team is going to find themselves in a spot where you're like, you got to make some kind of potentially dramatic move to make it and make a run in the playoffs?
To ensure that you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, or you just sit tight, maybe set yourself better up for the future, but you don't know how that's going to turn out.
Most likely some additions, like cheap additions to your bullpen.
Yes.
No bat that's going to change anything. Good luck, guys. Go get it there. From the 940, it is bad teams, so definitely daunting for this team.
That's fair. You know what? That's a good point.
And somebody said we never should have traded the farm system for Mackenzie Gore. We lost a lot of talent there for somebody inconsistent.
Is he inconsistent? Is it just his stuff? Are we doing semantics here? What are we doing?
I just think this, and this philosophy isn't agreeable with everybody, and I can't say I buy into it 100% either. Here's what I think it is, and I just told you kind of the idea.
Yeah.
Chris Young looks at the farm system as their prospects that might never turn out. I want to try to figure out how to get guys who are pro-level players to play here. I'm not playing a bunch of guys that don't deserve to be in the major leagues yet. That's what I think his philosophy is, and I think that because look at what he immediately did to this team whenever he took over. Every single one of the guys that he went and got were veteran players, and everybody in our farm system got put on hold. And JD at the end of everything was kind of saying, "Put him out there, put the guy out there. Let's go ahead and make him." And Chris Young said, "No, veterans, and maybe if you're lucky, this Evan Carter will be able to play." Look how long it took for him to get his opportunity, though.
Right.
Because they were like, we would rather have some pro players out there. Because, as Mike has said many times, and I think this is from his dad, potential means you haven't done anything yet.
Exactly.
And prospects usually don't work out.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
The buzzer does.
Stop it. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got a Rangers ticket giveaway, NFL overreaction or reality as well. And it all starts next right here on The Fan.
Presented by the On Time Experts.
3rd down and 3. Robertson. End zone. Touchdown, Trig.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will have our Texas Rangers ticket giveaway in this segment. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. We will start with this. Overreaction or reality? There is entirely too much hype on the Cowboys defense.
Overreaction. Ooh. And I say that because I think every single time I say anything about this defense, I say that it's like in theory. I'm like, look, we still don't know yet what Christian Parker is going to do with A, B, C, D, E, F, G on this defense. And I do actually mean how A, B, C, D, E, F. Is that 7 letters? I think there's just about 7 spots on this defense.
Yeah.
That I'm still like, I have no clue.
Right.
I know what he's going to do with Quinn Williams. I have a pretty good idea of what he's going to do with Kenny Clark. We generally have an idea of what we expect him to do with Caleb Downs.
Sure.
But I think he's still going to surprise you.
Yeah.
Like, I still think
or else we made a mistake. If you can't surprise us, we have made a mistake.
So I think there's still like at least that many places on this defense that are question marks. And I think every time we talk about it, we say that. Now, could you say that nationally there's too much hype on it? I still think that there's more discussion about Pickens and other things than there is about this defense. But I have high expectations of the defensive change from how crappy it was last year.
All right. I like that descriptor, too. Alec, it's to you. Overreaction or reality? There's entirely too much hype on this Cowboys defense.
I'm going to go overreaction as well. I feel like we've gotten to the point of the offseason where it was, at one point, overhyped and too much expectation. And it's cyclical with this team where the national media specifically wants it to be that way, and then they can pump the brakes on it and say, whoa, it's getting out of hand. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's temper expectations. And now I feel like I'm hearing from everybody that they're like, no, I'm not expecting too much. New defensive coordinator, blah, blah. It's going to be better, but it's not going to be as good as we think. So I think we've just gotten to that part of the carousel this offseason.
Were we too excited that we got Christian Parker when it happened? Like, we celebrated it like the Dennis Smith Jr. moment.
See, I don't think so.
Or maybe I did.
I don't think so, because I like that we went a different direction from where Jerry usually goes.
And also kind of did it in a timely manner.
Yeah, yes. I think since then, though, he has taken on this mythic proportion that if he's not Belichickian, people will be like, huh. You know?
I think you might be right there. And I just don't expect that yet. I just absolutely love what he said this offseason. From rookie minicamps to OTAs to minicamp to mandatory minicamp, if you will, what does mandatory mean? To camp, which was we are just getting our syllabus now. And next we got to be able to do this. And by the time the season starts, we got to have a master's degree in this. I like that because it sounds like he has a plan for where they should be. And if they aren't there, what he has to do to get them there. But we don't know enough yet, so we got to wait to see how that actually happens.
By the way, I believe Christian Parker is 34, and I think he's married. I bet his wife is older than Belichick's girlfriend.
How many games into the season, and what kind of success do you need to see to say, to change your mind before the season's over?
I think it can be early-ish.
3?
I was going to say 6.
Okay.
So let's say 6, because then that gets you through 6 or 7, because then that gets you to the potential back-to-back road games with the Packers and the Eagles. So yeah, I would say one of those, and I'm not saying he's not going to be good. It's just the hype level before you've seen anything.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. Do you think about?
I think 6 or 7, and I swear I really mean that.
I think 3 games, if you've pitched like a 10, 14-point kind of thing, people might be sitting here going, holy crap, what is this?
Yes.
The big deal. as is everything with sports, is when the league catches on, how do you adjust?
Sure.
And once you can show you've done that, now you can throw teams off.
You know what? As long as we're talking about things that kind of get hyped, overreaction or reality, NFL win projections before training camp even starts are kind of worthless.
But fun.
Agreed.
So no, not worthless. Overreaction. Because I think fun, Kevin, in this world, in this climate, that we're dealing with all the time,
it's worth something.
You gotta find fun where you can.
Okay.
You gotta find fun where you can.
Alec, it goes to you. NFL win projections before training camp are kind of worthless.
I do find fun where I can, and win projections before training camp are not fun to me. So yes, reality. They are worthless just because we have seen so many things can and will go wrong in training camp. New additions will be made. It's just way too early for me. I'm not ready. Honestly, I'm not ready until week 1 to even say that I have an idea about much more than a few teams. Really, it's the bottom of the league that I can say, yeah, that win projection makes sense because they're not going to win much.
Okay, I like it. Now, last year, we've talked about it both in the regular season and in the playoffs, the issues with DJ Moore. But overreaction or reality, now with the Bills, DJ Moore is primed for a big bounce-back season. You got to remember, the last 2 years with the Bears prior to Ben Johnson getting there, he averaged 97 catches a season. So overreaction or reality, DJ Moore is primed for a big bounce-back season.
I think so. And here's why I think this. I think Joe Brady is going to make him the focal point of the offense in the passing game. They're still going to be a run-heavy team,
right?
With James Cook and with Josh Allen, like they can be. They still have Ray Davis too, but they not the Rangers owner, dude. But they still have the run game built in. I think Ben Johnson didn't love some of the things that DJ Moore didn't do. And that was, I think there were some times.
Try on some routes.
He gave up on some things, and that became problematic for a young quarterback. I think Josh Allen can adjust to that because Josh Allen's shown the propensity to be able to adjust to a lot of things. Caleb Moore's still growing in this league. But DJ Moore struggled a lot of times on committing to finishing routes last year. But I think that this year he's going to be like, you know what, I got to show myself. Otherwise, the league's going to catch on. I won't ever get another contract.
From the 972, DJ Moore will be the biggest deep threat in the league this year. Ooh, interesting. Alec, what say you?
Overreaction. I keep, anytime I think of him, it's recency bias, but I think of what Corey always pointed out towards the end of his run with the Bears, where it was just, it felt like he was there until he wasn't. It didn't make a ton of sense where, especially in big moments, he was there. But on first down, second down, first half of the game, it felt like he wasn't really checked in all of the time. And in games where they were down, I think he's a bit of a front runner.
Now, Alec, I have a special bonus question just for you.
Rick bonus.
Damn it. Overreaction or reality? If there was a publication that put out the Mount Rushmore of each major sports city from the 2000s on, Dallas's would include Dirk, DeMarcus Ware, Adrian Beltre, and Jason Witten. Bonus to the bonus question, this same publication would also put a picture up of Nelson Cruz and not Adrian Beltre.
Oh, no. That is not the greatest work that I've ever heard. The Mount Rushmore thing is a fun topic, I'm not going to lie. But come on, what are we doing here?
That's why I was like, Corey, you got to see this. So they put Dallas's Mount Rushmore as Dirk, DeMarcus Ware, Adrian Beltre, and Jason Witten. Even under the caption of the photo collage that they have created, it says Dirk, DeMarcus Ware, Adrian Beltre, and Jason Witten, which I'm glad they did, because when I first looked at it, I was like, why the hell would you put Nelson Cruz in there? The photo they have of Adrian Beltre is most definitely not Adrian Beltre.
Look, man, you don't get to that World Series without Nelson Cruz.
I hear you, but they didn't pick him.
I get it.
Do you think they should put alternate pictures of all the players?
I think they're trying to play a prank on us. So somebody asked the other day, can y'all tell me why you don't love Bleacher Report? And I was like, this is one example.
Because of crap like this. There are some things I think, see, you know what? I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. Fun. I think Bleacher Report can be fun. I think Bleacher Report as like a serious news outlet is laughable.
Okay.
Because they excel in putting together lists, which can be really fun in terms of discussion. We have used them plenty of times.
Yes, for sure.
But I don't necessarily take them seriously as a sports site otherwise, because they're just a composite sports site, right? Like they just take everybody else's work and put it up
for the most part,
as news, with the exception of the list, which I will say, give them credit. They put out a lot. Just, I hope somebody alerts the administrator, or maybe we should email them and be like, hey, Chief, that is not a picture of Adrian Beltre, and it doesn't really look like Adrian Beltre whatsoever. All right. Overreaction or
Well, he has a mustache.
I guess. And
he's wearing a Rangers helmet.
He is. And jersey, so
So maybe they look just alike.
They don't.
Based on
the
fact that they both have mustaches and are wearing Rangers.
All right, if you go off of the conceit that they both have facial hair and are wearing a Rangers cap, then I will agree with you.
Thank you. Finally.
All right. Overreaction or reality? The NFC North will be the best division in football this season. I was thinking about this earlier, since we were talking about maybe why the Packers could get bounced out of the playoffs, and then NFL.com put together their rankings of the division. They have the NFC North at the top. So I ask you, overreaction or reality? The NFC North will be the best division in football this year.
The NFC West literally just got the best defensive player on the planet, and the other best defensive player on the planet has been seen working out at their facility, even though he has not signed yet.
Agreed.
But
is it just the Cardinals?
But if Kyler Murray or McCarthy can be a good quarterback this year, then I think the best quarterback play can be in that division. And I think those teams are more than just quarterbacks, in that they have good running games, they have good receiving games, and stout defenses as well. So I understand the NFC North being the one, but I do see the heavy top part for the NFC West with the Super Bowl champion and the Rams as being one of those where you're like, those two right there, and you never know with the Niners. The Niners are going to provide you a good team, but then again, Kevin, there is one team that you have to go through, and that is Arizona. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I will forget that. And that will lead to another bonus question. Every single team in the NFC North, once again, wins at least 9 games, and the division winner goes 15-2. However, the NFC West has the Super Bowl champion, and they beat another NFC West team in the NFC Championship, and the other team still won 10 games, but the Cardinals went winless. Which division to you is better? So Division B has a Super Bowl champ, the NFC runner-up, another playoff team, and an 0-17 team, whereas Division A, and I don't know why I did it like that, went 15-2 with the winner, and every other team won at least 9 games in that division.
Whoa. Probably Division A.
Okay.
I think.
Thanks a lot, Cardinals. So win a game, which I'm sure they will when they play the Cowboys, because they usually beat the Cowboys.
Yeah, I've been telling you that.
All right, Alec, you can disseminate Division A and B as well if you want, but overreaction or reality, the NFC North will be the best division in football this season.
I still got to go with the NFC West. Overreaction.
Okay.
I think the top-heavy nature of it definitely has something to say. But Corey actually swayed me when he mentioned the 49ers. They might not be the Super Bowl threat that we thought they were for the past 3 to 5 years, but they're going to ruin some people's dreams. They're going to win just enough games to make things interesting in the NFC, just as a spoiler. So I like that. And give me Division B, which was the first one. So I had to think about that for a second.
I did set that up in a bizarre manner.
I just think it's crazy to say, not only did we have the runner-up of the conference, we had the Super Bowl winner, we had another team that, if they weren't so beat up, it would have been a lot better, and then just forget about the other one.
Well, then to go along with that, you should probably be able to guess what the next prompt will be. Overreaction or reality, the NFC South will be the worst division in football. Is it just a battle of the Souths here for you?
The AFC South and NFC South are pretty bad.
By the way, NFL.com has AFC South at 5th.
Is the AFC East bad?
Shocking to me. Yeah, because I think the Dolphins aren't going to be good. I think the Jets are going to be god-awful.
So, yeah, NFC South and AFC East might be the bottom two, Kevin.
Okay, which one's the worst?
NFC South.
Okay.
They can change your mind.
Sure.
They absolutely can, but over the last, 4 years, you've just been like, coin flip.
Yeah.
Good luck. The Buccaneers started hot last year and then fell off, and you couldn't rely on them at all. And it sounded like, based on, anybody seen the Netflix documentary with Baker, it sounded like his body was just falling apart on him. And then, is Kellen Moore ready to take this team to another level with Tyler Shuck?
That'd be something, man. That should be your coach of the year if he does. From the 903, no Michael Young on that Mount Rushmore in that time period. Gross. Though that outlet probably would have used a picture of Ian Desmond anyway. I haven't thought about Ian Desmond for so long. That definitely made me chuckle.
Remember he played center field?
He did a lot. So, Alec, we go to you then. Overreaction reality. And the NFC South is going to be the worst division in football this year.
I'm actually going to go reality just because they're mid. They're not necessarily awful, right? They're right around the rim to the point where they get you to believe for maybe 3 or 4 games in the middle of the season, and then they come back down to earth, just like the Bucs did last year, where Emeka Egbuka was lighting up the world for the beginning of the season. You thought that you were going to have a healthy Mike Evans all year, Chris Godwin coming back off the injury. Oh my gosh, and then they looked as average as could be. Right. The Saints, they showed potential towards the end of the year after looking miserable to start the year. The Panthers shocked everybody towards the end of the year. There's just not enough consistency there.
Can I throw out one more since you mentioned the Saints? Please.
Yes.
Overreaction or reality? The New Orleans Saints should have one of the most, if not the most, improved offense in the NFL this season. They scored the fewest points in the NFC last season. They picked up Travis Etienne, obviously Jordan Tyson as well, Noah Fant for whatever that's worth, and then you already mentioned the more experience for Tyler Shuck. So overreaction or reality, the New Orleans Saints should be one of the most, if not the most improved offense in the NFL this season.
I think they should. But I also think that Kellen Moore is a very good offensive coordinator.
Sure.
I thought that there were times when maybe things kind of got dumbed down a little bit maybe it was from the top with Mike McCarthy. But I've seen Kellen Moore at times do a really good job and then stall out. We have seen that happen to him before, and that happens sometimes. But I think they can be a very good and explosive offense. I also think the idea that Alvin Kamara bought in and showed up early this year was a big deal.
Yeah.
Alvin Kamara saw that, so they traded for another running back, and then he was like, I'll show you. Or maybe he was like, good, finally I have somebody that I can run with, like when I had Mark Ingram here, and we can go be a power couple together.
Alec, you don't necessarily have to address the power couple part, but overreaction or reality, the New Orleans Saints should be one of the most, if not the most improved offense in the NFL this season.
Reality, they dumped a ton of assets into it in free agency and in the draft. I think they killed the draft. And then Kellen Moore, nobody's ever questioned his ability to draw up plays.
Sure.
And the fact that he's at the helm for a second year and he's past the first-year head coach conversation and all of the hurdles that he had to clear learning with a pretty mediocre team, I think now there's a level of comfort on top of the fact that I know who my week one quarterback is and we're actually confident in him. And two, we just added a ton of stuff around him. A new running back, a stud wide receiver that should have been a top 5 pick, but injuries got in the way. I'm going to be intrigued to watch them for the first time in a long time.
Okay, interesting. Now, let's go ahead and do some
Jordan Tyson so much.
He's awesome.
He sweats Jordan Tyson so hard.
He's so good.
He's very good.
Does that make you more excited to see how he does this year, to see if that sweating was worth it?
Look, man, I want everybody next year to completely say I'm buying in on the KNC Masterpiece draft discussions next year. So,
okay.
yes, I want it to be a successful thing.
All right. I like it. Now, let's fire up some My Buddy's an Idiot. And unfortunately,
my buddy, wherever I go,
he goes.
Why can't my buddy be a woman?
They did. They had
Kid Sister.
Two things. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Do you remember Kid Sister? And then also, we have to lead this off with the Bleacher Report, right? I did update and check. They have not changed the picture for Dallas yet. I don't know if they will get enough feedback on this to change the picture to actually Adrian Beltre. But My Buddy's an Idiot. Bleacher Report has to lead it off, right? They put the wrong picture of the wrong person.
For our show.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kevin, this is like this.
People aren't fact-checking them.
Look, I was an idiot once. I did not know that one of the runners in one of the pictures in one of my first stories ever was not the person that I did the story on. Now, granted, it was a shot from far away, and it was a person crossing the finish line. I just assumed it was them when they gave me the picture.
Oh,
but that's on me, because you can't just assume, because you know what happens.
Yes.
It makes you look dumb.
Mm-hmm.
That person's son is a Tolo, by the way. Just want to point that out.
Do they let you live that part down?
Yeah, so far.
Okay.
But father's still running some marathons, so that's awesome.
Okay.
But yeah, man, this happens a lot more, and it's going to happen a lot more in the future. And here's why. More people are turning to AI to create content.
Oh, okay.
Like, Kevin, think about this for a second. The morning news sports section got rid of their editing desk.
That is scary.
That's one of the worst things. Like, that is seriously one of the worst things they could have done in that industry. And I understand the business of that industry is tough.
People underestimate the editor.
But you do not know how important. And this was one of all of my college professors always said, an editor is worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
Because you can go out and do all the work you can, but you probably miss something along the way, and the editor won't.
Yeah.
And that's what their job is there to do. And so these kinds of things, because of what's going on, from the 469, I hear you talking about my dad again.
Hey!
But yeah, it happens and it stinks.
All right.
Sorry, Bleacher Report.
Well,
idiot.
By the time we're back here tomorrow, will they have fixed it?
Did you say that everybody's submitting to them? Tolos are in full force
I hope
right
they
now?
do. Yes. Please help the Bleacher Report out and be like, you have the wrong picture.
Do you have a link for them to send that to?
Ooh.
Is it buzzer?
No, it's not buzzer.rangers or all that other stuff y'all sent me. No, you don't need a picture to prove how old you are or whatever that means.
Hot 5 on 5.
All right. All right, people. Let's get it together.
What's funny is when I said that, and I looked over and I saw Alec lean over and start doing something, I just assumed that he was talking to Terrence back there. And instead, he... I
thought his name was Gavin.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Where did you get Terrence from?
Looks like a Terrence.
What?
Does he not?
Man, do people look like names?
Oh, yeah. You don't look like a Kevin.
What do you think? Do you think my name should also
I thought
be
your
Terrence?
name was Joshua when I met you.
Oh, gross.
I know.
Because that other person we know that was a D-hole. Whoops.
Yet here we are.
Too far.
But yeah, dude, so buzzer.com. Is that where we were?
No. But, Alec, let me ask you this, and you can pass it along.
1053thefan.com. Don't forget you can hear all your Rangers action for free. Right here on 1053 The Fan.
Now, this question is not to fake Terrence. Do you think people look like names or don't look like names?
100% people look like names.
Okay.
100%. I have a buddy named Hayden, and you just look at him and you're like, yeah, that works. I have a buddy named Aaron. You look at him and you're like, no, you're too tall.
Oh. All right. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do this segment, when we're going to do this segment. But if people wanted to send in their general descriptions for a specific name or not, then I would be in for it.
From the 3-2-1, I'm sure Corey looks like a Corey, but they spelled them different.
Oh.
That's probably true.
Right.
Yeah, now that makes sense.
Man, this is a show.
Dude, here's the thing that I'm sorry, Kevin, I know we're about to I'm hijacking this now. But
stay tuned for
Alec,
some other segment.
Do you think, because I've never agreed with this, and I think Kevin does, I can't remember if you do or not. Have you ever assigned numbers genders?
Yeah, I think that's so weird.
I've never done that.
Okay, Adrian,
I've heard of it, but
Adrian
I've never
and
done
Colby were like the first two people. I was like, what? Because I said it, and I was like, yeah, Adrian said that, and that's dumb. And he was like, no, it's not. And then he went through all the reasons, and I was like, what? And every time I'd ask him, well, what gender does this number have? He had a gender already ready for it.
Sometimes in shockingly explicit fashion about why a number was a certain gender. And trust me when I tell you that.
But there are people out there that they see whatever they see with numbers, it's a gender to them. And for me, there's some people also that they see words as colors. Like as you're talking, they see colors or music and sound. They see the color of the music.
Okay, that sounds kind of fun.
That would be fun.
Actually, by the way,
trippy, you know.
It's called psychedelics, Corey.
That segment is going to be a hit because from the 214, Corey looks like a Jeff but spelled with a G. Kevin looks like a Randy. Hey, Corey, I also thought Kevin looked like a Josh or Joshua when I first saw him. What does that even mean? I don't even know. And there are people who are saying, yes, I also gender numbers, which will somebody get canceled for misgendering a number.
Mm-hmm. I hope not. I hope the numbers don't come in and they're like, we have to have a discussion about this.
I called that one.
Which I never thought I would have this opportunity. But, Alec, why is 6...
No.
Why is 6 afraid of... This is fine. Why is 6 afraid of 7?
Why, Kevin?
Because 7 is a registered 6 offender. That's right.
What did 7 do?
They don't all have to be hokey dad jokes.
Jeez, they got dark.
Yeah.
Got real dark real fast.
Hey, maybe at 120, my buddy's an idiot. That's what we were going to do here, but it just didn't work out for us.
972, there's a kid that works at the Prosper Outback. His name's Brody, and I would have guessed his name's Brody if somebody asked
Wait, what does he look like? I don't know what that means.
I think you just know when you see it, dude.
All right, well, hopefully you'll know this part. It's about that time.
Let's give something away!
God help us all. 877-881-1053. Caller number...
Now.
Caller number 10.
Just call. Just be the caller.
There's going to be a meeting in this break. Caller number 10
boss to sign this
will
now.
win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Mariners on Friday, July 24th. The first 10,000 people through the gate will receive a Choctaw Stadium radio. So thank you to Rangers.com for making that happen. Caller number 10 right now for free. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's the C Block.
Chris Sims has a list, and Spain's manager talks his S. Next on The Fan.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. A couple things I want to get to. Number one, Alec, you saw this moments ago. Kevin, I don't know if you saw it. They showed Zlatan doing some little bit before this match.
Okay.
And he had glasses on, like sunglasses, and he looked just like Kenny Powers.
Oh.
Like I even told Alec, I was like, he looks just like Kenny Powers right now. And now I can't get that out of my head. And I don't understand why they aren't doing a Kenny Powers Zlatan bit. Because are those two not the biggest S-talkers and most egotistical people on the planet?
Yes, go back and watch. It's not a great season of Eastbound and Down, but when he's in Mexico and they introduce him for the first time and they call him Kenny Powders, just watch that part because it's awesome.
It is. That show, look, man, if you just buy in that it's going to be crazy.
Yes.
And you buy into what the character is and just accept that he is overly done.
Fair.
Then you'll probably think it's funny. Otherwise, you might not think it's funny.
Yeah, if you're looking for a realistic based, no.
Dude, there's this outtake from Eastbound and Down where the owner of that team in Mexico is Michael Pena.
I believe that is correct.
He goes, how long have you been with her? And they can't get the scene done. Like, the whole clip is hilarious. I sent it to my sister, and we laughed so hard that our Uber driver was like, what is wrong with these two? And my sister, for my birthday, found a shirt that had that line on it, and I just think it's the greatest thing.
Okay.
Because that's an inside joke with us. How long have you been with her? The other thing, though, is they were just showing highlights of stuff that's gone on around the World Cup.
Okay.
And that was one of the coolest things, Kevin, was I was excited to see other cultures bring bring their cultures around the stadiums and let us know what the environment is supposed to sound like in those stadiums too. Has it been maybe some of the loudest moments ever at AT&T Stadium? Yeah. That and high school football games that have been played there.
That is very true.
But like it's been really fun. They did show that video of the lady walking, and she had her stroller with her baby, and she had her kid, and there was the duck in the Mexico jersey walking behind her. And there were so many fun things that happened around the World Cup if you've been around it. Because a lot of people did text in earlier, Kevin, and said that they tried, they wanted to check out the matches, but price just kept them away from it.
Yeah, I get it.
If you were able to make it around the environment, what was the coolest thing you saw in Arlington? Or maybe there were some other things, because I know you had the Fan Fest that was going down at Fair Park. I know Cosm was absolutely packed. Wolchuk crushed those.
Yet even more. By the way, I think he's still going to be there for the final on Sunday. Yet another reason that I think you've got a really good opportunity in 2031.
Yeah. So like I just would love to see, if you were around it all, what was the coolest thing that you got to see? 877-881-1053. I'll be quite honest, Kevin. I thought traffic was lighter during the World Cup.
You know what? I'm glad that you brought that up, because I really thought like every match day or even the day before or after, it was just going to be extra gridlock everywhere. And like traffic around DFW obviously sucks, but it didn't feel like it sucked any more than usual.
We don't have typically very good transportation in Arlington.
No reliable mass transit.
But they were somehow able to make this happen for this.
It's impressive.
Did they set up a system that Arlington can now architect and say, we can use this more often for big games? If you want to go to a Cowboy game, there's something here for you. Or do the stadiums look at it and go, why would we want that? We want them to park in our parking lots.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's one of the things is they couldn't master that, which is why they had the Rangers off every single day. Mm-hmm. There was a World Cup match there because they're like, we don't know what to do.
From the 817, Sundance Square was the place to be for sure. And I know he personally has been like going to a lot of the parties, and Sundance Square was one of those.
Videos from that have looked really cool. I have to admit, I did not go there for one of the watch parties.
Going to Mexico for the opening match was insane, but the Orange Walk in Arlington was so much fun.
We got that really early in the tournament.
Musa scoring against England and the Croatia fan parade. The Japanese picking up their own trash was inspiring. I need to be better at our own ballparks. We need chance. We need chance for the Cowboys. That's what they're saying. We need some more chance for something like that. Saw a family grilling outside with their young daughter, yelling out free food by the stadium. Was awesome. And that
is awesome.
That is cool whenever you're just kind of hanging out and you're just like, we got a lot of food and we want to share. We want everybody to get a little taste. And then there's Peyton who's like, I'll take a little sip. So there's always that going on. And then I went to Fan Fest and I'm not going to say it. Y'all almost got me. I was almost going to read whatever was on the teleprompter. I'm not going to say that again this time.
Yeah.
You almost got me. We are the show of the big booty Latinas, though.
Hold on. How are you going to say that, but you wouldn't say that's why they like the Fan Fest?
I was just, at that point I decided, Kevin.
Okay.
Spain's manager has talked his S.
I mean, rightfully so.
Yes. But you still have one match to go.
True.
But this dude's confidence is off the charts. Luis de la Fuente, after their match, said, France are great, which is the proper
I think
grammar?
Since it is a team, it feels wrong.
I love this, man. France are great, but today they had to face the best team in the world. Oh! Yamal had already said pre-game, he was like, we've knocked France out a couple times. Do you think that comes from his manager? Where he's like, no, this is a confidence. We are the better team, and we're going to beat them.
Probably.
France are great, but today they had to face the best team in the world. Ooh. That is different. Wow, dude. That dude's managing like everybody's life depends on it.
Was it Spain that won the Women's World Cup and the president of Spanish soccer kissed that one gal? And,
yep.
All right, so let's avoid that. This go around, if Spain wins, don't kiss any of the players on the mouth.
But if they do, will there be problems? There has to be, right?
My guess would be yes.
There has to be.
Probably.
Based on the fact that there were time problems before.
Okay.
Right? Like if we're going to make all things equal.
Huh? I don't.
Don't kiss people.
Unless it is authorized.
Consent.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. That is impressive. Kevin, Chris Sims has made a list.
Oh, wow. And guess what? You're about to tell me a list I'm not going to care about because he's a dummy.
On Chris Sims' list, he has Tom Brady 9th all time in their prime.
Well, I might have spoken too soon. Let's go ahead and hear what Mr. Sims has to say. He makes a very compelling argument to start.
There is no distance you won't travel.
No.
To drive by on Tom Brady.
For sure.
All right, so here's what I would like for both
9th?
Yeah, here's what I would like for both of you to do for me if you can. And Alec, I understand you're a very busy man. Who's the best quarterback you've ever watched play?
I think it's Peyton Manning. I do. I realize why he gets dinged because of some of his playoff miscues. Absolutely. I think at the absolute peak of their power, Peyton Manning looked like the best quarterback I'd ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Alec, who's the best quarterback you've ever watched play?
Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg, definitely. I remember as a child seeing him king of play action. But, I think we automatically took him off the list.
Oh.
Yeah, because everybody would have said that.
I think the best that I ever saw, Mahomes is creeping in there, but I'd say Drew Brees.
Ooh, okay. It's interesting. Drew Brees definitely has an all-time place, but I feel like he does get overlooked at times when he's the person who took the consistency and the percentage of completed passes to the next level.
Mm-hmm. I think. Obviously it's Pat White in college, but then that never translated to the NFL.
Man, I haven't thought about him in a long time either.
The other day, Nick Eatman on Twitter was like, will West Virginia ever get more play time? And I just posted a picture of Pat White, and I was like, this was the time, dude.
Yeah.
And right now with this song. I actually might go out on this limb and say it's already Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I get it. He does things, even in defeat, that I've never seen before. So I get it.
And the other thing, too, Kevin, is Peyton Manning, I will say, he could dissect a play before it ever happened. He could. He did the great nuance of throwing you off your game by saying stuff that didn't exist. He's just I'm just going to say a bunch of stuff and see if they move, and if they do, then they're screwed.
Right.
He knew the game so well. It wasn't my favorite arm on the planet.
Okay.
And then at the end of his career, he had to relearn how to throw the ball. I have so much respect for that.
Yeah.
I think Patrick Mahomes has such a great ability. Maybe his prime's over. Maybe it is, but I still think there's more to it. But in his prime, I have Patrick Mahomes he can run. He can break you down while on the run. Just like with Peyton Manning, while he's going out of bounds, he's tricking you into thinking he's going out of bounds, which has now kind of created a new set of rules.
Yep.
He can throw it as far as anybody can run. It's just all those things that I would want in a quarterback, Patrick Mahomes was doing. And I think that early part of his career, I still give Andy Reid a lot of credit for being able to blend the two of their games together, because I don't know that Patrick Mahomes is that much better without Andy Reid. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I know you said that yesterday, and I was like, man, do I agree with that?
Yeah.
But I do think Patrick Mahomes is, in my time of watching, maybe is the best for me. Somebody said Aaron Rodgers. I get that.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers is a good answer. And
Aaron Rodgers was, for me, the most aesthetically pleasing quarterback to watch.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer. Whereas with Tom Brady, outside of 2007, when it was just captivating to watch, I feel like Tom Brady just wore you down. And at the end of the game, you're like, for effing heck's sake, we had no chance of winning this game. But to your point, prime Aaron Rodgers, even a couple of years of Kurt Warner, I would listen to Drew Brees, Peyton Manning. It just looked like unbelievable at times, whereas Tom Brady, it felt like by the end of the game, you're like, oh yeah, well we were never going to win that game.
I would compare. Here's how I compare Aaron Rodgers. Waves on the ocean side. Just the most beautiful thing you've seen. It just, everything looked smooth and like it was going the way that it was supposed to go. And then you were like, crap, there's 2 minutes left.
Yeah, you're going to lose.
And I don't know how much of that has to do with the fact that, like, he was on the big stage a lot, but he also beat us on the big stage a lot, and that just stunk. But Tom Brady, I get. Here was what Chris Sims. Go ahead.
More?
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have thought this, but I've seen at least 3 people send this in. The MVP Cam Newton season was stupid,
phenomenal.
Like in a positive way.
Not enough people paid attention to the Lamar Jackson second MVP season.
Yeah.
I did, obviously. I've told you why. It was because I traded for him in fantasy football, and then I was connected.
Right.
But, like, just watching the way he played the game, he never played it that way before. And he was more liable to beat you over the top than he was to beat you with his feet. He still could, but he didn't say, I have to do it that way. He didn't say, I have to just go put a cape on. He was like, I can throw it to anybody on the field.
And I bet if we were older, we would say that 84 Marino season, but I didn't see that like in real time.
Here's the quote from Chris Sims. And this could be, look, man, as you said, Chris Sims says some wild stuff.
He does.
He said, if you put him in any other situations, I don't know if it would look as pretty. I'm not sure you could do more with less. As Tom Brady, like, what? Name receivers. A lot of times he made those receivers.
Yeah.
Brady, amazing, but not going to extend plays, needs pass protection, no backyard plays, very few in the history of his whole career. He was awesome in his prime, but some of these other guys we're going to talk about are like one-man shows. And so he's saying the one-man show for him was the one that he liked more. Here's his top 10 list. Number 10, Roger Staubach, which I'll give Roger some love. He only won 2 championships, but that's cool.
But he can extend a play on you.
Number 9, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Tom Brady. That's the whole crux of the conversation.
Even I'm shocked by that.
Number 8, Dan Marino.
I get it.
Number 7, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Again, one-man show.
You're right. The thing I struggle with that.
Well, you're not going to be like the next one either.
Okay, I'm just like, I get it, but he didn't ultimately win all of
in
the
his
way.
prime game.
Yeah, so that's all right.
But did he have Belichick's defense?
You're right.
Yeah,
you are right.
That's the one.
But I struggle like
which one was
with both of those things. Yeah,
Josh Allen is 6 for him.
Okay, well you can copy and paste that argument.
Brett Favre is 5.
Yeah, Brett Favre I could see. He's very Marino-esque in terms of just turbocharging your offense.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you drop him in it, you've done something.
That is interesting.
John Elway's 4.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers 3.
Okay.
Mahomes 2. Peyton Manning 1.
Well,
so Chris Sims agrees with you.
But this part of this list is obviously stupid because he doesn't have Joe Montana there. But I agree with some other aspects.
I contend, I don't know for sure, either Chris Sims never saw Joe Montana play and beat his dad in a Super Bowl.
Right.
Or a championship game.
Yeah.
Or he thinks Joe Montana was part of a system that could have done that with anybody.
And I have always hated that logic.
I think Bill Walsh always was like, no, I needed Joe Montana.
Exactly. And Bill Walsh is a legendary coach. But I will say, for all those other people on the list, the year that Dan Marino revolutionized football, who did that stop against when he lost in the Super Bowl to Joe Montana? When John Elway got a knack for just getting his ass kicked in Super Bowls, who really led the charge on that? Joe Montana. So, like, I mean, maybe that too. But yeah, Joe Montana was there to put an end to your franchise's hopes and dreams.
Yeah. Are you going to bring up the catch? Is that what you were about to do? And be like, oh, remember this one?
No, because that was against my team, and that makes me sad. And but then again, how much more obnoxious would our fan base be if we would have won that Super Bowl and then Super Bowl 1 and 2? We'd be like, we got 8 titles. It wouldn't change the fact that we've still done nothing more than a generation along, but we might have been even worse. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what if this time we really did My Buddy's an Idiot? Next right here on The Fan.
from Truck Wreck Attorneys in Dallas.
Porro, Olmo, the return. Pedro Porro!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And this time, probably for real, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. By the way, thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA for making that cut happen.
Can I start this off, Kevin?
Please.
My buddy's not an idiot, but he's very rude. My buddy's name's Aiden.
Oh.
Just now, I walked out and I saw Woolchuck and I said, "Are you not doing Cosm today?" And Aiden sat back, not even being talked to, and said, "Does it look like he's doing Cosm today?"
Oh.
I was like,
yep.
Now, immediately he did say, "I'm sorry, that was me." But that kind of hurt my feelings, dude.
Damn. That is tough.
You gave me the heart emoji, man, so we're good now.
So we're good to go once
Better
again.
Carter would have just flipped me off.
Oh.
But I like Carter, so that was another thing. Like, if Aiden had flipped me off and be like, you know what? I like him. He's still cool.
Is France idiots for pretty much being the favorite since the second Spain tied Cape Verde and then giving it up at the semis?
Kevin, yeah, they weren't. Look, Spain's better. Spain's a better team.
Historically, that is accurate.
They were the pre-tournament. They were the pre-tournament favorite.
That's true.
I didn't make a trade on them because I felt the number was too high. Or I was like, this number for France is good. What I should have done, I should have listened to my gut on this. Instead of Kevin, who was like, it's not that much money. I should have listened to my gut.
So essentially, you lost $10.
I doubled my dollars. I lost, I had $21 or $22. All right? I had that.
I thought you said you would get that if they won.
Yeah.
But you didn't have that then.
If I had actually, all I had to do was trade out of the market.
Okay.
I can cash out of the market anytime I want.
Okay.
But I kept saying yesterday, I think Spain is really good. I should go. So I'm the idiot for not doing that, Kevin.
Okay.
You got to know when to hold them and know when to sell.
Man, that sounds like it's close to a hit.
You better count your money. Actually,
That's
in his
really
song,
good
you
song.
said you never count your money. But in Mo Thug's version, they said you better count your money.
Ah.
Ghetto cowboy.
Okay. Now, being a racist makes you an idiot.
Oh, wow.
Just in general.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I understand.
But also, this specific person. So let's say both macro and micro. Don't be a racist.
Okay.
Then the micro, here's what could happen. A man who worked for Hilton Grand Vacations allegedly sent a racist message to Las Vegas Aces guard Chelsea Gray on social media, and he has been fired.
Oh.
Hilton Grand Vacations said in a statement, which I don't believe I've ever said before, the person responsible for posting this information is no longer with the company. His behavior was in violation of multiple company policies and does not reflect our company's values in any way. For her part, Gray wrote, "People act like we just make this S up." And in terms of like all the stuff that they get told and the audacity to tell us as athletes to shut up and dribble. And I know for some people that does dip into politics for them. I have always been of the opinion that if you don't care about what an athlete says about politics, you do not have to follow their political advice. And you could once again lean on whoever you trust for politics, including yourself.
But
that is not the way a lot of
social media has given everybody an access point to
100%.
Everything.
100%.
And, Kevin, not everybody has been indoctrined into the corporate world, correct?
That is correct.
Some people, they have a whole different thing, and they get into the corporate world, and they're like, why do I have to abide by these rules? And it doesn't make sense to them. And some people get on social media and they're like, why can't I say this stuff? I see people say this stuff all the time. I can say it too.
Right.
And that's why if you want to be that way, I don't feel like I was raised that way.
Right.
I was raised in a different manner, I feel. And maybe, I just feel like with the access to social media, people feel like that's their opportunity to vent their feelings about things. And maybe you shouldn't, because you got to think about what your company would support and what they wouldn't.
And so I'm going to paraphrase this text that came in as to hopefully not alienate any of our audience. If you think the standards are applied they're not equally applied, I hear you. But that still doesn't mean that you should do it, right? That's one good way to avoid it is not to
be that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, if you have an issue with I don't think all of this stuff gets, and I shouldn't say it like that. I don't think all of this stuff gets punished equally. If that is how you feel, I understand that. Unfortunately, that's just a byproduct of the world that we live in. And secondly, hopefully you personally do not find yourself in that situation. And I would certainly hope we can all agree, don't be sending people racist messages. That is awful.
Or D-pics.
Oh, yes. Fact.
Two things. Don't be sending people racist messages, and don't send D-pics.
Agreed.
And don't send them at the same time.
I feel like yes.
I don't know if that's a double whammy.
The two wrongs definitely do not make a right in that scenario. They make it much worse.
She doesn't want to see those pics.
No. It should almost be like a nuclear key. So, even if the person requests it, that's just phase one. You should ignore that. You should just wait until they're at work, they're belligerent. They're like, why haven't you sent it yet? And maybe if you're consensual and all that, you should consider it. But even then, I am skeptical because I do not know what that percentage of women is. I'm sure there are some, or men, but it doesn't turn out as much as the other way around.
Yeah.
I do not believe. By the way, somebody said Indiana Fever fans are the one that found the guy and passed that information along to his employer to essentially get him fired. You can make your own determination on that. Sorry I have to do this. Are the Texas Rangers idiots?
Oh, no.
Look.
What'd they do this time?
It's
the whole buzzer thing?
Well, and I'll tell you the payroll thing if you want to. Are the Rangers idiots for switching the streaming service on their fans in the middle of the season?
Yes.
That is a very questionable business decision. Now, again, I believe the reason is they got a significantly better cut. I haven't had a chance to research who's on the board of directors for them and how they're connected with the Rangers, so I can't speak to that. It is a weird decision to do this in the middle of the season, is it not?
It is weird. But Kevin, I would be prepared then to see the entire, we've already seen it change once, right? The landscape of TV, the landscape of digital streaming might be changing right before our eyes. If you could just change it in the middle of the season, could you change it every month? If somebody's like, hey, we would like to buy this month from your team.
Theoretically, yes.
And when nothing's keeping you from that, and you don't have a contract that shows that you could, now, Kevin, again, I think I'm most frustrated for the people that were paying monthly for a certain price, and now it's gone up.
Because the price on Buzzer and its BZZR is $25 a month.
Now, I don't remember, I feel like I got a deal at $120 for the year.
Okay.
The subscription package. Because let me just go ahead and do that right now because I could at the time. Okay, that makes, that's a big deal. If you can at the time, then you don't pay the $120. But because I could, so that was my deal for the entire season.
And I believe...
And they sold it to me hey, you're getting a great deal here.
Oh, it looks like maybe, although the Victory Plus website is out of date because it still says official streaming partner of the Texas Rangers, I believe maybe Victory Plus had moved up to $25 a month. So it could be equal price for some people, but that is still weird. And yes, if you did the season-long package with Victory Plus, there is a spot. If you go to bzzr.com, buzzer.com, chevrolet.com/Texas Rangers, there is a spot right at the top of the page that is for existing subscribers from Victory Plus to activate your year-long subscription and pick it up with them. So that shouldn't cost you money, but still, people hate doing stuff.
Yeah.
That's why people get charged for services they don't use all the time, because they're like, whoa.
I don't want to cancel it. It'll take 3 hours.
Exactly. Exactly. So it is weird.
I do wonder though, Kevin, do they have other content on there to watch as well? Because there was some other stuff on Victory Plus. Like, will they have movies like the hit movie with John C. Reilly and Will Ferrell, Step Brothers?
That was on Victory Plus?
No.
Oh.
But could it be on this?
Is it?
This site?
I honestly.
Step Brothers.
Oh. Good night. You know what? I'm proud of myself.
Go home and get on my knees for you.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh!
I should not have said that.
Was Mike
Holy
Bassick.
moly.
We're going to maybe see him on Friday.
Man.
I'm hopeful.
That was a level of corporate synergy I did not see coming ahead of time. All right.
3, 2, 1. Y'all sound excited about this.
Look.
Do not send Kevin into a rant. Okay?
It is true. I probably should have stopped at you need to listen better and not have continued with what I said after that. That is fair.
I've yet to find baseball on this site from the 903, but I'm on page 37 right now, and it's great.
You go that far?
No. Don't listen to him, because he also didn't read the last part of the text that would, further understand what he's doing. I get it. I have been made very aware today that there is a popular website that starts with a B and has 2 Z's in it. I have been made very aware of that today. You jerks. All right. You know what? Real quick.
Wieners, baby.
Damn it.
Dude, Jude Bellingham is going to be so awesome in this game. He was so exhausted after the Norway game.
Are the Mets and Blue Jays idiots? I will not be deterred. Because the Mets and Blue Jays are both in top 5 in spending for Major League Baseball so far for this season. They are both in last place in their division.
Oh. Yeah, they're idiots.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's the Blue Jays. I didn't count on that. Dude, let me ask you a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Blue Jays manager an idiot? He
still got Cito Gaston?
Dave Roberts. He gave Dave Roberts a watch last night.
Oh.
That dude beat you in the World Series, and you're going to give him a watch? And they asked Dave Roberts, what did you get him? And he was like, a big old hug.
That's a nice person for doing that. By the way, speaking of the Blue Jays, they are 5th in MLB spending this year. That is the...
Oof. 5th in spending and that bad?
Yeah. By the way, the Mets are 2nd in spending and that bad. But here's what I want you to think about for just a second.
Ray Davis is right, you're saying.
No, I'm not. Because the Blue Jays are 5th. We have the 5th media market. So that's where the Rangers should be. The Blue Jays spent $307 million. The Rangers spend $207 million. That means the Rangers, per their media market size, are currently underspending on this team by $100 million.
And guess what? Number 1 in their division. Guess who's last in their division?
Is not
the Blue Jays, who spent $100 million more.
Okay, well, you are not helping the cause at all.
Oh, you know what? This is ridiculous that we're not spending $100 million more dollars. Guess where we could be, Kevin?
It's too late.
We could be number 1 in AL, the most difficult division or league in all of baseball. Obviously, based on the fact that they won the All-Star game last night, and the National League couldn't even hit them.
That is confusing to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm not looking forward to this. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up.
dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Pajes grabs one towards the middle. Backhand stab by Clement. Heaves a throw and gets him. Wow. Ernie Clement, who's known more for his bat, shows off the glove right here, John. What a play.
And, of course, the American League boggles the mind by winning the All-Star game 4-0, despite being terrible at baseball. And I just want to give you an example of the text we've been getting pretty much all day. From the 469, thanks, Kevin. Now I've developed an addiction, and my girlfriend wants to leave me. All I was trying to do was watch some Rangers baseball. That is buzzer.com, BZZR.com/Texas Rangers. Not any other website that is similar that starts with a B and has 2 Z's in it.
Just a little pitch and catch.
Play ball. I get what you're saying.
What kind of angles do you think you're going to get with this?
Jeez Louise.
Backdoor sliders, man.
God, dog it.
Wow. Can we get some of those home run derby POVs?
Son of a gun.
So
we talked.
We're all getting fired today.
We talked about it.
I'd said a word. Kevin's more missionary.
Should we have Mike on the show and maybe take advantage of some of his lack of knowledge about that and ask seeming questions about the new streaming site? But like, I know we're having some fun with it, and you just popped your head in, but seriously, how bizarre of a decision do you think it is to just switch your streaming platform in the middle of the season?
Extremely. I was caught off guard by it. I don't understand what all the issues are, I guess, with Victory Plus or what the deal is here. But yeah, to do that in the middle of a season feels very strange. How many people are going to be complaining about this that aren't really in the know but want to watch games? Absolutely. And they're like, wait, where's the game?
Yes. No, I'm with you on that.
Is this because... So this is back-to-back providers, basically, that couldn't monetize it well enough?
I guess so, because I don't know this for a fact, but my guess would have to be that they came to the table with a far better cost breakdown of what percentage the Rangers take in. But I don't know that for a fact. But, I mean, does that mean they didn't have a year-long contract with Victory Plus? That seems odd to me as well. But, yeah, if you have a season-long Victory Plus membership, you can transfer it over to Buzzer free of charge. You just have to do a couple of steps, which I know us as society, we don't like that.
I just know when I can turn on that radio and get the dulcet tones of Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Sands.
And it is indeed free.
Yes, absolutely free.
Now, speaking of curious decisions, Bleacher Report, who we've had some fun with over the years, they have put together their Mount Rushmore of athletes for the 2000s on.
They love a good Mount Rushmore and Bleacher Report.
Indeed, they do. Their choices...
In a list.
That's what they do. Their choice for Dallas is based on the picture. Dirk, DeMarcus Ware, Nelson Cruz, and Jason Witten. Now, it is true, in the article and the caption, they said Adrian Beltre. However, the picture they have put up is most certainly not of Adrian Beltre.
It's like Jacob Latz and Gavin Collier.
Oh my gosh, was it Nelson Cruz?
Yes, it is.
Easily confused.
So, yeah, they don't look anything alike. So, do you have an issue with the list of Dirk, Ware, Beltre, and Witten, or are you just still alarmed that we've tried to bring this to their attention for like 2 hours and nobody on the site has changed?
Controversial. Beltre? I don't know. I don't think Beltre should be on this.
You think it should be Michael Young?
I would take Michael Young. I know Gavin feels Michael Young might be a tad overrated, but if I'm just going like Ranger lore, and I know you guys did the My Guy segment, Beltre better player, no question. But Beltre was a guy that they signed that had already been successful. Now, your pushback, Kevin, he did accomplish a ton of goals.
He became a Hall of Famer here.
He did. But still, like,
I hear you.
That wasn't like a local dude that was brought up from the ground up. And Michael Young, I guess, also to an extent, maybe not, but more so to me than Beltre.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Big time.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's what
3
punches
careers.
a lot of it
You
too,
know,
right? Yeah.
Dodgers, Mariners, Rangers, and some Red Sox in there as well. But Beltre had such a long, great career, and he was so well liked that every franchise he played for wants to claim him. You know, but
Yeah.
if I agree with Wolchuk, you know, on this, that it seems a little out of place because more than 50% of his career was elsewhere. If we're going short term, I'd go with Seager.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
Give me champions.
Yeah, that is an interesting point right there.
Evo, sure.
Evo, yeah.
I mean, both over Beltre. If you just want to go with, if we're taking mercenaries, and I don't know that that's even fair for Beltre, but
He's in the gray area.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like that had success elsewhere before coming here, but I think you would go with the championship.
Do you think by the time our show starts tomorrow, Bleacher Report will have changed the photo?
No, they'll be on to their next list.
Okay. All right. And they'll be like, why don't you quit living in the past?
Exactly, dude.
That was yesterday's
What's your
list.
future Mount Rushmore?
Today we have a Mount Rushmore of the 1990s.
Woo!
Okay. All right. And do you think a fair critique of Bleacher Report would be a great place for fun and lists, but not a serious sports entity outside of that?
Do they have a couple writers? I think that, you know, over the years it's kind of gone back and forth from credible to clickbait.
Yeah.
And I think at one point they had invested in having actual journalists write for them. I don't know what their current state is there, so I wouldn't want to disrespect any actual
All right.
writers who are working for them.
Okay, I can get down with that. How are you guys feeling about the other World Cup semifinal today? Some would argue the A side of the World Cup semifinals. How y'all feeling about England-Argentina?
I mean, just the incredible drama, the history of it is relevant. I think this is a match that we're going to be talking about one way or the other for a long, long time. I hope it doesn't devolve into any sort of, you know, chaos or, you know, dirty play. Hopefully it's a clean match by both sides. But I don't know who to pick. You know, either
American
side could
official,
win.
by the way. We get American officials.
Are you worried there's
reffing
going
this
to be
one.
some questionable Argentina magic?
Oh, the VA Argentina.
Ooh, I have not heard. I like that.
Might be a tease for a final.
Yes.
For you.
Their oil.
For a soccer segment. Yeah, they've been being called Vargentina on my
That's very
algorithm
good.
for about the last 48 hours or so, which is genius.
That is good.
You watch that on Buzzer?
Stop it.
All right.
Stop it.
On buzzer.
What about y'all?
It's still just so weird to say.
It's weird. And in the press release, they had to say how it's pronounced because it just says BZZR, and they were like, pronounce buzzer.
I thought maybe it was a ball sack at first. Like, did we get a hack?
Yes. Did I get a fake Rangers press release? All right. What about y'all? Who's going to the finals?
I do think I am pulling for England. But Argentina just feels like they have been flirting with disaster, yet find a way.
Yeah.
And I think because of that, I'm going to pick Argentina.
That's kind of what Spain has done.
Yeah.
Spain's been in those moments where
That's
you
a
just
great
been like,
point.
man, that was a close one. And they're just like, we figured it out defensively,
But
though.
get back to me in 2.5 hours, and if England wins, then I picked England.
Okay. All right.
I want the storybook ending for Messi, I think, is where my heart's taken me.
Yeah.
You know, and I hope he would retire from international soccer after this. I don't need to see 43-year-old Messi like I saw 42-year-old Ronaldo embarrass himself.
Agreed. So agree. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Is there any carryover soccer enthusiasm, you think, for you after Sunday, after this week?
I love that topic because I think there is for me.
We'll discuss that maybe. Nick Harris, Star Telegram's going to join us at 4:20.
Nice. I like it. Roll home with the G Bag Nation. We have been the Kansas City Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got World Cup soccer underway. We have the Texas Rangers story of the afternoon to talk about with you. And salute to Jacob Latz, General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion with you. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Full 5-hour show tonight. Fan After Dark, Fred and Blake coming up 7 to 11. You have Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk, your Nosebleed Brothers. Austin Nix is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And, yeah, congrats to Latzy, our guy. Failed to beat out Kamar Rocker for 5th starter, but amazing high-leverage arm.
That's him.
He's got good stuff. He's confident. He's got good poise, composure.
Command.
And he got his one out on a strikeout, part of a 10-pitcher shutout for the AL last night, winning 4-zip. They combined to give up just 3 hits. How do you say the last name of the guy who struck out?
Arise, who does not strike out.
Yeah, he had the best strikeout rate in the American League or the National League.
He's a guy I've wanted the Rangers to try and bring on. I mean, he's not anything in terms of like big-time slugger, but he just finds a way to get on base, and he does not swing and miss.
So Jacob Latz, part of an all-star record-breaking performance last night. Soak that in, Rangers fans. Your only all-star, which a little disappointing, but understandable. You know, you kind of turned into that team though that has the all-star that the other fan bases don't know. Like, who's that guy? Oh, that's the Rangers all-star.
Yeah.
Punchline. It ain't right. And I wonder if this Victory Plus thing was sold on the idea of, hey, we're coming off a World Series championship. The fans are going to be all in on this app. You're going to make money hand over fist. $100 a season plus all the advertising we're going to sell. This is going to be amazing. And I think this comes down to just their inability to monetize it. And we'll find out more as the hours tick on. The email came in later in the morning. There is a new app called Buzzer. BZZR is how you can find that, I guess, on your app store if you Google it or something like that. Your subscription's going to transfer over, so you're going to be okay. If you already had the Victory Plus, your subscription's going to transfer over. You're going to get the rest of the season, and there's no changes to how Sands and his crew puts together that pre and post game telecast and everything. It's going to be pretty seamless, just kind of bizarre. I'm used to the team and the broadcast partners having these long relationships, and you get used to them on Fox Sports Southwest or whatever the local regional cable thing is. I think this is just the market resettling. Like, what are the economics? What's achievable? What's realistic if you have one of these apps and you're trying to make big money off of it? And if you bid, just like Diamond Sports Group before this, you bid big, thinking we're going to be drawing in such huge revenue streams that we can pay all these bills and make profit, and then you can't pay the bills. I think we're finding out just that you can sort of breach these agreements if they're not viable business operations. You can't just be expected to sit there and hemorrhage money. So they're bringing in this Buzzer Group, which is apparently a project of one of the Rangers' minority owners.
Yeah, Neil Liebman.
Okay. So it's bringing it more in-house, if you will.
Well, I mean, I know Jared's been answering people on social media, and in Evan Grant's report, they say that it really is unrelated. It's more so just due to the uncertainty with Victory Plus. So there's just more certainty they feel in this. That's just my understanding of it. But it's hard to not kind of assume that it might be, somewhat like we have somebody that's part of our ownership group. He's got this platform. Why not join?
Is it convenient for them? Yeah. They can navigate these waters and shoot. If one of your owners has a way of providing the product for the fan base, and the fan base is served, and you don't have to spend money outside of your inner circle. Maybe it ends up being a thing where it's an example for how teams can bring their television product to the fan base by themselves. I think it's bizarre. Maybe it's a little bit annoying if you're going to have to go sign up for something else. I think the business of baseball is great. it's just the business of cable television really, really got complicated when all this on-demand streaming services started taking up all their viewers and all their downloads and everything.
Absolutely. It's tough, man.
So, yes, again, the consistent and great thing is I always love having the game on the radio. I don't know about you guys,
that's
but
the beauty.
That's all. That's
if you're ever confused and you're not
both,
sure, just turn on 105.3 The Fan.
It's just it's you get a little bit more detail on the radio. I love the TV guys as well. Like nothing against Raymond and Bassick. That's probably where I consume the majority of my Rangers content. But if you're cruising around or you're doing stuff around the house, having it on the radio and enjoying, our broadcast crew is always going to be available for you. And we're not going anywhere. The economics of how radio and baseball interacts and provides value for the audience and is sold and marketed and everything, that's been an A+ operation for over a century now in these United States of America.
It's part of the lifeblood, man.
Okay, NHL is announcing dates for the Stars home opener. You can get more on this story from the Spits and Suds podcast. This is, I think, 3 days in a row I've gone in, I've shown up for work, and Spittle's in there banging out another podcast. Yeah, I mean, he is cranking content for the Stars fan out there.
And the news never stops. Now we're kind of standing by for the arbitration hearing with Robo, but Friday, October 2nd, bringing on the St. Louis Blues coming to the AAC.
Man, that's a lot earlier than usual, isn't it?
I feel like earlier. I feel like it's usually 2nd? Like mid-October. But look, September 19th, I think, is when preseason starts.
Are we making room for is there another Four Nations tournament coming up?
I don't think so.
Extended All-Star break? Okay, I'm sure you can find out more on this from Spittle or Stars fans will set me straight here in just a second, as they always do. How about Sebastian Walcott back in the mix last night? Yeah. Apparently there's something called the ACL, which is the Arizona Complex League. Mm-hmm. This is beyond extended spring training action. And I guess it's a great way for injured players to sort of make their way back through, or maybe players that don't want to be out on the minor league grind, but need their reps. And so Walcott returns and plays for the first time this year after having the elbow surgery. He had that brace surgery. I don't think it was a full Tommy John, but it was kind of in that same family of elbow ligament injuries that require surgery. And he was damn good. It's damn good last night. So
it's great news to get him back out there. There's that internal brace deal that he got done with Dr. Keith Meister. But, ahead of schedule, it sounds like. We were hoping he'd get back by August. But to have him back now, that's fantastic news for the Rangers.
Are you guys putting him on the table? No.
I wouldn't.
Now he's somewhat healthy. Is that what we're doing right now?
I mean, look at this game last night.
Yeah.
469 said time to flip Walcott. You never know. Maybe the Rangers would, but I feel like I got to try and hold on to some kind of hope in the farm right now, and he's kind of about it at the current moment.
He is. I mean, if there's something wrong with Corey Seager's back, like if Siegs was having an all-star type of season right now, it'd be one thing. But this might be. I guess where I'm at with it is so many of these prospects who appear top 10, top 5, they just turn into okay players, that you could replace in free agency or in a trade, and sure, you'd be giving up on your chance for more than that. And that's what it's really all about. We haven't seen a lot of that from this organization, So it would have to be a great situation. You'd be talking about maybe a corner outfielder or center fielder, any kind of outfielder with long-term control to him, that's already succeeding at a big league level, or a veteran bat with a great contract, something like that. I don't want to give up on this opportunity because of how down the American League is, and ultimately it's about trying to win the World Series and re-inject some enthusiasm to the fan base.
Yeah.
Again, you've lost 2 television providers in a row.
It's pretty crazy what's going on with all that.
Okay, college football news. The ACC is trying to make sure they can do a better job putting the 2 best teams in the conference championship game.
That was a mess.
Yeah, what was it, Duke, a 5-loss team last year?
Virginia, and
got in over Miami.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Tiebreaker situations, head-to-head's going to be the first tiebreaker, and after that, they're going to use the team success ranking provided by Sports Source Analytics as a way to reward the team with the strongest body of work.
Which is apparently something they use for the college football playoff. Like the college football playoff committee uses that particular stat or analytic to try and evaluate the playoff teams and how they should be ordered. So there is some continuity from that standpoint. But yeah, they had to do something because last year it was just so stupid.
You trust the Sports Source analytics pretty good? You think they're doing a good job?
Well, I mean, I don't know much about that. I don't know how much access we actually have to that, or if that's something that's a little bit more behind closed doors.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, if they had a hand in picking Miami as the final team getting in,
over Notre Dame, got it right.
Yeah, they got it right.
Got that right.
They got that thing
and I
right.
guess they ran a bunch of simulations reading the Athletic article to see okay, how did this turned out? Would we have gotten the two best teams in? And they seemed accurate. So they've done their homework on this, and they seem like this is the best way to do it to get the top two teams in their conference championship game, which is really the end result that we all want.
Yeah, the analytics, the predictive analytics, it always seems like a great idea, but then it comes to a conclusion that's running so counter to the narrative. And in those situations, like the BCS, of course, which was our first attempt to computerize it. Mm-hmm. And it's, these computer programs and these analytics have evolved so much since then. I mean, BCS was probably, 2002, 2003, something like that. We've evolved significantly with our ability to decipher data, but still, there's going to be things, and I think it just opens you up to a different kind of controversy. And I don't know what the right answer is. It's probably don't lose, your games, at least any more than 2 right now, and you should be in. Okay, semifinal game 2 is underway. 13th minute, England and Argentina. They are scoreless down there in Atlanta. So we'll keep you updated as much as is appropriate. Argentina trying to get back to the final, go back-to-back. England trying to win the final in their first major trophy since 1966. The Matt Miller car wreck video is
pretty
out,
wild.
guys.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, the 18-wheeler, he just ran right into that thing.
Makes him look even worse.
This looked very like texting.
Texting while driving?
I think this looks very texting. It's like, you're on a 2-lane highway or a 2-lane road, and you cross that line. I mean, that
drifting.
That truck had that thing. That guy had it, right where he needed to have it. And Matt obviously distracted something, but man, that's on him right there. That's not on that truck driver.
Probably promoting one of his 100 fantasy football leagues that he's the commissioner of.
Yeah, he was
Maybe
in the
he was
process.
trying to pay somebody else.
Sad.
Responding
it's
back.
sad, but man, he's lucky he's alive.
Yeah.
The way that thing hit. Yeah.
I mean, the texting while driving, distracted driving.
Yeah.
I saw somebody on social suggesting that maybe he tried to unalive himself.
I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
That is not just a random corner of the internet that is suggesting that.
Okay.
Because
really?
all of the stuff that has come out about him being a scam artist, like that was starting to hit the fan behind the scenes. Where
So he
ESPN
pulled the Sons of Anarchy thing? Is that what he kind of did?
I'm not
Goes
saying
full
he,
Jax Teller.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that there are plenty of people that are connecting dots from that standpoint, where behind the scenes, ESPN was getting involved with all the tons of people that were alleging being scammed by him, and so he might have just got into an overwhelmed state and had a death wish.
Well, maybe the work is you're trying to make sure that your family can file the life insurance claim on you. And if you go full unalive yourself officially, I think that's null and void. But if it's an accident,
okay,
then they get a huge payout.
Gotcha.
So you're going Walter White. Like, I don't know how many days I have left in this place. They might throw me in jail, or I'm going to owe hundreds of thousands of dollars to people, and my life is essentially screwed.
Toast. Yeah.
So I mean, never a good idea. Let me just say that as a disclaimer.
Ever.
To consider something like that. I'm sure your family would rather have you than all the money in the world, but it is an interesting theory to explore. And, he ends up losing his arm. I'm surprised that he even survived looking at that vehicle on the side of the road.
Yeah, that was bad.
But yeah, that's one of my number one fears, I think, being out on the road for whenever I'm road tripping in the summer is you get in these 2-lane highway situations. One side's going 70, you're going 70. There's nothing in the middle. You're going around these corners through these mountain passes, and it just takes one guy not paying attention for like 3 seconds.
The nighttime where maybe you have people sleeping. You know,
too.
All of a sudden they get you're on a 2-lane road, and all of a sudden it's driving, and then you just every time you pass a car, you exhale because you just like, please don't let that other person be sleeping. Yeah.
I'm glad to know I'm not the only one.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
It's a lot of trust out there.
Scouting was I hated when traveling at night, driving a car at night on roads like that. Through some of those towns and stuff like that, you're just at the mercy of is some poor guy getting off a shift? Is he has he been up all night? Or a gal. I mean, something happened. You just don't know. That's the big fear.
FC Dallas has something cool going on tonight. They're playing a summer friendly as a warm up before their season resumes, and they're playing it at the new stadium in Mansfield, the home of North Texas SC, which is their MLS Next team. Sweet. So down south in Mansfield, they built a stadium that kind of looks like a lower division professional European team.
Cool.
It's that style of stadium, and it looks like a proper soccer grounds, and it'll be on TV tonight as FC Dallas gets set to resume. We'll be back with the G-Bag of the Day champ and Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Hey, happy National Hot Dog Day. Top 10 types of hot dogs on National Glizzy Day. That's next in the nation. Let's chat Trajan wealth, though, shall we?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Argentina, England, still scoreless. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top 10 in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your champ.
Yes, our winner and champ going for 3 today. I believe it is 3. It is our very own Mike Bassett. You might see him on the Texas Rangers broadcast. You might have heard him here on the Fan. You might have seen him pitching that meatball to Barry Bonds. It's our very own Mike Bassett. We love him to death. You know how love is.
Yeah. Don't always like you, but I love you.
Yeah, I love you. I love you. Hey, but look, seems like he was ready for the Rangers' new TV provider right here with this audio.
Yeah.
He is willing to do anything to see Wyatt Langford healthy.
Wyatt, what can I do? What can we do as Ranger fans to keep you healthy the rest of this season?
I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, so that's my goal. Every single game for the rest of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to go home and get on my knees for you because, man, do we need Wyatt Langford the rest of this season.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Apparently, this was a rollout. Get us ready for the new provider there. I like how Wyatt answered that at first.
I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, so that's my goal. I want to play every single game for the rest of the year.
I don't know, man. I don't even know.
Do you think he wanted to pause Mikey B right there? What a moment. And what a season for Wyatt Langford so far. But yes, would like some more health from him, and I would like some more yoga/Pilates. More physical therapy.
Yes.
We've talked about this.
TB12 kind of stuff, dude.
Thank you.
Get you a fake doctor like Brady did.
It doesn't matter if you got all that strength if you can't stay on the field. Availability at Langford. Let's snuggle up to that. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 220.
Let's do it. We've got the top 10 best types of hot dog on National Hot Dog Day. Tell me the greatest hot dog you've ever had. I did see they are still doing all the cheap concessions for the semifinal today at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, otherwise known as Atlanta Stadium, just for FIFA purposes. But they've got this $20 semifinal match meal package, which gets you chicken tenders and french fries. You get a hot dog on National Hot Dog Day. You get nachos. You get a pizza slice. You get a soft pretzel, popcorn, and a soda for $20. Are you freaking kidding me? That is an incredible deal. I wish every stadium did this.
It is an outstanding deal. I mean, do you have any concerns about the quality of this stuff based on how low they're pricing it? Like, we're going to give you everything we got, dude, and it's only going to cost you $20.
I think you're getting kind of the same stuff as you'd buy individually. I don't think they've got like a special set-aside thing like this is our crappy 20 meal deal hot dog.
Right.
I feel like if you're getting the hot dog, it's the same hot dog you'd be buying individually.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's feeding the family right there.
That's amazing.
For the most part.
It really is. And I wonder if the Chick-fil-A's open.
Yeah, it's not Sunday.
That's my big question, right?
Yeah.
So it is. Like, it's got to still be open.
100%, dude.
Inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Also, Paramount Plus has put together a deal. Disney, Paramount, and Universal are all going to commit all of their films that are released in theaters now. They're doing a 45-day window. So they want to make sure that none of their movies go to streaming before they've been in theaters for 45 days. They say it's incredibly important for the industry to unify together around a theatrical window so there's no confusion. The audience needs to understand the only place you can see a film for the first 45 days is in a movie theater. There's no let me just wait if they want to be part of the conversation. If you want to see it within the first 45 days, you got to go into a theater. So trying to still keep the theaters hot. I don't hate it because I'm a big movie theater fan. I still do not get to go often now. I used to be, Eric knows this. Like, I'd try and catch a movie every week if I could. Now,
did you go by yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. I loved it.
Movie by yourself is pretty legit.
It's cheaper.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Cheaper.
Especially
matinee.
Yeah, man.
Even though I do hate walking out of the theater with all the sun. It feels better to walk out of a theater and it's dark outside.
Okay, walking out of a movie theater or walking out of a bar when you've been drinking all day.
Oh, and the sun's up at the
sun's
bar.
like, it's like that summertime where it's still like 9 o'clock and you still got some sun. Where are you at, man, on the day drinking? Which one you're going with?
No, I think because when you're at the bar, for the most part, you got the windows. You still know. You're under the impression the entire time that you know it is still sunny outside.
Yeah.
In the movie theater,
it's dark.
It contorts everything.
For sure.
And it just feels better to go home at night after a movie.
There's bars I've been in where you can't see in the bar. It's so dark when
it's
you
like
walk
a little dive bar.
Yeah,
no,
you
there's
walk in
definitely
there and then you
elements to
walk
that.
outside and you feel like you're on the sun.
That movie's different, though. Gosh, it gets you.
That's the Las Vegas experience, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, very common there. And it's very disorienting when you're hammered at 11
no
a.m.
idea what time it is.
I have no idea what time it is.
That nap after brunch, though.
Yeah.
That nap after brunch is so amazing. You wake up at 5:30 in the afternoon thinking it's Monday. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah, mimosa nap. Mimosa nap on a Sunday is crazy.
That gets you. The Toy Story franchise has generated $51 billion in economic activity, according to a new study by Disney. Nearly $25 billion of that has been in the United States, but that is without a doubt been Disney's number one animated franchise, according to them. And I have not seen
more
Toy
than
Story
the Lion
5
King
yet. Yep, more than the Lion King. Well,
Can you get it at home? I don't know if you can.
I don't think so yet.
It's worth a shot.
Window.
It is worth a shot. I don't know if the consumer wants to go to the movie theater that much anymore. Those that still are. But I don't think you're going to put that genie back in the bottle, if you will.
Yeah, I know. This year's, I think, been their most successful since COVID. They've been slowly building up there, but I really think it just depends on what movies do. Like the Odyssey's going to be huge. The new Spider-Man that comes out will be huge. The new, Marvel Avengers movie that they've got, but it's rare that you'll get like Oppenheimer and Barbie. That ended up getting people to the theaters, but I think it's really just depends on what are the releases of that year. But Toy Story 5 has been crushing it.
Yeah, I could see that. I think the other thing to it, though, growing up in the 80s and 90s, you would go to the theater because there was nothing else you could get. There is an unlimited amount of quality shows you can get.
And you could be there all day, too, back in the day.
Yeah.
You pay for one movie, you just use that ticket. You're a kid. Yeah. They don't care.
Yeah,
you can watch 3 movies a day.
That was
theater hop.
Yeah.
That was a good time.
All right, let's get to top 10 glizzies.
If you theater hop, do they catch you? Do they have people coming in and check?
Oh, they wear you out now.
Do they?
Yeah.
They find you?
Now you got to get your seat. If you're going to buy,
you got the assigned seats.
What you're going to have to do is
assigned seats. In
there's assigned
absolutely.
Seats now.
You got to get ahead of it, right?
Yeah.
You got to look at theaters that clearly have a bunch of empty seats.
Yeah. You got to kind of be monitoring that until the movie starts. Make sure nobody's purchased the seat.
Yeah. But once you're in, you can navigate it.
It's been
a while.
maybe 10 years now.
Yeah.
Jeez, really?
Yeah, movie taverns and stuff started popping up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Signed seating.
Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah. Top 10
I
best
didn't
types
know.
of hot dogs.
I thought you just showed up.
It's been a while, I can tell, man.
Yeah, I don't go. I really don't. Seriously, I would not have known that.
I believe you.
I would not have known that. I'd have been trapped down at the bottom then, I guess. Down at the very first row. What a disaster that would have been.
Well, if you're late to the party of getting your ticket, yeah. But going in where your seat's going to be, so you could just punt on the movie altogether if you know that your seat's going to be terrible.
Are there people that sit in your seats and you have to haggle with them
I'm
on
sure
an airline?
I'm sure that happens.
I haven't had that happen in a long time. At first it did. People were like, what the hell? Now everyone kind of knows.
Haggling in the dark.
We're kind of used to it. You know kind of where
it's
your
always
seat
an
is.
uncomfortable conversation when you're trying to convince the guy that D is actually in the aisle, not in the window.
Yeah.
You're like, actually, it's my seat.
Yeah, sir.
No,
Can
it's
you get
not.
up?
Oh, okay.
Reason 75 not to go to the movies.
Scoot a boot. All right, number 10 is the Polish Boy. Best types of hot dogs. This originated from Cleveland, Ohio. A Polish Boy hot dog is grilled or deep fried smoked kielbasa in a barbecue sauce coated hoagie roll piled with mounds of coleslaw and French fries. The correct order for assembling this hot dog is to grill or pan fry the kielbasa. You toast the bun, then you place the glizzy inside, and then you layer the toppings, squeeze a little barbecue sauce onto the kielbasa, load it with fries, and then place a pile of coleslaw on top. Yay or nay?
I mean, I'd eat it. Absolutely, I'd eat it.
You wouldn't turn it down? I feel like the coleslaw you would be no thank
So
you.
you have two ways of doing it. You could do grilled or what's the other way?
Fried.
Or fried?
Yep.
Sounds amazing.
Deep fried.
I like a lot of things about this. I don't like barbecue sauce on my dogs, and I especially don't like coleslaw. So
as you're out on this one.
Yeah, just replace those two things with mustard.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited.
Mustard is all you really need.
Number 9, the plain sausage dog from Ohio. Dawson, you'll like this one.
Yeah.
Bun, dog.
All right, this one,
nothing else.
They actually find a way to suck all the flavor out of it. Just perfect for you.
9 is the Italian dog, originating in Newark, New Jersey. The Italian hot dog is a beloved classic throughout the state. Starts with 1 or 2 spicy all-beef dogs loaded with flat-top fried potatoes, peppers, and onions to complement its savory flavor. The Italian hot dog is then generously drilled in spicy brown mustard, adding a tangy kick. It's traditionally served on pizza bread, leftover pizza dough shaped into circular pockets like pita. Pizza bread has an airy but chewy bite, serving as a sturdy yet pillowy base for these hearty Frankfurters.
I mean, truly fantastic. Like, how are you beating this?
That is a beautiful description.
You got pizza crust on the. I mean, it's basically like a sausage and peppers kind of vibe, but you got potatoes on there as well,
Sounds
and then
divine.
the brown grainy mustard.
I've never done potatoes on a dog, but I'll tell you, I'm not turning it down.
Sounds incredible.
8 is the Dodger dog. Dodger dogs are grilled or steamed pork wieners in soft steam hot dog buns.
Yeah. What? Is this like that Python place yesterday?
Yeah. This is specifically the pork wiener.
Yeah.
In soft steamed hot dog buns topped with classic condiments such as mustard, ketchup, onions, and relish. Named after the LA Dodgers, they are made remarkable by their 10-inch length.
I think the in the Major League Baseball, I think the Chicago White Sox have a better Dodger dog.
Than the actual Dodgers?
Than the actual Dodgers, yeah.
Woo.
I mean,
They call it the sock dog?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but let me tell you what, when you get a couple of old-style beers with it, it's really good.
7 is your Mexican hot dog.
Is that with the jalapenos and
mayonnaise,
stuff?
bacon?
Johnson's trying to tell me I need to eat things with jalapenos now.
Hurtado?
So this is a bacon-wrapped beef hot dog nestled in a soft, slightly sweet-style bun. The bun is topped with a variety of indulgent condiments, including pinto beans, grilled onions, chopped tomatoes, mustard, mayo, and jalapenos. This combination of ingredients created a mouth-watering blend of textures and flavors, gained a cult following in the U.S., particularly in the southwestern states of Arizona and Texas. Yeah, I haven't done beans on a hot dog. I'm not going to turn this down.
Good. It's good. Yeah,
looks damn good.
Beans helps.
6 is your Chicago dog. The Windy City's only famous Frank. The Maxwell Street Polish hot dog is another loved hot dog variation from Chicago. This is a historic market street down in Chicago with grilled smoked pork and beef Polish sausage. It's got a plain bun, fried onions, sport peppers, yellow mustard. Bang. 1939 to today, they don't do it any other way. Yeah. 5 is the Puka dog. Not named after Puka Nakua.
Do you have teeth marks in it?
This is Hawaiian?
It is Hawaiian. Also known as hula dogs.
Pineapple involved in this one?
So it features Hawaiian sweet bread with a hole in it, and you stuff the dog inside the hole. Chefs create the hole by inserting a heating rod into the bun. This also toasts the inside of the bun.
Right. Nice touch.
They then stuff the hole with a high-quality grilled Polish sausage, adding a rich and meaty flavor to the dish.
It's a pig in a blanket is what it is.
Basically, yeah. Traditional condiments include mango or passion fruit mustard, spicy garlic citrus sauce, and tropical fruit relish.
The Hawaiians are really underrated with what they do with food, man.
Man, that Hawaiian barbecue.
That Spam.
So
we were
freaking
talking
good.
about that yesterday.
You've been on a Spam kick. I feel like we've talked a lot about Spam lately.
The Hawaiians with the Spam, they've got that thing figured out. They really do.
4 is the Coney Island dog, which is your all-meat chili sauce, yellow mustard, chopped raw onions on an all-beef frankfurter with a steamed bun.
That's Coney Island, huh?
3 is also a Chicago dog, but this is the boiled or steamed all-beef frankfurter, the poppy seed bun, bright green sweet pickle relish, a dill pickle spear, tomato slices, pickled sport peppers.
Like Chicago dog.
Yellow mustard, that's what it is, chopped white onions and celery salt.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies.
2 is the corn dog. And I kind of like that they threw a corn dog on here. Top 10 best types of hot dogs on National Hot Dog
I don't
Day.
know about Fletcher's. I don't know.
Beef and pork blend hot dog, cornmeal batter, deep frying oil, mustard, ketchup, hot honey on this bad boy. But number 1, best type of hot dog in the United States, the New York style hot dog. New York City is famous for its diverse culinary scene, and one iconic street food is the New York-style dog. It's a boiled all-beef frank. Some vendors offer additional toppings such as relish, ketchup, or even spicy chili to cater to the different tastes, but usually it's got onion sauce, sauteed onion and oil, tomato paste, or ketchup, creating a savory and slightly sweet contrast to the zesty brown mustard and sauerkraut they're going to throw on top of that soft bun with a generous helping of that spicy brown mustard on the boiled beef frankfurter. Here's your number one hot dog.
It's a win, dude.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
It's my pleasure.
And thanks to Messi for that run. England had to resort to football.
You know, and Messi, I guess he could play in any era, but you literally have to take him down. You have to tackle him.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't stop. Everybody else takes that run, Dawson.
Yeah.
They're flying through the air. And he's going through like 4 guys trying to take him down there.
He did. They have a free kick from probably 35 yards out. Looks like he's going to step to it. Scoreless in the 38th minute of the semifinals. What do we have coming up next, Chief?
Newsbag Nation, a training staff worse than Nico Harrison's, and broken wind on the Senate room floor. Next in the nation.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Nick Harris is coming up at 4:20. We'll talk Cowboys training camp preview, maybe some World Cup reflections with Nick coming up at 4:20. It's time now for your news back with the Chief.
A crazy day of controversy right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
First story at the news desk today. Senegal fires World Cup team physician after allegedly discovering he was trained as a gynecologist.
Okay.
Apparently the players were not happy with the health factors that and the solutions that were being provided for them throughout the World Cup. And so the team...
He gave him some Midol.
There you go. I think so, man. Some stirrups or sternups or... What's the...
Stirrups?
Stirrups.
Yeah,
stirrups.
And they're cold.
Okay, very good. Yes.
Oh, those.
These players...
My girl complains about it. Right. You don't know what happens in there.
So the players were not happy with the medical attention that they were receiving during the World Cup.
Stop playing like P words out there.
They ended up.
Goodness.
Yeah, he knew exactly how to handle a bloody nose, but otherwise he was in a world of trouble here. So they were to bring in more doctors throughout the World Cup to help the players get along with their ailments, and then they've done an investigation, and they are alleging that this guy was not qualified because his
So he got a free trip to the United States for a little bit. Senegal went on a little run.
It's just, I mean, even Nico Harrison couldn't put a crappier medical staff together. Right? I mean, that is just...
Yeah, that's rough.
That's next level, dude. I mean, maybe if this was on the women's side, then this could have sufficed.
Yeah.
But for the men's national team, the gyno's not really doing much for you.
No, and unfortunately, I think a lot of these things play out, though, and this happens in the U.S. soccer team, and it's, I think it boils down to nepotism, where somebody in charge has a doctor, and he's like, dude, I can make you the World Cup team doctor if you cut me in on the deal.
Yes.
It's going to pay you $50,000 to go to the U.S. for a month. Maybe it's a love interest of somebody in a significant position of power. These kind of things happen
For sure. Yeah.
I stretch. You're
not the first time, won't be the last time.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons I thought the reaction to the Balogun story was
France fires dentist who's playing team doctor.
I was telling him my knee hurt. He just kept going into my mouth. I don't know what was happening.
Say
Yesterday, we celebrated National Nude Day as a country. Los Angeles do what they do best, which is celebrate Nude Day with a naked bike ride. And then this took place. Here's ABC News LA with the story.
Charges after allegedly shooting 2 people with a BB gun at a naked bike riding event in downtown LA. This happened around 11 this morning near the intersection of Temple Street and North Alameda Street. Police say a male suspect dressed in all black and riding a scooter fired the BB gun at the nude cyclist. 2 victims were treated for lacerations at the scene. The suspect will be charged with assault of a deadly weapon, and more charges are pending.
Where were those lacerations is the first question. The second question is a BB gun actually a deadly weapon?
If it hits you in the face, maybe?
Like, has a human ever died via
blind you,
BB
though.
gun?
That's what I was kind of thinking.
I don't think
maybe if it got a weak point in your eye and went into your brain.
That's what I was wondering.
Maybe.
Okay, like there is
I don't know if it would penetrate the eye.
Was there a 1,000 Ways to Die episode with a BB gun?
Maybe.
I mean, you got to think there's one crazy scenario where a BB gun has unfortunately ended the life of another human being. I don't think this scooter BB gun shooter knew probably just how violent the BB gun could be and how disastrous it could be.
I mean, we would have BB gun wars just with ski goggles on. That's all you needed.
Exactly.
There was like less protection than paintball.
No, you got t-shirts on and you're out. Like we used to do the exact same thing.
I mean, a 2-pump maximum if you had the Costman.
Just like NFL rules.
Did you stop the game if you felt like it was more than 2 pump?
That's a high velocity rifle.
That was force.
There were some people you had to look out for.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's a 15-yard penalty.
Your own teammates.
Broke skin.
Having bottle rocket wars.
But
your
yeah.
own teammates turning on you.
It's kind of a surprise these naked bike rides are still going down.
I know.
Like 25 years ago, keep Austin weird. Maybe you'd be like, oh, wow, there's a naked bike ride. But with just how the world has changed since then,
We got
I think
pictures.
it's probably time to move on
Is there
from
any
them.
talent out there? Or is it just kind of a
I don't really know what the quality
California?
of
Probably
bikers.
some talent, huh?
Yeah, you would think there'd
You
be
trying
some,
to avoid
some
the
fit
questions?
ones.
Afraid the missus is listening?
No,
couldn't you
no,
get
not
on-
at all. I didn't actually see the live stream of the naked bike ride.
It's on the Rangers. Live
It's usually
stream right
nothing
now.
you want to look
It's
at.
on Buzz.
It's on the buzzer.
Catch that on the buzz.
It's not like they're taking the yoga club or adult entertainers
Yeah.
for these bike rides.
Yeah, I just see a gang of dudes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of hairy dudes.
It's like a nudist beach.
The guy who did the shooting, he was tattooed on the face.
National,
He's a tattoo
National
face
Hot
guy.
Dog Day.
He's serious, man.
Nude day and hot dog day. A lot of wieners.
Okay,
You gotta disinfect those bikes, though, bruh.
seriously, man, that's got to be
Your
uncomfortable.
naked cheeks on that bike.
It's gonna be smelly.
really uncomfortable, man.
A lot of schmear.
Actually, the funniest bit on the internet right now, I think, is the guys that set up bikes in these random places in a city, and they're filming, waiting for someone to come steal the bike. And inevitably, someone comes to steal the bike, and when they sit down on it, like the seat goes through like a pole, and a pole comes up and stuns you.
No!
And then they go flying out. It is as funny of an internet bit as I've seen. It is totally hilarious. These guys, they walk up, they're looking around, they're like looking over their shoulder, and it's not the Batman vigilante guy.
Yeah.
But this is another way of deterring people from stealing bicycles.
Yeah.
And it is freaking hilarious, dude. Highly recommend it.
We need that kind of justice, you know? We
Yeah.
need somebody fighting for the guy who got his stuff stolen.
For the common man. Yeah.
There's a lot of homeless guys on sweet bikes in California. You know, we'll see another batch of them coming up here in a couple of weeks in Oxnard, California. And I always think about the person whose bike that was, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
There's somebody crying over that beach cruiser right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I was going to take that to Santa Monica, fam.
These guys in this bit end up with tears running down their face because it hurts that bad. All right, let's take you to the Senate room floor. What do you think happened to Democrat Senator Chuck Schumer here?
And we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
Oh, he
Is he laughing about that?
He was laughing.
Is he chuckling?
It's hard not to, right? Oh, I just tooted.
My bad.
Oopsie daisy.
Didn't realize they had a mic back there. I mean, my gosh, dude.
That's
Mic'd up.
a waffler right there. Must have been sitting on vinyl.
That was a flapper.
He is 75. I think that's a little too young to be just letting him rip.
Really?
You know, or to
Well, he really has no control anymore.
lose sphincter control.
Yeah, he might not even have known it happened because he does it. He rips it out of pause. Like you can't. You got to be talking over that. You got to take your own octave up like 2 or 3 levels there. if
Yeah, you got to do
know-
the cough or something real quick, try to cover it.
Yes.
That's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
Just laugh. That should have been just a mic drop moment for him. This is how I feel about Iran and the NDA. Next. That's my take on the entire situation. Really, really bad
that was a
look.
big
That
one.
would have been apropos.
That might have been worse than Rudy Giuliani's that one
Oh,
time.
absolutely.
Like that was a real aggressive cheek flapper right there from
That was
Schumer.
good.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Definitely getting his
He
fiber.
took the mic into the microphone into the bathroom though. He was still mic'd up. He was peeing.
Giuliani did, yeah.
Sir, excuse us. He just goes,
We found out he was a urinal farter that day.
yeah.
It was unbelievable. So there it is. There's your news bag, boys.
Unlike any other. Thank you, Chief. We got 1 down, 4 to go. A full 5-hour broadcast with you today. We'll check what's coming up next.
Oh, man, which wide receiver list did it better? And high praise for one of my former draft pet cats. That's next in the nation.
the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the nation, and it's time now for Zach Wolchuk's Football Fix. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. Argentina and England scoreless at the half. Here's the Wooly Bully.
All right, let's go ahead and get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man. It's out. They've done it. The wide receivers list is out. We've got 2. Sports Illustrated's pumped one out, and then the Jeremy Fowler list is also out today, which we've been going through for the last couple of weeks as the execs, the coaches, the scouts, they're ranking all the top NFL wide receivers for 2026. So, who do you guys think came in at numero uno?
For me, it would be the Bengal.
Jamar?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase?
Yeah, I think Jamar Chase is that dude.
Ding, 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 ding. He indeed is number 1 on the list, highest ranking 1. Did not receive a lower ranking than 3. So that's one of the better splits that we've seen. Last year he was 1, so that's back-to-back years. He dominated the voting. It was an unprepared rookie corner on an island, earning around 70% of the first-place votes, despite finishing 3rd in catches, writes Fowler. One head coach said he's the best I've gone against. He can break it for 80 at any time. Another veteran NFL coach said he showed over the past 2 years or so that he can play inside, outside, since he moves him around more and more, and he's gotten even better as the ultimate chess piece.
And he's done it with a lot of Burrow being injured.
He has.
You know,
he's quarterback proof.
He is.
2.
He is.
Justin Jefferson. His LSU teammate. So both Tigers 1-2 on the list. Highest ranking 1 for Jay Jetta. Lowest ranking was 5. So 1-2 is the same as a year ago. Number 3 is where we get somebody different.
Can I just point this out real quick? Justin Jefferson, 8,480 receiving yards, the most for any player in his first 6 seasons in NFL history.
Yeah. 6 straight 1,000-yard campaigns, size Randy Moss. He's been unreal.
Only J.J. McCarthy can make that guy not look that good.
Yeah, and he seems fed up with J.J. McCarthy. So, Kyler, I hope you get that guy the football. At number 3, we've got somebody that was not on the list last year.
Is this where Puka is?
Not Puka. Puka is on here. He's 4.
This number 3?
3.
It's got to be your guy. It's Seattle, huh?
It's JSN. Yeah. JSN, highest ranking 1, lowest ranking was 7. He reminds me a lot of Cooper Kupp, says one NFL coordinator. Tremendous performance in 21 when Kupp was awesome. Only JSN's better on the outside than what Cooper Kupp was. I love his game. He's relentless. He's smooth. He's a competitor. He's not the elite outside player those top guys are, but he's close. He's super talented, says another AFC exec. Last year, JSN became the 4th player to lead the NFL in receiving yards and win the Super Bowl in the same year. He joined Drew Pearson, the original 88, Jerry Rice, and Cooper Kupp, the only ones to have done that. Puka was at 4. But then at number 5, we still have not gotten a Dallas Cowboy yet.
CeeDee Lamb.
It's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay.
St. Brown, highest ranking 2, lowest ranking unranked. Last year, he was 8 on this list. He's got a savvy knack for getting open. He plays faster than his timed speed, an NFL coordinator said. CD comes in at 6, and George Pickens comes in at 7.
Wow.
So the Cowboys have back-to-back receivers at 6 and 7 on the list. CD, highest ranking 3, lowest ranking unranked. He fell from 4 a year ago to 6. One NFC scout said with his ability to separate and make big plays, the attention he demands creates opportunities for others in the offense. He's still on the short list of guys who give you problems consistently. Another NFL coordinator said, I expect him to have a bounce back year. He was never quite the same last year off that ankle injury. Now, Pickens' highest ranking was 5. Lowest ranking unranked. Last year was not on this list. One coordinator said it's Pickens. He has emerged. Voted him as the top receiver in the game. Another veteran NFL coach said he's one of the best I've ever seen when it comes to the contested catch. There's such untapped ability there. It's just a consistency issue and where his head's at week to week. His 10.4 yards per target ranks 2nd in the NFL, and his 2.27 yards after first contact per possession topped all receivers with 100 or more targets. The Cowboys are sitting with 2 top 7 receivers. The Sports Illustrated list had CD a little higher. He had Pickens at 7. They had Pickens at 7, but they had CD at 5. So where you thought he was, Dawson, with St. Brown at 6. So they just had them flipped. But 6 and 7, and Pickens, I think right now is the deadline for him to sign a long-term deal. And he's now playing on the franchise tag, so he will officially be on the franchise tag, courtesy of right now. As the Cowboys let us know, they're not negotiating a new deal. Jory Epstein put that out earlier today as well, that they'd have no intention of talking today. They didn't, but Pickens will officially now, based on this July 15th deadline, be playing on the tag.
I don't have any issue with the players that they put ahead of them. I think even though maybe you got the worst possible way for this to fall, being 6-7, you look at, I think you can look at Nakua, or you could look at Amon-Ra St. Brown and say, in other offenses, would they be able to produce like CeeDee Lamb, like Jamar Chase, like Jefferson? I look at those players that operate in the Ram system differently. And then, Ben Johnson did such a hell of a job orchestrating that offense. I think there's still carryover from that is assisting Amon-Ra St. Brown. But just watching him play, that's a good comparison for CeeDee Lamb. Yeah. And I hope it's motivating for Lamb. Like the injury last year, sure, but the drops, it wasn't the same kind of season for CeeDee Lamb as last year was. I think he has the talent in him to be in the conversation for the best receiver in the game.
I couldn't agree more.
You know what's interesting, though? If you look through that list, Philadelphia doesn't have anybody in that top 10.
Mm-mm. They had A.J. Brown at 9, but now you got Devontae Smith, who was an also receiving votes guy.
So where was
Nobody.
Smith? Was Smith in the also receiving votes guy?
That was Devontae Smith.
If you're a Cowboy fan, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That you don't have any. You do not have. Philadelphia does not have a receiver that is in that top 10.
And the Giants had Malik Neighbors as an honorable mention. Otherwise, you've got Terry McLaurin as an also receiving votes. So nobody else in your division has anybody, and you've got 2 in the top 7.
Wasn't it crazy they had Devontae Adams 10th, though? Like,
I
still
did think
there
that was
off 700 yards.
700 yards, yeah.
But the touchdowns. He still is a big touchdown guy, but I'm with you. The honorable mentions, you had Tyreek Hill still on here. I was a little surprised Drake London. Drake London seems like he's been getting a ton of hype this offseason. He was in the top 10 for the Sports Illustrated list. T. Higgins was not mentioned. Garrett Wilson, who was on here last year, was not mentioned. Jalen Waddle, Chris Olave, Tyreek Hill, Zay Flowers, Mike Evans. Those were the other guys that were honorable mentions. And Tedero McMillan's a guy that I think is going to be on here very soon from the Carolina Panthers. We'll see which rookies emerge this year. Now, Stephon Diggs. You got a couple of teams that are interested in him. At least 5 teams, per Jeremy Fowler, have been checking in on Diggs nearly 2 weeks out from camp. Diggs produced 1,000 yards in New England coming off an ACL tear, and he only played about 55% of the snaps. That's pretty wild. He was so productive. But I do wonder if Washington, and I was listening to you guys talk about it yesterday, like they don't really have a lot outside of Terry McLaurin. I think Stephon Diggs, and he's from that area, that just makes a ton of sense, especially with this Brandon Ayuk stuff kind of going a little haywire. I could see the Commanders maybe bringing him in, but them, Baltimore, according to Fowler, feel like possibilities. He's from that area, went to the University of Maryland, and the Ravens, they have really made a living at times signing retread receivers who, like DeAndre Hopkins most recently. So those are 2 teams to watch, Baltimore and Washington, for Diggs. Stevie Johnson is the wide receiver coach there with the Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
Bills, yeah.
This is hype-up season. It's Kool-Aid season, and it's hype-up season. They're hyping up Keon Coleman.
Well, they have to after they just completely degraded him.
It was bad. The owner there just totally crushed him. But they're saying that he is totally locked in. The maturity has taken a big step. He wants to learn things. He's open to constructive criticism. He's been asking more questions. Buy or sell, year 3 is the breakout year for Keon Coleman in Buffalo.
I got to ask you guys this as ones who scouted him coming out. Like, how much did you like him?
I thought he was going to be really good.
I liked him, too.
I thought
really?
Not a big separator.
Size, he was super competitive.
Plays the ball
battles.
well.
Yeah, this this is a weird thing that he's not playing at a better clip than what he should be, because his Florida State film was actually really good.
Yeah, I thought he would have emerged already as like the wide receiver one there in Buffalo, and you'd be good. He'd be Josh Allen's number one target, and it just has not panned out that way.
Well, now they got DJ Moore.
Yeah,
will take up a little bit of attention defensively. Their tight ends, they get involved pretty well. I mean, Kincaid finally had a nice receiving season, so maybe he's got a chance here. And you got Joe Brady, who was the OC, but now he's the head man, probably even more control of the offense. So, I don't know. I think this is just hype-up season because they completely just tore him down. Yeah. The owner did.
I mean, part of me is surprised he was still there with the way that they talked about him. Like, I don't know how he could go back there. And if I were him, I probably wouldn't want to be. I would have demanded a trade. But he's there, and I hope the best for him. Brandon Cooks, our old buddy, who had the controversial play, was it a catch, was it an interception? He would like to go back to Buffalo. He is still a free agent. He said he's going to continue to process and get back on the field. He's happy with going back to Buffalo. That's where he'd like to be. That's the place he'd love to be. He says he wants to prove to them, have a full season with them, but they've got time for both sides to figure that out. He's going to be 33 years old. He knows he's running out of opportunities to win a Lombardi trophy for Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, I think I'd probably pass. A couple years ago, I thought we saw Father Time get him pretty good.
He's definitely lost his speed.
Yeah.
Has there anybody been traded for more high picks than him?
No.
I mean, if you look at
a one.
You look at all the times that he's been moved, it's always been for a really high draft pick. There's always people that thought about him,
Jalen Ramsey, maybe, but no, I think Cooks is that guy. I think he is. We stay in the AFC. Is this a laughable comment, or do you think that maybe Cincinnati's finally got this down? Here's Orlando Brown Jr. with a pretty confident call that he's making in July about their offensive line.
I really think, and I say this confidently, man, I really feel like we got the best pass protection unit in the NFL. There isn't a lot of groups that, I think could come do what we do on a week-to-week basis and have the success that we've had, man, especially with the circumstances. As you guys know, pass protection is the hardest thing to do in the sport, in my opinion, probably outside of a few other things like playing quarterback and man-to-man coverage at corner outside. But the glaring mistakes as an offensive lineman are always massive, compared to other positions because the quarterback is normally the moneymaker and the most important guy on the team. But our unit is so strong in pass protection, man.
He might be on to something. Dalton Reisner was really good for them at right guard. Amarius Mims is a player that they think is going to take another step at right tackle. He's super young, still at 23, but they drafted Dylan Fairchild, who was a rookie last year, and he stabilized that left guard spot for them. I just kind of always assume Cincinnati, they've got offensive line problems. Ted Karras was a center that they paid in free agency that was kind of up and down a year ago, but I mean, if he's right and they kind of settle in, man, with Joe Burrow and the weapons they have on offense, they did spend a lot of money. They bring in Dexter Lawrence, Boye Mafe. They draft Cassius Howell to try and improve the defense. Like, Burrow's been talking it up. This is the best team he's been on since he won that national championship at LSU. Maybe Cincinnati is a legit contender this year if that all clicks for them along the offensive line.
But I feel like people have projected that for about the last 3 years, like since they've been in the Super Bowl. And I know they went out and they got Dexter Lawrence and they brought in some help defensively, but it's still a cupboard is bare type of situation. And I don't think that, certainly running the ball and playing great defense is more important than ever.
Yeah.
And you're trying to win this thing like a quarterback and great wide receivers is still enough. Like, you don't need to run it, Everybody knows you have to run it and be able to stop the run now. And there was a period of time in the NFL that ended about 5 years ago where you could do that. But teams got smart and said, holy crap, they're going to let us run it. And if they're daring you to run it, let's run it at them. I think the Bengals are one of those unsolved mysteries to me. Why every year for the last 5 years people are projecting greatness on this roster that's clearly very average.
It's just like I'm such a Joe Burrow believer. If he's healthy, then I'd still lean like they are a contender. But yes, their running game does need to and he's even talking just specifically pass protection. I think there still are big questions there with the running game. And if they get into a game where they got to go ahead and grind it out, you're up. Can you preserve a lead? I think that'll be a question with Cincinnati. Bob Saleh, who is in San Francisco, now the head coach with the Tennessee Titans, was speaking with NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Malco at the American Century Championship Golf Tournament, and he is giving a lot of praise to former Texas Longhorn Alfred Collins at defensive tackle. Now, they drafted a lot up front last year. They took Michael Williams in the first round, Alfred Collins in the second, C.J. West in the fourth. I was a big Alfred Collins fan. He said, quote, "It's a shame Michael's season got cut short, but Collins is going to be the biggest surprise of the class." Alfred, I know he was a second-round pick and all, but he's still probably the biggest surprise to me in terms of just how much better he got from training camp. He thinks he's going to break out as the season went on. I really think he's going to be special. His mindset to get better, his work ethic, he's only going to get better, and when it triggers for him, he's going to be a bear to stop. We just get was
England
it Jude Bellingham again?
Let me see here.
Oh, no, he crossed it in.
Oh, no, it was the left wing. Walker, I think. Man City, sub.
1-0.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful ball.
Nice cross. Good finish.
So I'm hopeful. I mean, Alfred Collins, a player that I loved a lot, Texas kid. We'll see. I mean, that'd be kind of scary because they did add Osa Odighizuwa. If those guys can all end up stepping up, that front for San Francisco, if they can stay healthy, all of a sudden you thought they lost a lot of talent, and they did. They waved goodbye to a lot of high-priced veteran free agents. Maybe they restocked, and that is not good, as that division is freaking nasty in the NFC West.
Thank you, old Chuck.
Thank you.
And my bad, that's Anthony Gordon. He has 4 goals in 25 international appearances and now has tallied for England here in the semifinal to give them a lead against Argentina. Okay, we're coming back with the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening is next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. top of the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening all the way now till training camp, through training camp, and into the season. You can check in every afternoon, 3:20. Then afterwards, you have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40 with the former Cowboy Scout. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it is still 1-0 England in this World Cup semifinal match. Emmitt Smith wants American fans to learn from enthusiastic World Cup supporters. He was at the FC Dallas watch party yesterday as an honored guest and jumped on that Men in Blazers soccer podcast show. What do you think he wants Americans to learn?
The chants
from how the World Cup fans do it. Yeah, the chants are good.
Standing up, actually, like being engaged the whole time.
I think you're dancing around it.
Not needing a reason to be vocal.
Yes, that as well. He said, hopefully we become a lot more friendlier with each other.
Oh
yeah. That was something we brought this up last week, where it's like you haven't seen any viral videos of two fan bases fighting in a stadium concourse.
Yeah.
Like, that was surprising to me.
I wonder if is that a World Cup thing, or is that an all around? You know, if it in the Premier League, we know about the hooligans.
Yeah.
You know, those fan bases are fighting each other. Maybe it's just it's the World Cup. It's the biggest stage in sports. We're all here to have a good time.
And I just think we see it when it hits our timeline, you know, but oftentimes they're clubs that have decades of history, or, you know, happening in a place in the world where there has been tension for a long time, like World War II countries that are playing each other in soccer. A lot of time you get like this generational carryover where there was genocide or World War happening that sort of is the backdrop for why these countries hate each other so much. And I think, you know, number one, when we have those matches in the World Cup, there isn't one team playing at home where they can like get organized and, you know, be ready at the bus stop or whatever it is to create violence. So I think there's a lot of reasons that you don't have it. But Emmitt Smith, I don't know if he was intending to also talk about how the fan bases are nice to each other. But, you know, he says, whether you're a Cowboys fan, Seattle fan, or Philadelphia fan, I think we will start to see our teams adopt some of the celebratory things after games to celebrate what you saw on the field or on the football pitch is what life should be all about. So I think he was approaching this more as fans supporting their team no matter what.
Oh, okay.
Like, do you guys notice? Well, like maybe an American sports fan is going to the game and he's gonna hate somebody as he calls into the post-game show if the team doesn't win.
Yeah,
sure.
Where it's almost like the soccer fans that have traveled this far are like, dang it, we're here to make sure our guys know that we got their back. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I get that. I do think there is some level of like it's good to hold teams accountable.
Yes.
A little bit. Like, wow, okay, so we can just lose and everybody's still just happy that everybody got out to have fun and play together today. Like,
it might be the relegation aspect of it, because naturally they're held accountable. If they lose, you're at risk of relegation. In American sports, if you lose, what are you at risk of? Outside of your fans not paying to come and watch, and your fans then calling you out via the media.
Yeah, you know, they do the coordinated whistles, and sometimes the fan base will decide we're going to get the manager sacked today. You know, we're all going to show up with our signs and chant, fire this mother bleeper, or we're going to boycott the games. You know, so I think they do in their own ways have tactics for keeping teams accountable. It's just different. Right. You know, it's just a different way to do it. Like the first time I went to an MLS game and stood with what's called the Timbers Army. This was when actually they were still a USL team. This is like 2007, 2006 or something. They hadn't got to the MLS yet, but I was booing them because they weren't playing well. And two gentlemen tapped me on the shoulder and said, "We don't do that here." You know?
Oh, wow.
I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yes, it's all positive cheering unless we decide that there is an objective here. But we're not just going to vent on the players whenever we want." I was like, "Oh, that's That's pretty cool. That's different.
That's totally different from American sports culture.
Yeah, and I don't think one is necessarily right or wrong, but I think from a player perspective, maybe feeling the love from the fans a little bit more would be cool. And maybe if you did that, they would be less cynical about their interactions with the fans and media. True. I don't know. It was definitely an interesting and poignant message from your guy Emmitt Smith yesterday at the watch party. It's repurposing content season, guys. And one of the quotes from this summer that continues to go viral, I saw Wolchuk reacting to, I think, the Pro Football Talk story on this earlier today, is Shoddy saying the Super Bowl is February 14th in Los Angeles, and we plan on being there. And I have a thought and a question for you on this. Number one, my thought, I do believe Schottenheimer wants it enough. Okay, and he wants it as much as maybe anybody since Jimmy, maybe as much as Jimmy. Says he wants to do it for his dad, and I think that's cool. It's powerful stuff to kind of have a higher purpose. It would drive me crazy, and as I'm sure it drove everybody crazy when Jason Garrett would say, we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on the process and stacking good days.
Amen. Yes.
And I think that's a cool philosophy to have, but sometimes the fan base after 2 decades needs to hear you say it's Super Bowl or bust, baby.
Right.
And I love how Shoddy kind of snuggles up to that. How realistic is it for you guys? When Shoddy brings that up, do you roll your eyes or do you say, that's right, here we come?
Well, look, I've got him in the NFC Championship game this year. I mean, that's my bold prediction. So I don't think it's like that crazy. But I mean, I'm sure that the majority of people it should be an eye roll because they haven't really even sniffed it. I am a believer that this year's team has a lot of special elements to it with the offense, and I think that the defense is going to take great strides. So I think they're going to be a top 10 or 12 unit? No. But I think they're going to be competitive enough to where they'll be top half in the league. And if this offense is as good as we believe they can be, which is arguably the best in the sport, that should be a very good football team. But I'm with you. I love the 2 things that I love that Shoddy's done here. Really, there's 3. There's one, which is making sure that he does not shy away from the history of the Dallas Cowboys by bringing back the legends, having the legend days, like wanting these players to know about who came before them. Like, why is the Dallas Cowboys such a premier brand in all of sports? Because of what these guys did, right? That's why the Cowboys are here at this level. The other thing is actually having a vision and a plan for the type of football team that he wants to see on game day, which I don't think the Cowboys have really had much of a plan or a vision when they do things year to year, but not shying away from the Super Bowl expectation. The standard is the standard. That's what he says. Well, the standard's winning a Super Bowl. And to what you said about Jason Garrett, and he's not alone. Brian, I'm sure you can attest that there's a lot of coaches that don't even want to say the words. There's a lot between now and the Super Bowl. Let's worry about winning the division. Right. Let's worry about getting into the playoffs. Shoddy's not scared of that. No, the goal is to win a championship, and I love that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of coaches are worried about it, or they think that if I bring it up, then people are going to slam me for not reaching my stated goal.
Or twist it to make it seem like I'm guaranteeing it.
Yeah, and you can't be scared of it. Maybe Jason Garrett partially felt like the front office was never going to do what it took to build a roster good enough. I don't know, but I feel like what we need from Shoddy is for him to make this organization good enough. And that's what Bill Walsh did for the 49ers when he got there in 1979 or 1980 or whenever it was. That was an organization of failing, right? And he brought up everybody's habits and mindset and outlook to championship level standards. And I think in order to get there, we're talking about having this draft class play out in a historic way. Like Downs Defensive Rookie of the Year, just the start of it. You need Malachi Lawrence on the all-rookie team.
And last year's class. You need the Revels of the world, the Azarakus of the world to really take a giant step.
And maybe that's doable. Or the front office could say, you know what, we're blowing out our 2027 draft picks. Here's our first, second, and our third. We're trying to get Crosby and Jordan Brooks. So do either one of those things. I could see you bridging the gap to where maybe Seattle and the Rams are. Nobody in the North really scares me. I could see the Cowboys beating anybody in the NFC North in playoff games. In the East right now, I mean, if Devontae does not step up, they could be completely without a wide receiver one. I mean, Mekhi Lemon is a nice idea. How often do 20th overall picks hit the ground running in the NFL at a wide receiver one level?
Especially with the quarterback, you've got big question marks about right now.
Their offense,
whole new offense,
and then obviously the South is nothing to worry about. You could beat any one of those teams, so you're really just talking about bridging the gap to where the Rams and the Seahawks are, and I think those things are somewhat realistic. But without a doubt, in the text and maybe in the chat on YouTube, it's going to be this team's been a losing proposition for 3 decades.
I get it, man. I do.
They need to have the coach has upgraded our operating systems moment, and maybe that's what Shoddy is in the process of doing. Alrighty, Jory Epstein with the report. The Cowboys and Pickens not negotiating a long-term extension, and that deadline has passed. So he is going to play on the $27.3 million tag. He is on track to participate in training camp, say sources. So there you have your C note. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Dawson, should this coach fight more for some players? We'll talk about that next.
But first, Tolos, let's talk about your hair for.
Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. Is there another late escape for Argentina? They are down 1-0 the semifinals of the World Cup to England. 82nd minute now. We'll keep you updated as we listen to some Krusty's Corner with the former Cowboy scout Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I always appreciate you playing that. And, man, these teams are so good at killing time at the end of the game. And the officials are doing their best to, like, get guys up off the ground and try and get things subs in and all that. They realize how important these last 9 minutes of this game is going to be.
And they'll do everything in their power to give Argentina all the extra time they need.
Absolutely. I mean, Argentina just put in 3 subs. It looks like England's going to go with 2 more subs. I mean, they're trying their best to just have this thing kind of tick down. But, yeah, is there some magic? Is there some magic with the Argentine side? We'll see here with, like I say, the next 8 minutes and then some stoppage time behind that. Dawson, I will tell you this, though. You talk about number 1 wide receiver being a late pick. It reminded me of a late pick guy that ended up being a number 1 wide receiver.
Nakua?
No, Des Bryant.
Oh, there you go.
He's picked
in the 20s, 24?
24. There you go. Yeah. So I was just kind of
first draft I covered.
I was just sitting there thinking, I'm like, God, there's got to be somebody. And I was like, I think Des Bryant was picked kind of near down the bottom of the board.
Justin Jefferson was the one that came to my mind.
Justin Jefferson came to your mind? I was just,
he was in the 20s.
Why did I think he was like in the 18s? Or something
Jefferson?
Like, yeah,
because CD went 17.
Right.
And then they thought maybe the Eagles would take him.
And then
they didn't.
Our guy from TCU went.
Right, Rager. And then you had the Vikings throwing a freaking party for it.
Oh, my God.
And I think they took him at 22.
Yeah, it was 22 for the Vikings.
22 for sure.
But hit rate on wide receivers in the 20s.
Those are cherry picking.
No. I wasn't trying to say, Dawson, you're an idiot. I wasn't doing that. I was
celebrating Dez.
I was sitting there thinking about if there were receivers. I'm like, God, he might be right. And I'm like, when was Dez picked? And it just made me go back and then with Jefferson, I always thought that Jefferson was picked a lot higher than that. In that.
Well, it's crazy during his draft. He was getting put as like slot only guy.
Yeah.
And so some were like, could he go in the second round?
Yeah.
And then, he way overperformed those expectations.
Yeah.
I'm flirting with a bold prediction that they won't even average 21 points per game.
The Turds. Awesome. I love it.
The fact that they don't have the 2 receivers, I was just noticing that. I was thinking of what about the weapons and stuff like that. But
I like Lemon and Stowers, but that quarterback seems to be everything's going downhill for him. They don't believe in him there. They got a new staff, at least the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, at some point you got to protect a guy's body. And he runs until he turns about 28 or 29. And then it's time to be like, well, let's be realistic about what you're capable of carrying.
Yeah.
And how this is going to make your back and your knees hurt.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking as well, Dawson was talking about Shoddy as a coach. It just kind of made me pivot and think about something a little bit different here. Should Shoddy and Dawson, you brought up giving up picks and trying to get things done, say, this year. Should Shoddy walk in there and start demanding?
Goal! Equalizer! Argentina! 1-1, no doubt about it.
Dude, they are just living in this 85th minute area.
My television's slower than your television.
Yeah, I think this one's 20 seconds behind.
I think was that Enzo? Is that how you say that guy's name? Fernandez?
Yeah.
What a strike. Top of the box.
Oh, my God.
Golly.
Pickford had been pretty good.
Messi with the assist.
No offside, huh?
Yeah, no offsides, no flag up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's an upset, dude.
No need to go to VAR on this one.
No.
Unless there might have been a foul 30 seconds ago that I didn't see.
Yeah.
Some of these things.
Okay, well, this is exciting, huh?
This would go
Dawson's going to do play-by-play here for us in the last...
well, it was a corner.
It's a great shot. Unbelievable. I thought Pickford was going to make some type of mistake in this game because he likes to wander around. He goes a little too far up the field. And I was wondering, I think, he's going to get caught out in there. But
just a great shot. Messi with the assist.
Just a great shot.
Corner played short. They went back to Messi. He dribbled to the top of the box and found Fernandez, who absolutely ripped it.
Yeah, and how about the way that England's defense, as soon as Messi had that ball right at the top, you mentioned Dawson, the 18 box, look at them just converge. They try, and now that gives just the opportunity. They're just too late getting out.
Great layout by the goaltender, though.
Yeah.
Now all the doubt in England's history is creeping back in.
There's no question.
My goodness.
If this thing goes to extra time, the history is totally against him.
Big
here,
time.
right?
Did Jared Sandler just break something in his house?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's more worried about having to do all the damage control he's up against right now.
Oh,
I bet those Argentina fans feel almost as good as Rangers fans felt when Seager hit that home run.
Oh God! Or Dolly.
Can you imagine these
intoxicating
all these fans
Oh,
are
it's
just
crazy.
getting to see it in real time?
I freaking hate you.
But Dawson, don't act like that you were not going to beat you.
He knew.
He knew.
That was an apples to apples
He knew what he
I'm
was
just
doing.
telling you.
I saw the smirk on his face.
I should take you to the championship World
No,
Cup match.
Brian,
is what I should
no.
do.
We're
we
fine.
should show up in New York and we'll have some fun.
That would be sick.
That would be
incredible.
cool. But I asked this, Dawson, when you said that though, shouldn't Schottenheimer ask for to go all out in this thing? Shouldn't he go out and you talk about give up picks and go?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he's on a little bit of a run with how they did things in the offseason, with the additions that they made, some of the signings that they made. But should he kind of push on here and try and say, listen, I'm out here talking Super Bowl because you guys want me to talk Super Bowl. But if you really want me to get to the Super Bowl, I'm going to need you to move some of these picks. And I say this in a way of like, because if it doesn't work, if it turns into another 7-10 kind of season or something like that,
yeah.
How much longer is Brian Schottenheimer going to be here?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what is where we are right now? I mean, everybody likes Brian Schottenheimer. We all think offensively. Oh yeah, this guy, great dude. Let this thing go 7-10 again.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you know, I was talking Super Bowl and all that. That next year might be a little bit different in the offseason. You know, find a way to win. So if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm kind of going hammer down on this.
We need a statement season. You know, I don't want to blow these picks out for guys on expiring contracts that we're not going to keep.
But I'm talking like if you could get Brooks at Miami, or you could go and maybe you identify a couple other players that. But
get you a corner.
I am all about if you're out there, if I'm going to put my neck on the line. Mick Jagger not looking too happy right now for his English
Argentine fans are going insane.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, to me, if I'm a Schottenheimer, I am pushing for this because I don't want to sit there and like, okay, I'm putting my neck out there, and I'm telling everybody, oh yeah, we got a Super Bowl team here.
Yeah.
And do I believe it? Yeah, sure. I believe it even more if you go out and help me get a couple more guys out of this thing. Yeah, where's throwing around another third-round pick? You know, where's throwing around? Why can't we throw another second-round pick? Hey, why don't you let me sign a guy here? You know, why don't you let me sign another player or something like that?
And the Cowboys have looked at drafting players as their lifeblood and as their main way of building for a long time. I think one of Schottenheimer's things that we're hoping that he does is just sort of redefine what the Joneses, what a championship approach looks like. Yeah. And he's already done that in multiple ways. But yeah, I think that's an interesting point and a terrifying point, Brian, because if Schotty would get blown out and you go back into the coaching search led by the Joneses and now Schotty is out of the picture, I would be really concerned that the next coaches they get would be more of, what we saw in the early 2000s or a Mike McCarthy retread than a guy who's really got his finger on the pulse.
You really do need Brian Schottenheimer to succeed here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You really do.
Even before Christian Parker was here, he was already going out and getting a Kenny Clark and a Quinnen Williams,
right? Because
he knows interior defensive linemen are more important than they've been in previous eras.
Yeah,
the Joneses would still be living in the 2010s. Like, let's get a bunch of guys who can rush the quarterback. Schotty, even before Christian Parker knew, we need gap and a half defensive monsters in there that have the size and the strength to gap and a half to free up our next two levels. Like, sure, Christian Parker's defense is here, but the reason Christian Parker is here is because Schotty knew that. We have to stop the run with 6 dudes.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, then everything's going to be chaotic on the back end. These offenses are too good.
Right. I think this is a great opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity for Brian Schottenheimer to walk in there and do that.
Is it fair if
off the woodwork? That was almost a winner. 92nd minute from Argentina. He just missed.
I mean they're putting the pressure on, and Messi just kind of feels like he's about to do something special here.
There
it is. Yep.
A header.
What a gorgeous ball in from Messi.
Messi with the right-footed cross to Martinez, who just came on as a sub 5 minutes ago. Argentina now leads 2-1. We opened this segment asking, is there magic left in the tank? And damn right there is.
Yeah, well, this team all tournament long, as it's been that way. Boy, what a header that was.
What a pass.
Oh, my gosh. Just such quality with that Argentine team. And once you gave them that first goal, that second goal was just inevitable.
Well, and you could just see the face of England.
Yeah.
And Pickford's immediately like, hey, lock in, mental. But the fans, the play, like you can just feel it. That's where, in a moment like this, England has come up short as a country in the World Cup and even in the Euros. And Argentina is like, all right, we've lived by this. We've advanced every round, basically, it feels like, in the World Cup, doing this, playing with danger.
So shot goes off the right post.
Yeah.
Messi tracks it down on the right wing, drives and crosses it. It goes over 3 English defenders' heads, short of another English defender's head. Like that was a 4-on-1 inside the box. He dropped it perfectly on that dude's head.
Incredible pass.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous ball. Absolutely gorgeous.
I want to just read the text from 8 minutes ago where we have someone in the 972 saying,
English side?
Looks like Pele is the GOAT. Just 9 minutes ago on the text line.
Yeah.
2 assists from Messi.
He's special. Yeah. He really is.
And now he gets another chance to score a goal, which would give him the boot.
Gosh.
Really
I guess
tied.
The one thing, like let's say just from the Cowboys front office side, because you can kind of take a page out of our Rangers conversation. Like you got to go earn it right at the deadline. And the NFL trade deadline every single year now has seemed to become more and more active. If you're the front office for Dallas, it's like, we're with you.
Yeah.
Go out there and have a good first half.
Yeah.
And then we'll get you. We'll go and be aggressive, and we'll try get you Jordan Brooks. We'll try get you Crosby, but you just show it to us that this thing's looking in the direction that we need it to be.
Yeah, and I'd still say, like, could you still get me a Bobby Wagner? Could you still get me a Von Miller before the season? Just a little something here.
Like I said, if I'm out there talking Super Bowl and things like that, I'm the one putting it on the line. Okay, try and help me this way.
Yeah.
Try and help me this way with it. If you could, can you bring me one more? Can you bring me another one? Can you, like Dawson said, can I use this? Can I use the second round pick? Can I use the third round pick? Can you just go get me one more or 2 more? I think that's really kind of where I'm at right there. So it just made me think. So appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
9 minutes of soccer there. Krusty's Corner with some action here at the
drama
World Cup.
This thing could be final. By the time we return, there is 4.5 minutes of stoppage time remaining, maybe a little bit more because you had the goal celebration.
Jude Bellingham continue his greatness.
He has not had. I don't think he's had a shot in this game, to be honest with you, boys. So yeah.
Let's throw in the bag, though. Wolchuk, what do you say?
All right, let's do it. Hit the mixed bag. How Klay Thompson helped out this sitcom star, and is this school Schmuck of the Week? That's next.
The Fan.
Here we go. It's not final yet. 2-1 Argentina leads. It's time for Wolchuk's mixed bag.
Let's shake it up and wait for him to blow the whistle to send Argentina to the final right now.
You want a chocolate? Mama.
Leave the gut.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them back?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
There it is, 2-1. Argentina rallies to beat England, who led for the majority of the match. In the 85th, they equalize it, and then in extra time, or stoppage time, Argentina with the go-ahead goal. It'll be Spain and Argentina in the final. I'll be there at Cosm. Get your tickets now. Cosm.com/World Cup on Sunday. Saturday, we'll have the third place game between France and England. We were talking before the show off air, like, why bother with the third place game?
Yeah, this is where everybody who hasn't played in the World Cup gets to play.
Like, I wonder, are the views...
We clear the bench for this
still strong? Like, do you think England's still going to go, like France and England, those fan bases are still going to go wild for the third place finish?
I don't think the fan bases will go wild, but I think it'll do huge numbers on TV, you know?
Might be an opportunity to go to a match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're down there in Miami, it's probably going to be scorching hot.
I know a lot of people had a hell of a time yesterday getting tickets at slashed prices to get in there. I saw conversations on Facebook of people flipping tickets for $600.
Wow.
For the semifinal yesterday, France-Spain.
That's amazing.
I guess demand just crashed. And once you only have a couple of fan bases, and maybe their fan bases are tapped out.
Yeah, maybe they've left.
They've spent their money.
Sure.
You know, thinking let's get it in while we can now. But for whatever reason, the later the tournament has gone, the more accessible the tickets have been. So, yeah, get to Miami for Saturday, I guess, and you can watch England against France.
Yeah. Harry Kane and Mbappe. But heartbreak again for England, as they were so close.
You're flying home, right? If you're an England guy. Yeah. I mean, if you're an England fan, you're not going down there. You're flying home, right? Right after this one. Atlanta's got a huge airport. You got all your bags.
Oh, yeah.
You're just like, you're trying to get your ticket back. You're getting
I'm a rich England guy.
You're getting on British Airways right now and just flying home from Atlanta.
The change fees are pretty high.
Yeah, but I just got to get the hell out of here. I can't.
Probably pretty disgusted.
Yeah.
I need a pint.
Yeah.
The Abbey.
I'll tell you what, this was I don't think old Jude, I think when it's all said and done, I don't think this is going to be one of his finest hours. And after the game, he wants to fight, or the match, he wants to fight everybody. You know, kind of a deal.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
He's frustrated, but he did not play worth a damn. I mean,
Bellingham?
Yeah.
Is he being a jerk out here?
Yeah, he's
him and Messi kind of went at it a little bit.
He wants to fight everybody.
End.
He wants to fight.
Yeah, he's not happy at all.
Yeah.
On3 has put out their NIL evaluations for college football this year. Outside of Arch Manning, who of course is going to have the greatest NIL valuation, who do you think in college football cracked this top 10?
I think Miami paid a buttload of money for Darian Mensah.
Number one outside of Arch Manning. We remove him from this conversation. $6.5 million is his NIL valuation for Darian Mensah at Miami. And that was a late ad.
Yeah, I mean, that was controversial, man.
I mean, I wonder if Texas Tech hadn't been able to get Sorsby, and I know Joey McGuire is doing, what he needs to say to give Will Hammond that confidence. They were looking to try and add a legit quarterback to try and get them over the hump in the playoff, right? And Will Hammond might end up being really good, but he's coming off an injury. They didn't look at him as like, okay, that guy for sure is going to be able to win us a playoff game. They wanted to get a proven commodity quarterback. Could they have gone over the $6.5 million? I think so. I mean, Darian Mensah, there could have been a bidding war for him out there if they had gotten this Sorsby news a little bit sooner. Would have been wild.
Yeah, I'm sure they're kicking themselves about the entire situation. But yeah, Mensah makes a lot of sense getting the bag there. I mean, I would think a lot of these guys are quarterbacks other than, Jeremiah Smith, let's just throw him out there.
He's number 3. He's tied at 3 with $5 million. Well, I guess he's kind of tied at second. You got 3 guys all at $5 million. Dante Moore at Oregon.
Yeah, Dante Moore for sure.
And then Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss.
Okay, good.
Those are all the $5 million club.
What about Levitt?
Levitt's next up, $4.5 million at LSU. He's number 5. How about the quarterback at Washington?
Oh, Demond?
Yes.
Demond Williams?
And he's got $4 million, and I still don't really get how he can show face back there.
He tried to bail on him.
Yes. It's a weird situation.
Very weird. I think Jed Fish came out and was just like, hey, we feel for the guy because he's a young dude and he's got a bunch of teams calling him, saying they're willing to give him multiple millions more than what he's getting now. Of course, he was interested in that.
The only school with 2 players in the top 10, though, is Brian Broaddus' LSU Tigers. As they've got the quarterback,
got
Sam
the tackle
Levitt.
too, right?
Yeah, is it the Seaton?
Yeah.
Jordan Seaton.
Yeah, we got
and
them both.
that guy is looking incredible. Just the side-by-sides from here a year ago at Colorado to now. He's looking like Tyron Smith, just physically.
Oh, he's like a 300-plus pounder that looks lean.
Yes. And he was looking doughy. Like at Colorado, he had not filled in. Like he did not look like he was hitting the weight room. He was just a massive, strong human being. Now, he looks like, my gosh, just shredded. Like he is putting in the work. He's got on a meal plan. That dude's physique is what Tyron Smith-esque. $4 million for him.
I saw one of the edge rushers for Texas Tech doing a what I eat in a day video on social. These guys are living like freaking kings, dude.
Yeah.
Absolute kings. Whatever food you want, whenever you want it, it is right there and ready to rock and roll for you.
Crazy.
Living the freaking dream.
Absolutely. I mean, everything you want just at your fingertips there. It's nuts.
Ribeye for lunch, filet for dinner.
Craziness. We do have the college football contenders by tier. This is courtesy of Brad Crawford, CBS Sports. Your clear front runners. He's got Ohio State. He's got Notre Dame. I still got, I love Marcus Freeman. I might be so wrong about C.J. Carr, but just right now going into the season, I don't get the C.J. Carr hype.
No. I've seen enough Notre Dame film to not get too excited about that one.
Not overly impressive to me.
No.
I guess, is it just the Notre Dame thing? Because he's getting so hyped. And he started as a true freshman last year,
they
right?
ran the ball so well. I mean, just the way they ran the ball.
He had 2 first-round running backs.
Yeah.
He didn't really have to do a lot.
Yeah, he did not.
Oregon, Miami, and Georgia are your top clear front runners. So you do not have Texas. You do not have the defending champion Indiana Hoosiers. Texas and Indiana are next. The program leadership should prevail. They're on your next tier. Then the rosters that are worth a second look that could get it done. You've got LSU. You've got Texas Tech. You've got SC, which I don't understand that either with Lincoln Riley. Like, why are you buying stock in USC right now? But
about time.
Maybe. I mean, that quarterback's pretty solid there. I do like him.
Maeva,
yep. Alabama, Oklahoma, and then Texas A&M would be your next tier of college football teams. And then you've got BYU, SMU, and Houston would be your final tier. The schedule assistance looms large. SMU is giving Kevin Jennings a lot of hype right now. He's got his Heisman video out there. Who knows? Maybe the Pony Up will be elite there in Dallas and fighting for another playoff spot in the ACC. Let's go to, I know, Eric, you were a big Workaholics fan with me.
Yeah, for sure.
Blake Anderson, Workaholic star, told a story on the Funny You Should Ask podcast about Dallas Maverick Klay Thompson. Now, at the time, he's with the Golden State Warriors. They've just won an NBA championship. Blake Anderson, Cali guy, and was a fan of the Warriors. Here's his story about Klay Thompson hooking him up for an after party.
I mean, the person who I have a close connection to, who is just going to be my guy forever, is actually Klay Thompson. When they won their second championship, I was at that game.
Wow.
And I took my younger brother, and we were at an all-time high. And after they had won the championship, what do we do now? And caught wind of the official team after party. Players are showing up. I'm talking to the club, yo, can I get my brother in? Can I get my brother in? He's like, dude, this is the official after party.
Yeah.
It's over. I can't have this night without him. So it's all right, I guess that's it. Cool. I had this moment, but I'm going to go home. It was a cool night. We saw the championship, whatever. So we're walking. I'm talking. I'm damn, dude, starting to get an Uber. And then all of a sudden we hear this, Blake, what the hell? Turn around. And it's this giant black SUV, and in the window, hanging out of it, is Klay Thompson.
Oh my God.
And we're like, Klay? What the hell? He's like, Blake, what are you doing? I'm like, we're leaving. I can't get my brother. And he's like, get in the car, man. Get in the car.
Klay.
We get in this SUV. It's Klay Thompson, his brother. What the hell is going on? He's like, dude, feel my hat. It's still wet with champagne. And it's like, sure enough, it's wet with the champagne. He's like, we go around in the back. The team is there waiting to go in. We ended up walking it back into the club with my brother, with the entire Warriors team. And it's all because of Klay.
So cool. Now, it helps when you've got the hair that Blake does.
He stands out.
He does. Like, I'm sure Klay Thompson, if he was a Workaholics fan at the time, or even afterwards, which I'm sure he was, knew who Blake was. He's like, oh, there he is. That's Blake Anderson from Workaholics. But pretty freaking sweet story. I mean, it helps, the connection there, Hollywood. But Klay Thompson just getting in, him and his bro, for the after party.
I love it, man.
Pretty sweet deal.
Clay's a man of the people.
Now, I got a contender for Schmuck of the Week here, fellas. Western Kentucky. Oh, my gosh. When I read this, I was thinking, what are you doing? We have Victory Vaca, who is an offensive lineman. And his mother, he's a 6'3", 335-pound. He's actually a D lineman, excuse me. He has bounced around a little bit, journeyman player, spent a year at BYU, 1 year at the College of the Canyons, then Texas Southern, and he's got his final year of eligibility here at Western Kentucky. Unfortunately, he learned that his mother passed away back in April. So he flies home. Western Kentucky says, hey, we get it. The coaching staff says, we're willing to give you some time. You need to grieve. According to Vaca, an assistant strength coach calls him up 9 days before his mother's funeral. The coach told him that he was expected back in Bowling Green in June and provided him with a workout plan for the summer. Vaca's like, fair enough. Although the expectation was already set, his position coach reached out to ask Vaca where he was then on May 26th. Travis Taylor, the chief of staff at Western Kentucky, told Vaca and his agent 1 day later that the program has now decided to revoke his scholarship. He was cut from the team just a few days before he was expected back on campus, and that was his understanding, at least, of what happened. So he goes home. He's grieving his mother's death. He's attending the funeral. Team's like, hey, come back. You'll be good. We give you this entire workout plan. And then they just decide, you know what? We're good here. You're cut. We're taking away your scholarship. Just a
That's a nasty
freaking move, man.
Nasty work, dude.
Tough. Try to be more sensitive, but I think that's the other side of the coin in this new environment that we have in college sports, where the players can leave at any time. You haven't built the relationships. People are inherently not going to care because they're not going to know as much about you. They're not going to have you top of mind. You're just another player who's coming through the system in a very transactional environment where you're trying to get the best out of it for you possible. We're trying to get the best part of it for us possible. And it's something that's lost is the family feel, the family nuance.
Well, and it goes to another level. Then he's like, fine, I want to enter the portal. What does Western Kentucky do?
No.
They block him from entering.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I draw the line.
This is crazy.
There's no explaining that one
They would not allow him to enter the portal, so he has a legal battle with the school. Western Kentucky then submits a legislative relief waiver to the NCAA that they finally got enough pressure that would allow him to enter the portal, but the waiver was then denied by the NCAA because it's now too late. So the whole thing is I feel for the player here. It sucks. Your mother passes away. I can't imagine, the heartbreak there, but it's just so effed up. Then nope, you can't play here. You no longer have your scholarship. Oh, you can't let you to the portal. All right, fine, we will let you in the portal, but now the NCAA is like, it's a little late now. Sorry, buddy. You can't do it.
Wild. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Sad.
Nick Harris, Star-Telegram. He's been to every Dallas World Cup soccer game. We'll talk to him a little bit about that, but he's on the beat for the Cowboys. He's getting ready for training camp, and we'll talk with Nick coming up next in The Nation.
Of Napoleon Dynamite. We've got Matt Leinart, former NFL quarterback, Dr. Drew, Steve-O, even entrepreneur and former presidential candidate Andrew Yang is in this show. And you think for a presidential candidate, maybe he'd be a little smart? I think you need to watch to find out how does Andrew Yang do. The entire premise of this is each week you've got a smart celebrity that wants to graduate. So you're narrowing the field down. It's high stakes. You got a final exam. You don't want to win. This is the game show you don't want to win. You want to graduate. You want to say, I am not the nation's dumbest. If you stick around, you end up being the last one standing. Well, guess what? Yeah, you're a dumb. So the only competition where you don't want to stay until the end, it's a chance to see a side of these celebs that audiences don't usually see. And it's the return of MasterChef in its 16th season. MasterChef, of course, hosted and co-judged by Gordon Ramsay. They've took a bit of a hiatus for the World Cup. It is back, so don't miss Nation's Dumbest, premiering tonight at 8, following an all-new episode of MasterChef at 7, only on Fox 4.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you. Cheers to savings. At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Visit us today at alliancehyundai.net.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We ask them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. They have to be like really comfortable too.
Yeah. Nike shoes, running shoes.
Like I think I wear my Birkenstocks every single day.
I just wear what I want and I let other people wear what they want.
Right now at Academy Sports and Outdoors, get 20% off backpacks from brands like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and more. In-store and online. Academy. Fun can't lose.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
A heavy foot can cost you a heavy fine or more. Speeding is a factor in 150,000 crashes every year in Texas. So always follow the speed limit. And if there's bad weather or road construction ahead, slow down. Be safe. Drive smart. A message from TxDOT.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you're using chat to research home improvement projects like window replacement, look no further than Window Nation. They're the real deal. New energy efficient
right, welcome back. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, set to join us. Let's talk some Cowboys. A little training camp preview with Nick Harris in just a moment. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey, doing fantastic, fellas. How are you?
Amazing. I mean, we just watched Argentina with another improbable escape. Is this like the fourth one of the tournament for them? It's got to be some kind of a record, man. I'm sure you were watching.
Yeah, it feels like it for sure. The goals that they've had in the knockout stage before the 79th minute are a total of 2. After the 79th minute have been 9. It's been unreal. They just never die. You got to finish them off.
What an experience, really, that probably started with the Cape Verde game a couple of weeks ago, and it's just been one after another. So we'll see if they can do it again in the final, and looking forward to more of your thoughts on this World Cup. Nick, I'm very jealous that you got to go to all the Dallas games, by the way.
Oh, man, it was an absolute blast. DFW did such a good job putting this tournament on, and the 9 matches that they had, the teams that they had come through, the superstars that they had come through, all 4 semifinalists. And then the top 7 goal scorers in the tournament came through DFW. It was a dream tournament for the area, and certainly when the World Cup comes back, maybe as soon as 2038, I would assume that a similar slate is on the billing.
Now, with the Cowboys, of course, the biggest story of the day is that tag deadline to get a long-term deal passing this afternoon. Reaction to that, but more than that, I'm just curious of how clear do you think it is that George Pickens is going to have a smooth trip through training camp?
Yeah, it was pretty expected at this point that that deadline would pass without the two sides working toward a long-term extension, and that's eventually what happened at 3 p.m. I think moving forward, all we can take is really from what George Pickens has told us, and he's said that he's content with playing on the tag. He's ready to roll through the year, and he's going to be present in Oxnard, and so. We take that for what it is, and, I would be a fool if I said that I'm putting it off my radar that there won't be any drama, but it certainly looks that way, and I hope so. I would love to be able to just focus on football at training camp, but, it's certainly something to keep an eye on moving forward, and we'll see if anything develops out of it.
Nick, I found it interesting just listening to Louis Riddick talk about this, and he made the point of, the Cowboys might be kind of hesitant to give him a long-term deal right now because you just don't know how he's going to respond to that. Have you heard anything? What do you think about wanting him to play on the tag to just keep the motivation, really? Because if once he's paid, it's like, well, I don't know what's going to happen after that with the individual.
Yeah, and that's I'm sure part of the thinking around not giving the long-term extension. I mean, they had the 1-year trial period, and on the field it was fantastic. Off the field, it was honestly, I think if you asked anybody based on the reviews that came out of Pittsburgh, I would say probably better than expected. And he's been a good teammate. He's loved in the locker room. He's been a big part of the offensive success, but you want to see that stacked on top of just one season, and then specifically in a season where they are competing for playoff contention, and those performances really matter late in the season, and so it makes sense to run it back another year to have another trial period per se. But as far as hesitance around a long-term extension, I mean that's the point of the franchise tag, right? And I think that's just kind of the nature of any franchise tag situation is the hesitance on a long-term commitment, and I respect Lewis's take, but it's pretty consistent with most franchise tag situations that we see around the league.
Wide receiver rankings out today. CD just ahead of George Pickens. Do you think there's a case to be made just coming off of last year that maybe Pickens is the more dangerous player now?
I think there is a case to be made. I still think at the end of the day, CD probably has the more all-around complete game. You can put him anywhere on the line of scrimmage. He can run any type of route. He can man up against any type of corner and find wins. I think the one thing I would like to see CD improve on is the drops that we saw last year. Felt pretty uncharacteristic, as the season went on, especially in that first game against Philadelphia. Really felt like it cost them in that game. So that's something that I think he could certainly improve upon going into this next season, which is already year 7 for him, which is wild to say. But George Pickens, he's got the body control. He's got the size. And, as this offense wants to get better in the red zone going into 2026, George Pickens is probably the guy they lean on the most. And so, I don't feel like you can go wrong with either option. Back last offseason, I'll give the Cowboys credit. They were were, talking from the very beginning, hey, it's not a 1 and 2 situation. It's a 1A, 1B. I'm like, yeah, one's eventually going to get more targets than the other, but it actually ended up playing out just that way. And so, we'll see if they can keep that consistent as time goes on. But, if we're taking for 2025 for what it is, both of those guys are dangerous weapons in their own right.
Nick, what's going to be your approach in watching practices? Are you just going to kind of keep things in check, in your evaluations and stuff until they actually say play the Rams and then play the Saints like a week later, or we start to see preseason games? How are you going to approach just watching these practices?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on these position battles. That's going to be the number one thing. But it is funny you mentioned that, Brian, just because, I've had conversations with some people in the media recently being like, man, we might need to temper our expectations as far as training camp standouts go this year, just because last year, if you had asked me at the end of camp, who had the best camp, I would have said, man, Kyer Elam, Jaden Blue, and Kenneth Murray looked good at camp last year.
Yeah.
Jack Sanborn was
Ezeraku.
Yeah.
Turpin.
I will say with Ezeraku, he was still, pretty productive in the run game.
Sure.
And, I feel like if quarterbacks just didn't have to get the ball, or if they weren't able to get the ball out so quick with what the secondary was giving them, I feel like Ezeraku would have had more sacks at the end of the day. But, I look at Elam and Blue and Sanborn and some of these other guys, and I was like, man, they didn't perform at all last season. And so, I definitely am going to take that more with a grain of salt this year. But that Rams practice is going to be really big, especially for that left tackle competition that we're going to be talking about a lot at Oxnard. And then that running back 2 spot with Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa. Does Malik Davis sneak his way back into that mix? Does Israel Bonaconda or Dominic Richardson make things interesting? And so, there's still going to be some fun things to look at when it comes to practice. But I think for me also, how is this offense going to be developing? Is there an extra layer? Brian Schottenheimer's talked about moving George Pickens around. They haven't had the opportunity to put him on the field in team periods yet this offseason. What does that look like? And so there's going to be still some really valuable things to pull from that.
Yeah, I just wonder if, the fan base is expecting us to kind of temper our observations. You know what I'm saying? That, well, man, who's looking good? Well, yeah, I'll tell you when. Give me a couple weeks. I'll tell you who's really looking good. Do you think the fans miss out on that if we kind of temper our expectations a little bit talking about these guys?
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're missing out on anything. I would say look up in week 5 and tell me if if the progress is still mattering, because you can have the best training camp in training camp history, but if you don't perform well early in the season, you're going to lose your job.
It's Nick Harris, Star Telegram, here with you on The Fan, as I feel like Brian's setting us up to give us a bunch of no comments to our training camp questions.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just, like I said, I'm going to be the one guy that's probably going to be not doing that. I'll be like, no, I saw this today. And, and you wonder about that getting, does it get yourself, because he's right about Elam. And I was sitting next to Nick at dinner, and we had this conversation, about man, how do you approach a training camp where you want to tell everybody how your, defense is doing this, Christian Parker's got him doing this, and then, 70% of the fan base is like, nah, man, we've heard this last year. We heard this, flus, linebackers,
eye rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
You're cynical about it. Anything to add to that, Nick, or your perspective on that?
Yeah, 100% feel the same way. I think though there were some times still at camp last year where it was like, this secondary is a little shaky as a whole. There's still going to be some new pieces that they're going to have to figure out, injuries that they're going to have to figure out. Whereas I feel like they don't necessarily have all of those issues playing against them this time around, but. Yeah, absolutely. It's trial and error from our part too.
Now, one thing I'm interested in is the role of Jayshawn Barham, the rookie, the hybrid linebacker edge. Is that what the plan is? How difficult is it to learn that at the NFL level? How important is it for defenses like Christian Parker's to have one of those?
Yeah, they're going to play around with him quite a bit. It was interesting during OTAs and minicamp that we saw him, working with the edge group during position drills at times, and then working with the off-ball linebackers at times. And so, his length, his explosion, his power, they're going to try to use that in some multiple spots. I'm fascinated by him as well. When we talk about this inside linebacker position, you have the D Winters and DeMarvion Overshone, but the big question is, okay, if one of those guys goes down and you need someone to start for 2, 3, 4 games, half a season, who is that guy going to be? Is it going to be a Shamar James, a Jayshawn Barham, Curtis Robinson, and where does that proven depth come from you're not going to find a proven guy. So, yeah, a guy like Barham, if he's able to step in and give value to multiple positions, it could be really big for them.
You mentioned some of the position battles. Which ones are you going to have your eye on? And is there a veteran that you think, man, if they don't have a good camp, they are very much in danger of not making this roster?
Left tackle is going to be a big one. I think Guyton, they're going to give the runway to win that job. I think this is more about challenging Guyton, but I'm curious to see how he responds to that. The running back 2 spot's going to be, I think, probably the more hotly contested battle, just because I think they have a lot of fresh bodies that are ready to compete for that. And, Javonte Williams can't take on 282 touches again this year. And they need him to survive that 3-year contract and be healthy through that 3-year contract, or at least for 2 years, because it's guaranteed for 2 years. And so they need one of those guys to step up and take that load off. As far as maybe a veteran to keep an eye on, I would say I would look at Malik Hooker, although I do feel confident that Malik Hooker can have a bounce-back year in this defense. But if he doesn't come out, ready to roll, I think they have depth behind him now to where they don't have to rely on, somebody who's not, picking up the slack, whether it's a PJ Locke or it's, if they have to move Caleb Downs back to that position and then figure out maybe a Jalen Thompson situation at nickel corner. I mean, they have flexibility now in the secondary to where they don't have to rely upon, veteran guys just as bodies. So I would maybe look at like a Malik Hooker in that situation. But even then, I feel confident that Hooker can, bounce back and have a good season this year.
Nick, would you totally rule out a veteran signing like a Von Miller or a Bobby Wagner at any point during training camp?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out, especially with, a lot of these veterans have gotten to the point now to where it's like, hey, call me on August 20th. And so it wouldn't surprise me if there's a situation for that with the Cowboys. I wouldn't say get your hopes up, though. I would definitely not say that. The cap situation is pretty tight for them at the moment. And as far as the flexibility goes to where they can maneuver around the cap, they've pretty much done what they're comfortable with doing in that instance. And so I wouldn't, maybe be looking at a Von Miller or a, Bobby Wagner, but maybe like a Bobby Okereke who's still out there. Maybe that's a situation, or even Jadeveon Clowney, if he's still available on August 20th, then maybe that's another guy that they run it back with. But we'll see as time goes on.
You like Spain or England, or Spain or Argentina in the final?
Yeah, I would love to say Spain, but man, Argentina just has, something cooking for them. Once it gets to the 80th minute, it just feels like the game just starts. So I'm going to be rooting for Spain, but we'll see.
Wow. Going against the GOAT, huh?
Yeah, hey, you got baby goat and Lamine Yamal. So
nice.
That's where my allegiances will be.
Well, thanks for your time and your reflections, and we'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.
There he goes, Nick Harris, Star Telegram, one of our favorite Cowboys insiders and reporters with you here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, 5 teams set up for an offensive breakout in 2026. We'll talk about that and get you set up for football's finest coming up at the top of the hour here on The Fan. I want to chat with
The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's been a thermostat Wednesday, as the morning show talked about that and posted on social about that. And we're just trying to find the perfect equilibrium. We have the weirdest thermostat where if you set it just below 70, it gets too cold. And then if you go above 70, it stops working. Like the AC stops working if you put that on 71. It's going to go to 76 with maximum humidity in here within 30 minutes. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but apologize to the guys on the morning show.
Well, the morning show guys, every one of their all wear hoodies in here, right?
Yeah.
Sean wears a hoodie.
Yeah.
Sean wears a hoodie. Bobby's gonna wear a hoodie if it's 105.
Look at me right now. I'm back in this beanie. I'm actually thinking about some isotoners. You know, some of those gloves that you could still use a laptop with that Dan Marino brought to us.
Those would be sweet.
Ted Wynn of The Athletic gives us offenses ready to break out in 2026.
Ooh.
Now, what would constitute a breakout for you? Is it a touchdown more?
I would think, and I guess it depends on each scenario a little bit, but like I'm thinking for sure you're a top 10 offense.
Yeah, I immediately go top 10.
Maybe like bottom 10 to top 10?
Yeah. Or, I mean, heck, if you were like bottom 5, are you now a top 12, top 15?
Yeah, relative to expectation, like the Cowboys could have a breakout defense this year and be like 14th in the league.
Are you doubling up like where you were a year ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would want to, it's a matter of semantics, but how do you define breaking out is important. The Cowboys were at 27.7. If they added a touchdown, they would be 34, and they would jump past New Orleans into a top 10 offense of all time. I don't want to rule that out. That should be the goal. Let's get our offensive line with Booker and Guyton playing their best football. Let's have Flanoy be one of the best wide receiver threes in the NFL. Yeah. Span Ford, and then I think the coaching, we need to have the coaching, and obviously Dak Prescott stay healthy. But from 27, it would be a mild breakout. It wouldn't be one of the top 5 breakouts because you're staying elite. But they were only 7th in scoring, right? So I'd love to see him try to get up 32, 33, something like that.
Does anybody have the list of who? Can you tell me where the Chargers were last year on offense?
I think that's my team there.
I think Mike McDonald kind of showing up with that crew might be a breakout offense if you want to ask me what's the team you think might break? Well, and I think that also they have some guys. Let me who they got.
They were around 20th.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnston, Gadsden, Hampton. I mean, they got some good young players. Yeah. And then their offensive line's all coming back.
Yeah, they signed Biotish to play center for them. Mike McDaniel's huge there.
Yeah.
And they actually made Ted Wynn's list.
Oh, did they? Okay.
They were around 20th last year. But they brought in the fullback from Miami,
Ingold.
And then they brought in a great blocking tight end, Charlie Kolar, and signed Njoku.
Yeah.
So to go with Gadsden, they're set up to run 13. And Wynn said Kolar is so good that he might actually be technically their starter when they're in 11, even compared to Aronde Gadsden. So it seems like they might have the best tight end room. And apparently Mike McDaniel has a pretty good history of mitigating the lack of good guard play, which would be their weakness right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had to figure that out with the Dolphins for the last few years. They've never had a good offensive line, and so he does a great job at masking that, still being able to find explosive runs in the run game despite having at least 2 offensive linemen that don't belong on the field. And then from a passing game standpoint with Tua, it was all about you were forced to get the ball out quickly, which is not something you want to be your entire passing game. You don't want that, but he can add that element for Herbert, who has gotten beat up quite a bit because of the offensive line situations in with the Chargers for the last few years. So they will add an element of him being able to get the ball out quicker, all the motion and stuff. They will just scheme up open guys left and right. And I like the personnel that they have. Like Omarion Hampton, he should benefit hugely from this. And one of the things that McDaniel really struggled at in Miami was the short yardage stuff and just having that physicality. But like that's what Jim Harbaugh's all about.
Yeah.
He's all about the
guy.
old school trench stuff. This will be the best offensive line he's probably had.
Just can they stay healthy,
if they can
right?
stay healthy, Slater and Alt are outstanding. And then Herbert, like he's going to be able to do, it must be such a breath of fresh air for McDaniel to be with Herbert, a quarterback that it's limitless in terms of what you can do with your offense. Whereas with Tua, he could have the biggest playbook in the world, and he can only use a very small percentage of it because of all of Tua's limitations. Herbert's the exact opposite. He can do whatever you want. He can run, he can throw it deep, he can throw it quick, he can throw it short. I mean, there's nothing he really can't do other than win in the playoffs.
I mean, I've never really believed that much in Herbert, but with McDaniel, with those tackles getting healthy, maybe this is going to be his breakout to being an actual all-pro level guy who can, win in the postseason. Okay, Jags are the next team on this list. Offenses poised to break out in 2026. Weeks 1 through 8 last year, they averaged 20.8 points per game. After that, 32.8.
Wow.
They had the second best offense in the second half of the season last year. They traded for Jacoby Myers, and they had a break to reevaluate. Maybe that's Liam Cohen getting some time to settle in. So now this is his second full year with the team, and they brought in Borkercher from A&M to add to their tight end room, as you would expect everybody on that coaching tree to be exploring. But they were an under-the-radar team for me last year. The breakout of Parker Washington as their slot wide receiver is a storyline that is still under the radar a little bit, but really flushes out their weapons when you consider that he might have just emerged as one of the top slot players in the game.
Parker Washington saved him because Brian Thomas Jr. had a horrible season last year, and he was amazing as a rookie, and then going into year 2, it's like, where is this guy? And there were questions, are they going to end up trading him? Maybe they still end up doing that, but I just have this feeling when it comes to Jacksonville, we've seen it where it's like 1 year they do really well. Heck, I think the first Doug Peterson season, it was very successful, and it was a similar story, like second half of the season, really good. And then what happened in year 2. So they kind of have to just prove we can sustain success here if you're Jacksonville. But Liam Cohen is a really good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it was one of those things where his offense is so intricate, especially pre-snap, and they led the league in like the false start kind of penalties. Like they couldn't get crap figured out. By the end of the season or second half of the season, everybody was able to get on the same page. The Jacoby Myers thing was huge for him as well. So I do think Liam Cohen is one of the most respected. If you talk to defensive players, I think a lot of them will tell you, that Liam Cohen, he's got my head spinning.
Yeah, this could be the year where he joins that group of, hey, I'm off the Shanahan-McVay tree, but now I'm doing my own thing, and I'm really freaking good at it like Ben Johnson. And maybe he's already there for some people, apparently defensive players. Okay, we were just talking about Bo Nix yesterday during a commercial. Actually, Denver is number 2 on Ted Wynn's list here, 17th in offensive DVOA last year, so they were around average with a great offensive line. There's a lot of limitations on Bo Nix, but they bring in Jalen Waddle. They get J.K. Dobbins back healthy, which is huge for them. They were 10th in explosive run rate before Dobbins got injured in Week 10 last year and fell to 28th after that. We'll have to see how the Davis Webb experience goes because
that's a big question. First time calling plays.
They've promoted him to play caller to protect him. Teams were circling around, and so will Sean Payton actually be able to follow through on that for a year and give another guy play calling duties? But some of the stuff on Bo Nix is crazy. He led the league in failed completions. His numbers under pressure abysmal. Okay, you put him under pressure and he's about done, and constantly throws short on third down. So I guess this is year 3 with Sean Payton and Bo Nix together. And if Sean Payton believes in him, I get it. But he also believed in what's his name from in New Orleans,
Taysom Hill.
Yeah, he also believed in Taysom Hill.
Yeah,
I think Sean Payton does a lot of stuff great, but I think he's like overvaluing athletic quarterbacks who can make some plays with their legs.
Yeah, that's going to be forever a surprise to me. That Sean Payton.
Bo Nix, I did not think he'd be any good.
Well, and just that Sean Payton decided, like, that's the guy I want to hitch my wagon to. And then the Broncos have clearly been good enough. And Bo Nix, late in these games, he's done a nice job in fourth quarters. But when you look at a lot of the stats and the analytics on what he does under pressure, off target, I mean, he is as inaccurate of a quarterback as you'll find. And that's still with an offense where a lot of it is getting the ball out quick, doing the screen game. And that's where Waddle will help a ton.
Yeah, no doubt. It probably should be better and definitely a contender. But I think it'd be more in spite of their offense and their offense breaking out. But you got to value Ted Wynn's game as well. He puts the Texans in there, still looking for a good offensive line and a run game. They did bring in David Montgomery. They signed Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, and they drafted Keelan Rutledge. So that's going to be their chance at it. And the Saints under Kellen Moore, pointing out that the drafting of Kelvin Banks and their other tackle over the last couple of years is starting to pay off. Fuaga. They drafted Fuaga and Banks.
Khaleesi.
And then they signed the guard David Edwards, just played with the Bills. He's been above average. They add Jordan Tyson to Chris Olave if they stay healthy. And speaking of if they stay healthy, they added Echan, the running back,
that's right, yeah,
to Kamara. So they have maybe the most injury-prone group of weapons in the entire league.
But a lot of talent.
If it stays healthy, maybe it's them in San Francisco in the running for that. We got to run. We got football's finest coming up next, Chief.
A wild career move for a former head coach, plus another reason why Von Miller makes sense for the Cowboys next in the nation.
All right, Dallas.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The 5 o'clock hour, and featuring the Expressway coming up at 5:20. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, and all the fun. It's time now for some football's finest, and here's the Chief.
Yeah, man, let's football right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
And do not forget, tonight is the ESPYs.
Just backstage, a lot of celebrities back there, man. I was talking to Jerry Jones, the Cowboys owner, and he's disappointed, obviously. Yeah. Well, he's a good guy, though, man. He's talking about rebuilding the team, and he told me, he says, we have to get back to what made us a championship team. Strippers and crack.
I mean, Norm Macdonald
back in the day.
Just burnt the place down that night, didn't he? Was everybody just in utter shock and awe that night as he was dropping ridiculous joke after another? I mean, I've never been a huge ESPY watcher, but I remember the backlash to it that following day.
You watch it? Was anyone watching it? You watch the ESPYs?
I enjoy watching it, yeah, just because it's fun to listen to sports people get roasted.
Oh.
And especially, I mean, it kind of
you
depends.
listen to the first part of the show. You don't do all the other stuff, like the actual handing out the awards?
Correct. Like the first 10, 15 minutes, whatever, that opening monologue is the one must tune in situation. And then you can, because they'll do a handful of different bits like SNL skit style stuff that you can consume, the next day or whatever.
Right.
Like when they did the Tush Push Origins last year.
That was
Shane
fantastic.
Gillis. Like that's something you can watch the next day or something like that. But when it comes to the opening monologue, for sure, I enjoy watching. I mean, is this guy going to get up there and bomb right now, or what type of jokes is he going to throw out towards athletes that you just don't really get? Like you don't have a forum. This is the only forum where people in sports are being roasted in front of the world.
Yeah, look, there's nothing else on. So that's why they put the ESPYs here every year.
That's the other thing.
So it's perfect. But I mean, I just feel all of that I will consume after the fact. I rarely ever watch it in real time.
There's bull riding from St. Louis that's on.
Okay, there you go. But I do like Marcelo Hernandez. I am a fan of. I think he's one of the best that SNL has, and I am excited to see what he's able to do tonight.
Yeah, me too. I'm not really familiar with his game and his work, so we shall see. But last year it was Shane Gillis.
Domingo, right?
Yeah, he's Domingo.
Yes.
Pretty good. He's pretty good, Lucius.
The ladies love Domingo.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee they do. He's got an accent, doesn't he?
Might scoop your girl up at a bachelor party.
It's me, Domingo.
Oh, is he in the new Kevin Hart deal? There's a Kevin Hart Netflix. I'm pulling a Broadus right now.
You are so pulling a Broadus. I'm watching you just drowned over there.
We'll just move on. It's fine.
Wait, can I go back here?
3 segments ago, Dawson, you brought up a point.
I admire your self-awareness right now, man.
Oh, no. Hey, listen. By the way, Bobby.
There it is.
Nice.
AI me with the Magic Johnson.
Bobby was so upset that we have not played that at the dinner the other night.
I think
He was
it's
like,
hilarious,
why
but
have we not played it?
I understand why you don't. I understand.
I just gave it a break for a second. I let it breathe for a while, and I totally forgot.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I totally forgot.
I thought there was some more to it, but I laughed so hard.
I was just letting the AI breathe for a second.
Okay.
It wouldn't, overwhelm people with so much AI.
Bobby's got me down on this one.
He was like, nobody wants to play it.
Yeah,
he was upset about it.
I'm like, well, Lucius obviously has a reason, Bob.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Watch out, man. You're about to get diss-tracked, bro.
Yeah, get ready.
That's me.
Okay, so you have Von Miller sitting down with Max Crosby, and they're chopping it up. Just a couple of studly edge rushers talking ball. And one of the quotes from Von Miller is, he says, "I'd love to be on a team that has a great quarterback, a great pass rush, a system in place. When you get to year 16 and you start looking at lists,
I need 3.5 sacks to separate myself. He's in legacy mode. Okay. He knows that the clock is ticking on his football life.
Yeah.
And he's trying to reach the status of true top 5 to 6 all-time pass rushers. And he's already very, very close. But in terms of getting over the 140 sack hump for his career, I think he's sitting at 138 right now. And if he gets over the 140, like that puts him in the top 5 for sure of all-time edge rushers and sack totals. So he's in legacy-making mode. If you're bringing in Von Miller right now for the Cowboys, you're only bringing him in to be a designated pass rusher. Bro, you got 10 to 15 snaps a game where you're going out there and you're just pinning your ears back and you got something, you're playing for something.
Yeah.
You got a chip on your shoulder right now to elevate your legacy in an all-time manner.
Career goals, man. And he's right at the precipice of that sack hump. Is that what you called it?
Yeah.
Sack hump.
He's at a sack hump, huh?
I might have deemed it the sack hump there, but
he just jumps out and can't even help it, dog.
That's a mountain of sack that he just got.
I was going to say, it looks like that's kind of how Argentina celebrates their wins, where one guy just jumps into another man's torso and then wraps his legs around him.
Oh, I don't like that.
This would never happen with American athletes.
Like The Notebook?
This is like the international thing with like French dudes kissing each other.
MMA fighter did that the other night, Woolchuck.
Yes.
UFC joint. What's your man, Pimbleton or whatever?
Patty Pimblett.
He had his legs wrapped around, dude.
Well, we do have this giant
gotta relax.
outfield that is like getting together and dry humping each other.
tapping.
You know.
Yeah.
We're doing some weird things for the celebration.
Argentina's doing like, if you're a bird, I'm a bird type crap.
I think so. Yeah. Or,
they're jumping on each other's shoulders, giving each other piggyback rides.
It is something, just the international norms for how we celebrate. And
it's the leg wrap, bro. You don't have to wrap your legs around me.
Yes.
I can understand picking me up. Hey, I did something good.
Woo!
Wrap
We stand at the urinal with our pants to the ankles, so there's a lot going on there. Okay.
Wait, in Argentina they do that?
Around the world we do, except this place.
Well, Chuck, could you just look that up for me? It's like where are we doing pants to the ankles?
You've never walked into like at a sporting event and seen this happen?
No.
I mean, you see like a Blue Moon super hammered dude, or a toddler. That's really.
It's usually somebody with some bad European shoes that are doing this.
I've never seen this.
It's a giveaway all the time. Pants to the ankles. Usually involved with Germans, I believe.
Okay, so this is.
I'm calling you out, Germany. Yeah.
Watch out.
Calling you out.
Seriously, bro. Could be an ultimate backfire right there for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Bruce Smith right now, of course, is the all-time leader. How many sacks does he have?
Some parts of Europe, adult men occasionally do this in public restrooms.
Yep. There we go.
Occasionally. What's the occasion? What's so special about this random day I'm in public, I'm a grown man, I'm going to drop trowel?
I'm just telling you, bro. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Like, go into a stall. Like, if you want to do that kind of thing, just close the door.
Don't have time.
I think this is why these soccer fans are so happy. They just don't care what other people think about them. So that man has never thought about the shame and the humiliation of that act. His cheeks are out there, his pale chicken legs
bouncing on the pants.
Can you imagine?
He's just enjoying life.
A bare naked urinal fart in public. Like that happens.
I can't imagine it.
That is so.
I don't know why I brought this up because you take it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, you just have to ruin it.
What do you mean? This is another branch on the topic tree. I'm advancing the story.
No, you're not.
Thank you. Providing depth.
Thank you, dude.
I told you it happens, and you were amazed, and then you had to say, "Well, what about a guy farting while he does it?"
I'm discovering something in real time.
No.
It would be jarring, man. You walk by somebody gets raw cheek fart.
Hopefully, he didn't have baby powder on that day.
Dawson just confirmed that it happens, and you just have to. Let's just take it the rest of the way. Yeah. Let's make something else out of it.
Another topic tree on that one. Your pants have now become a sponge to everything that's on the ground right now.
Yeah, it's just gross. Everything's gross about this.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
It's got to be a very clean restroom. To even consider something like that.
Can you confirm at least the Germany factor for this? Where Broadus was pretty confident that it's the Germans that are to blame.
I think
it's Western cultures is all I saw on the Googles.
Western. This is Western.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, including the U.S., Canada, Australia, and Western Europe.
Ain't America pants
it's
out
because
all
of
the way.
Kids. It's the kids.
No, okay, we're talking about people that are
Did you
adults.
pull a Blake?
No, it's what it says right here. You can read it yourself.
Oh, okay. Not going to do it. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm confirming.
I'll see the Germans' ankles, pants down to the ankles and girdles.
This gentleman was German.
From Germany.
He was German.
Pants down to ankles.
That's the lederhosen.
That's a wild factoid right there, Broadus. Thank you for
It's
that.
not the German norm.
Okay.
That's what. Hey, it's just Google. You know, are they right? Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
Well,
But they are famous for sitting down to pee.
Eric.
Not in public.
Lucius.
Not in public.
I'm not.
It's not in public.
I'll
dude.
pee in sinks.
I'm allowed.
Pee in sinks.
bro.
Dude's got his pants to his ankles, and Lucius is over there peeing in the sink.
You like a public restroom, Lucius?
I mean, not really, because somebody can walk in, but if that door can lock, maybe.
Yeah.
It's just
pee in
right
the
there.
sink?
It's perfect. It's right there at the waist. None of that weird splashback that gets on. And I got on gray sweatpants today. Anything that drops right there, people think I'm peeing on myself.
That's true.
Yeah, it doesn't allow the exit velocity to reach its ultimate
Yeah.
heights, you know? So I actually get what you're doing there, but maybe like the family restroom, you lock the door, you get it done. I get that.
I clean
By
that
the
thing
way-
every week. It's my house.
By the way, that family restroom at a ballpark is clutch.
Yeah, it is.
You have to use the men's
Dude,
room.
in anywhere, really.
Yeah.
Like any public setting where you can get the family bathroom.
Just some
hooked
solo
up.
time.
Dude.
Yeah, that's
clutch.
especially
Lock
if you got
that
a two.
door.
If you got a two, that's the
That's
only
what
way
I'm
to do
saying.
it.
That's
The only
at
way.
the Rangers game. That's a lifesaver.
Yeah, otherwise you're holding that thing in.
Okay, football or ball sack?
Ball sack. Coming from you, it's a ball sack all the way.
I'm going football.
John Gruden.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, here we go. I know what you're doing here.
John Gruden reportedly will do play-by-play announcing for an NFL preseason game.
It's just football because I saw the same thing from NFL rumors.
Isn't this insane?
Yeah, I don't know.
John Gruden is doing play-by-play. He's been in the booth plenty, Monday Night Football, as a color analyst.
Yeah.
He said something the other day where he's like, I really want to do the play-by-play stuff. And there was somebody, there is an example of this, right? Where somebody was...
Oh, yeah, this happens.
This happens sometimes. But it's kind of, I guess, was CJ
Nikowski would do this, yeah.
He's a guy who could do play-by-play and color.
If Dave was off, he'd slide in and do the play-by-play.
But John Gruden said it the other day on a podcast where he's just like, man, I was a broadcaster for 9 years. I want to be play-by-play. And it's Frank Gifford that he mentioned.
Yeah.
Pat Summerall did it too.
Yeah.
Pat Summerall was a kicker and a DB.
Wow, I did not realize he was that studly.
Pat was the man.
So John Gruden is apparently, it's the Buccaneers, of course, that have granted him permission.
Of course it's the Bucs. It's the only team that would.
Yeah.
Other than maybe the 80s.
But after all that fallout, I don't even know.
Who knows?
I don't think they're on great terms right now. But yeah, he's going to be doing play-by-play. I can't wait to get TD Tuesday with John Gruden in the preseason. We might have to unveil the first ever preseason TD Tuesday.
Now, is this just going to be one man going nuts and reacting and giving us, just the full Gruden experience? Is it going to be McAfee? Like, I think McAfee probably helped birth this with his McAfee casts.
Okay. Yeah.
Where it's an alternate type of...
Yeah. I hope Gruden's doing both. I hope it's a one-man crew.
It's just him.
It's just him in the
going
booth.
completely nuts.
Yes, and he is doing play-by-play and then also does the color analyst.
They might have something here, man. It could end up being extremely entertaining.
Portnoy set this up for sure on Barstool. He's already an employee.
Yeah, that's true.
He
I
just
just
streams
asked
him
him
doing
if
a
he's
game.
doing it. I sent him a text.
You did?
I just asked him if he's really doing the games. We'll see.
Well, one of your old NFL buddies as well brought us, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
He's saying in the next 2 to 3 years he could see the NFL adopting the UFL's idea of implementing the just more transparency when it comes to the officiating, where like in the UFL, they show fans the entire booth review decisions, all the in-game decisions that referees are having to make. They actually take you inside that in the UFL in a way that the NFL obviously never does. Yeah. And so Sean Payton is saying in the next 2 to 3 years, he could see that happening.
I think that'd be a good thing to steal from him.
No, absolutely.
Let's incorporate this.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. I mean, heck, you had the thing where they were interviewing the referee. Remember
true.
in the middle of a play, and the ref at some point just had to be like, "Hey, I got a job to do." But even that is interesting. So I guess there is a benefit to the UFL, other than the random cast-off dudes that make special teams in the NFL.
Yeah, the Devontae Turpins and the
Yeah,
Brandon Aubrey's
kickers. But it actually is a nice little like trial run for the NFL to adopt some cool things, and if they end up doing that in the next 2 to 3 years, according to Sean Payton, I think we're all here for it.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All righty, we got the Expressway coming up next. We'll take a snapshot of everything that's been breaking throughout the day, including an AL West baseball trade. Wolchuk has Around the Bases coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll have an advanced discussion in that segment, and then we'll get you the G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up right around the corner here on The Fan. But Championship Sunday is almost here, and now It's time now to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top. LA Live coming up here in about 17 minutes. G-Bag the day at the bottom of the hour. Let's get you a snapshot of what's been transpiring in our world of sports so far this afternoon. The expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. No surprise, the franchise tag deadline passed for the Cowboys and George Pickens to get a longer-term deal done. It passed at 3 o'clock, and no deal done, as the Cowboys said was going to happen. I think the Cowboys are negotiating very hard on this, and seeing if he's willing to take a super friendly deal, a super team friendly deal at some point. That would be my read. I don't think you could say let's have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and be serious about just letting George go. If you consider how good the rest of the offense is, it's not a team where you have a lot of stuff you can hang your hat on the offensive side of the ball. I think a lot of it is passing game driven. So I can't imagine the Cowboys front office or coaching staff thinking moving on from him would actually be a good idea. A number of outlets are talking about, though, maybe this is his final year with the Cowboys, and if that happens, that will be unfortunate. But I think one thing that I've become more familiar with over the last couple of weeks, my guy Landon Holyfield pointed this out to me, is you could ask the Cowboys to do more, but this year they are spending the most cash in the league again. Cash spending, Cowboys, for 2026. It's at the top of the league. And for the next 5 years, the cap commitments that they have is also number one in the league. And maybe some of that is due to the Dak Prescott contract. Maybe. It's a lot of it.
Maybe.
It's a lot of it. And you could pick a bone with that. But when it comes to the financial commitment that they've made, it is more significant than anybody else in the league, cash-wise this year and over the next 5 years relative to the cap. So I kind of don't mind them playing this hard with George. I think for a player, if this happens to you and you're a star and you get drafted to the Cowboys, there might be some downside to it. They're going to use that franchise tag against you. But from a fan's perspective, I think they got to do what they got to do right now to try to keep as much of the team together for the foreseeable future because of the commitments they've made in the past. And I think as a fan, you look at it like, man, the players are going to get a lot of money to play this sport, and they have to make the decision what's best for them. But I think what's in the best interest of the Cowboys moving forward is to negotiate as strong as possible and to say to players, if you want to be with the Cowboys long term, we'd love to have you, but it's going to be on our terms. If not, we'll spend our money elsewhere with players who might be. And I think George is very interested in continuing his career with the Cowboys. This might work. If you get through another year and the rest of the league doesn't want to trade for and give George Pickens a big deal, you might be able to get him to capitulate and sign a deal that's very, team friendly for you. And maybe that's what they need in order to keep him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I think you just look at corner, right? They paid Diggs, they paid Bland. Diggs isn't on the team, and now we're not even sure, how healthy is Bland? Is he going to be here after the season? So they have had a lot of contracts where they have paid their guys. Like CD, that's looking good. That's rewarded. Dak, that certainly paid off for him. He's playing at a top 10 quarterback level, maybe even better than that. I know the playoff stuff, fans will yell and complain and text in. Hey, trust me, I'm well aware. But for Pickens, hungry dogs hunt best, right? That's the line. You want to keep them motivated.
And if you look at Dak's numbers now, not a ton changed other than the coaching staff. You lost Zach Martin. You plugged in Tyler Booker. Maybe last year of Zach Martin was about as good as rookie year Tyler Booker. Maybe Booker's a little bit better. I don't know. But it was the coaching staff that came in. But the point I'm making is you go back to 2024, and Dak played, 8 games before he got hurt?
Yeah.
It was not good.
No, it was bad. The whole thing was a disaster. You had CeeDee Lamb holding out of training camp, and the whole offense was just wonky.
So, I'm not risking going back to being a horrible offense with 2 years left on Dak's contract after this. You let George Pickens walk because, we can't pay 2 wide receivers. You might end up with an offense that's dead on arrival.
Well, but you also have to factor in the coaching change. Right? Yes. Like Mike McCarthy was not helping him at all, but what Clayton Adams and Shoddy and the rest of the offensive staff have been able to do to help elevate him and the rest of the offense, that would be the other variable there.
Cowboys points per game in 21, 22, and 23 were pretty good, weren't they? Under Mike McCarthy?
Oh, they were, but the way that, like, the play action game, for instance, unbelievable.
Yeah,
with like 5 or 10 times, the production in 1 year than what they had combined in like the previous 3 years.
Yeah.
So there's definitely you have much more of a coaching edge offensively than you ever had. But I do hear your point. You certainly can't let Pickens walk and then that's it. He's got to be replaced by. You just gave us the candidates from Dane Brugler that are in the draft this year.
Like, sure.
You can definitely find some other receivers, but the thing that you can't do is, we're letting this guy leave, and then we're just promoting from within, and now Flanoy's wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3 is Mingo or something stupid.
ESPN's position rankings hit the wide receivers today. CD at 6, George Pickens at 7. I mean, I think you could have 3 picks in the first round and take 3 wide receivers and not end up with as good a production as what George Pickens is going to give you. You got a guy.
I'm with you.
That can get the job done.
Do you feel like if, say, Clayton Adams would go get a job as a head coach, that's his best shot to do this, to maybe get out, or maybe Will McClay becomes a general manager somewhere, he gets a job?
Oh, for George?
Yeah.
If one of his guys goes...
If one of the guys that actually works in the organization, would that be his best shot to go and get an opportunity? If somebody were to get a job or like, say, Will were to take over as a general manager somewhere?
If he's got a guy that loves him inside there. I wonder how many people internally love George Pickens with the Cowboys.
I don't get the feeling that any people don't like him. I don't get that. There's some people like
they don't trust him.
We were here. I don't think they want to pay him because they're already paying CeeDee Lamb. I think that's really the real reason why. I don't think they want to pay 2. But I just get the feeling talking to people when you heard kind of when it came down to signing Michael Parsons. You heard a lot of, that would be a bad deal if we did that. Let's hope we don't do that. I just haven't heard that about George Pickens.
I mean, you're getting a hell of a deal at tackles, right? Your left tackle's not making much. Your right tackle's not making much. You're getting both your tackles for $25 million. If you're not going to spend on tackle, and by the way, with about the 20th best offensive line in football, you have a top 5, top 7 offense. You don't need great tackle play. I would say let's spend less at tackle, get replacement level in there, and spend this money at wide receiver. AL West trade with a Rangers tie-in. Wolchuk will have more details on this coming up in your proper round tripper. The Brewers add Lance McCullers from the Astros. Often injured. They also get lefty Colton Gordon. The Astros get minor league outfielder Jaden Fielder, the son of former Brewer star Prince Fielder and grandson of Cecil Fielder.
How about that?
There's 3 generations of Fielders in this thing. The Brewers will also pick up some money in McCullers' remaining contract, and it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
I remember Cecil Fielder and Prince Fielder. I remember when Prince Fielder was just a little fat kid running around Irving over there at Las Colinas area. Cottonwood Valley.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. I grew up around Herschel Walker, too. I told you I almost fought my dad one time.
No.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard that story.
Yeah.
Must have been out that week.
Over a gas pump situation. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, eastdallasmotorcars.com. Our winner and champion is Mike Bassick. You may know him from being a host on the Fan, a Major League Baseball pitcher, and now a broadcaster for the Texas Rangers TV side of the game. He is willing to do anything to keep old Wyatt Langford in the game.
Wyatt, what can I do? What can we do as Ranger fans to keep you healthy the rest of this season?
I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, so that's my goal. I want to play every single game for the rest of the year.
All right. Well, I'm going to go home and get on my knees for you because, man, do we need Wyatt Langford the rest of this season.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Very much so.
Yeah, thank you.
Pass that word.
Kind of worried about that.
Yeah. Just heading to the courtroom here to get a restraining order against Bassick. But
Get on my knees for you.
buddy, all up in your face.
All right, let's see here. Let's go to Australian Football League. Australian rules football.
Yep.
Aussie.
Took me a second to see what I was looking at. I was like, this is not rugby.
Geelong?
What
Who
is
are you
this?
watching?
Not soccer.
Who was playing?
Who was
Not
playing?
football.
Geelong? That's my team.
Geelong.
Sydney Swans?
Fremantle?
Okay.
Okay, Fremantle. Yeah, Fremantle Football Club. There's a couple of dudes on the squad with the same last name.
Uh-oh.
Same last name.
Down comes to Brayshaw. Brayshaw navigates the traffic easily. A bounce through the middle. Little nifty one to Frederick. He elects to play on. 45. Closing. Talk about get them out of their seats. Fremantle by 16.
I don't even think that was the right clip.
It was good, though.
No, I mean, it was good. It was a great call.
Yeah,
great
call.
call.
Yeah.
The accent.
Terrible call by your boy LA because I need him right clip. Same squad, wrong clip. But that's all right. I got this one backed up. Wilchuk sent me this one. It was sad to see because I didn't want Argentina to keep on going, but, here it is.
Macalister libre. Macalister Pablo otra vez. Iba Messi. Primeros Pens. Maca. Messi engancha y va. Tiró con la derecha.
Yeah. Do it again, bro.
Uh-oh, we're fading. Oh, here we go. It's been a long tournament.
Yeah. Do it again. He's out of there, bro.
He's out.
Asistencia de Leo con la
He's got more.
He petered out the same way every time. That was great.
Done yet.
That sounded like that Coors Light commercial, didn't it? Where it was just, it's not the same tone that it used to be.
Yeah. He lost a little something there.
Lost his goal fastball.
Yeah.
What a moment, though.
Craziness. Right after they hit the post.
Former Texas Ranger, now broadcaster C.J. Nikowski. He's a Braves broadcaster.
Yes.
He was congratulating Atlanta Braves player Eli White on his recent birth of his child. Former Ranger?
Yeah, Eli White was with us.
Oh, shoot. Well, he just had another baby, or a baby. I don't know how many kids he has. I'm not ball watching, but...
I'm not ball watching.
Ball watching anything. But CJ
Somebody is in that family.
CJ Nikowski gave him a congratulations.
Isaiah Zokar was DFA'd to make room for Eli to return.
Yeah, congratulations to Eli on number 3. I was trying to talk him into more kids already when we were in San Diego. I know him and his wife, they're just such great people. I said, we need more great people in this world. So the more whites, the better off we're going to be.
Oh, wow. More whites.
Coming from him, I scratch my head when I hear that.
I think we need more young black goats.
Young black goats. Yeah, I can't wait to hear a play-by-play call for the young black goat.
Gosh, wow. That's such a great name.
You're right. Of all people, for Nikowski to do that, I'm like, was that intentional?
Yeah, man, come on. You can't tell me you didn't have that locked and loaded somewhere. Fail.
Yeah, the way he set it up a little bit.
It was too good.
I was just joking. What, guys?
Just saying, hey, you really should have some more kids.
Like Elon saying, I was just waving to the crowd. What?
Yeah. That's how I get down. Hey, Mr. Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get your order of crack from yesterday?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Low man wins for sure. Gosh, I am waiting for this crack order. Not coming in yet. He did finally send it in.
Gosh, I'm waiting.
It's frustrating, bro. Yeah. It's 6:32. He's got 30 more minutes to work. It's over. He's like, oh my gosh, dude, I'm about to get out of here. I thought you were going to meet me in the garage.
Scratching my neck and everything, dude.
I am waiting.
You DoorDash that usually?
Yeah. Low man wins for sure. Gosh, I am waiting for this crack order. It's not coming in yet. Hey, man, you're liable for a crash out in a situation like that.
I mean, 5-hour show, bro? You need to tap into that crack by the time we get to the hodgepodge.
No question, dude. I need these East Coast games to come back.
Let's see, which one should I do here? Let's go to KSC Masterpiece. Mr. Kevin Hagelin goes off on the fan texter. I guess they were talking about the Rangers breaking news.
It's got
about
my
their
vote.
new
I heard this one.
You did?
Oh,
yeah. About their new TV broadcasting situation.
Mm-hmm.
From the 214. It's hilarious how y'all act so excited that the Rangers are now being broadcast on a new site, but we've never even heard of Buzzer. What part of this conversation has led you to believe that? Was it the part where we said we had never heard of it either? Was it the part where we said it's going to be a hassle to transfer your membership? Was it the part where we said if you don't already have a year-long membership, you're going to probably pay $5 more per month? That's the information.
I think it was the part where I was like, all I'm doing is dragging and dropping this file. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know how that leads to you thinking we were saying this kicks ass. And then from the 214. Also funny how you didn't mention that one of the minority owners of the Rangers is a partner in Buzzer. We just got this information like 20 minutes ago, and we're still trying to do the show. I told you I clicked on the website. I have not had a chance to research the board of effing directors for Buzzer or know how much of a stakeholder that minority owner is. So pull your head out of your ass and listen better. The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.
It's that transition.
Brilliantly done by Hagee.
Pull your head out of hold on. I got to hear that transition naked by itself.
Minority owner is. So pull your head out of your ass and listen better. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.
Woosah. It's okay. My talking doc would not like this. I need to calm down.
So good.
I think there's Rangers fans rage baiting us, though.
Oh, for sure.
On this topic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's just no way you could actually care that much. You're used to being run through the ringer.
I don't know where the hell I can watch a damn thing anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it is brutal. But I guess if you have the satellite package, nothing changes. You know, you have that cable and satellite option. You know, if you're an app man, like this could change at any time. We've known that for like 9 years since the PlayStation TV went away. The OG goat of streaming cable, PlayStation TV went away. And since then, it's been one ringer after another of them figuring out ways to get more of our money. And you could just go back to the satellite TV option. Like the old model is still available for you, I think, at least relative to your Texas Rangers. What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote. Let's go Mike Bassick on his knees to get Wyatt Langford healthy. Is it Australian Football League? Play-by-play. Argentina did it. CJ Nikowski congratulating Eli White.
More whites.
Yeah, more
Sheriff will be.
Chiafalo waiting for this crack order.
You're a wild boy, bro.
KNC masterpiece going off on the fan texter.
He's a wild boy.
We need more great people in this world, so the more whites, the better off we're going to be.
This dude is crazy, bro.
Yeah. Got to repopulate this world. We're going to be a minority by the time 2048 rolls around here. Do your part.
I hear you.
We're going to be a minority.
It's so on brand. It's hilarious.
I love it.
Okay. We got Mike Bassick with my vote, Chief.
Said it with his chest, too, a little bit. Almost. Almost.
He did.
Wow, I'm going to go with Hagee.
Alrighty. We are tied at 1, Lucius.
Unfortunately, it's the goal call.
Goal.
Yeah, I like that one. Don't like it as Argentina, but I like the goal call.
Wolchuk.
I'm going to stick with Baskey.
What do you got against Argentina, Lucius?
I'm just tired of seeing it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're nasty on the time. Yeah, they're nasty on the timeline. They're so nasty.
The Germans moved there?
Yeah.
Do you hold that against them in World Cup cheering?
Not really.
They're so nasty on the timeline to people.
Are they?
Yeah, I see them.
Broadus, we're at 2-1 to 1.
I'm going to vote for Heggie, please.
We're tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation on Twitter. @GBagNation will create an Insta poll. You can cast the decisive votes here for your G-Bag of the day on this Wednesday. And it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Didn't they give iShow Speed a little hard time out here in D-Town?
Did they?
I think so, man.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're right.
Might have been when they played Jordan.
Or is that what that? Where was that?
Yeah.
I saw yesterday though he met like the Walmart of the guy who owns the Walmarts of Spain.
Spain?
Yeah, he made a couple of really big time connections with people in Spain. They love his work.
I like that dude.
Yeah.
I like him. Hell of an athlete too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing clips here. They were definitely getting after
It's giving him some work, bro.
Yeah.
He's streaming. Don't do that. Wouldn't do the other guy that doesn't have a camera behind him. All right, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares.
It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Freshly out of a relationship, I'm wearing condoms again. It's very upsetting. It's not that bad. Guys complain about wearing a condom. You know what it's like? This is what it's like to do to wear a condom. You ever go to a basketball court and there's no net, and you're like, I mean, I guess I'll play. The whole time you're like, did that even go in?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, July 15, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Dallas's very own Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. And peace to the gods. And mad props to the God Jaborn. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers. Let me tell you right now, I'm high-key envious of all you blue collar ballers out there, okay? I know the girls don't talk about you that much, but the dudes do respect what you have to do out here in these streets, you blue collar ballers. Yep. I got a friend from back in the day. I'm going to make a confession. We used to make runs to Como once a week together. If you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Thinking that we were chasing the stars. Thank God we woke up and realized that wasn't worth the risk anymore. I joined the military, now I'm doing this. And then my man disappeared for a while, popped back up with a tree removal company.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's big money.
With city contracts.
Yeah.
Eating high off the hog right now, this guy is, man. Big bucks, no whammies. I'm very proud of him. Plus, that tree work keeps him in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
He's got big arms and big shoulders. He looks like a groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons a little bit right now. He does. But yeah, shout out to you blue collar ballers, man. My man just came back from Tulum. I'm very proud of him. You can come a long way out here, people. Get inspired. Just don't think about those degrees and whatnot going straight to college. Sometimes we might need some more electricians.
Yeah.
More plumbers. More
way to go.
Tree excavators.
Those blue-collar ballers, though, they can keep a tight budget, and you would have to for your truck payment to be more than your mortgage.
Boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Boy, all your tools and all your stuff.
Yeah.
And you got to watch out for people stealing it.
Those tree removal guys, though, first house I bought it because of the two trees in the backyard. Massive, fully, like 40-foot trees. They died within 6 months of me buying the house.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. And they
gotcha.
And they made me pay to get them removed.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
I had to get them removed because they were a threat to the neighbors now because they could blow over. Oh. And I got the quote on it. And seriously, it was $4,000. So I put on Facebook, does anybody take down trees? This guy did it for $800. He showed up with his chainsaw, climbed to the top, and just started cutting stuff off. Came down like an hour later.
What a beast.
Hauled it away and was happy with the $800. It was great. As long as he didn't fall down, I was going to save $3,200.
Yeah, you don't want. Man, oh my gosh, I can't remember who that was we were talking to. Play-by-play guy, historic. Iron Eagle. I think that's who that was. Somebody fell off his roof. They were working on his roof. And we were just getting ready to talk to him. He was like, let me, all right, well, he's all right. Let's do this. He's all right.
He's going to make it.
He's going to be okay.
Get the hospital ambulance here.
All right, every Wednesday on The Fan, I like to ask the listeners a question because you think you know more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you. Now, before I ask this question, fellas, let's get a consensus. Mm-hmm. What is a clown? If I say somebody is a clown, what am I saying about that person?
Not serious.
Idiots.
Yeah.
Bad decision maker.
Yeah, he's just making himself look like a fool.
Okay. I can smoke a bag of that.
Gesture gooning.
He's a gesture goon.
I can smoke a bag of that. All right. Idiot.
Yeah.
Somebody makes really bad decisions.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, question for the Tolos right here. Who is the biggest clown in sports right now? Who is the biggest clown in sports right now? Ask this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and Threads. And I got answers like Conor McGregor is the king of the clowns.
Yeah, him, Brandon Ayuk, I'm sure was a big one.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk is like he came up so many times on this darn list. Philadelphia fans for booing the home run derby. Well, they got egg on their face because the dude that they were booing won. So
yep,
yeah, ouch.
And all their players in the All-Star game sucked last night.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
Unless
sucked.
you were a pitcher, it was a pretty rough night.
Oh yeah, by the way, the ESPY's little pregame situation is on ESPN for you guys. Just letting you know, it looks pretty cool. People walking around in the background with their fly little suits on ESPN. On ESPN. Who is the biggest clown in sports? The WNBA commissioner, Ms. Tolo says.
That plays.
The Dodgers.
Says she can't seem to get out of her own way.
Kathy.
They're starting to complain about the chartered planes, by the way. Have you hearing that?
No.
Like they're making a big deal about the charter planes. And the gals are like going, we're better off flying commercial. Because at least we get home on time.
Okay, I can get that.
They're like the planes are breaking down and they're having to wait around.
They've been playing during the day too.
Yeah,
like with very little promotion. I'm like, oh damn, there's a game on.
Yeah,
I seen one today, one yesterday. Yeah. Who was the biggest clown in sports? SGA for wasting his talents. Some Tolo said. SGA
for wasting
champion.
Yeah,
do they have the wrong person?
Back-to-back MVPs.
Isn't that somebody? Isn't that to do with the guns?
John Morant.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons. There's candidates out there.
Yeah, not SGA.
Zion,
sure.
Zion. Terrion Arnold is one of the biggest clowns in sports right now.
Oh, yeah.
Refresh my memory about Terrion Arnold.
He kidnapped the wrong people trying to get his lick back.
Yeah.
We need better planning of kidnappings.
Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, that's a clown move, man. Just call the law, bro. Just call the law. It's worth it. You got too much money. You don't want to risk that good job just because you got your stuff back. That's crazy. Biggest clown in sports. Tolo said RJ Choppy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Another one. Until they win, it's always Cowboys fans for buying Jerry's hype.
Oh, I don't know how many people buy his hype anymore.
I think a lot of folks are over it.
Yeah.
I think they are.
Oh, you just warmed Jerry up right there. He says, "Ooh, I needed that."
It's not me, it's them.
Oh, I needed that. Watch this one. What else we got? Adrian Bronner, one of the biggest clowns in sports right now. Shout out to AB. I think it's day 7 of their streaming. He's been working out with Mike Tyson now and Zab Judah.
He's on the come up, man.
He's coming back. That belly's going down, man. He's locked in. How long does it take to create a habit? Is that 30 days or 90 days?
I thought they always said 21 days.
Hey, 45. Come on.
He's
doing it for 45 days. Maybe he can get in the habit. It's July 15th, 2026, and the biggest clown in sports is still Nico Harrison.
Yeah, totally.
Always.
In perpetuity.
Forever.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while. Yeah. Maybe a century.
Yeah, I mean, even Boston right now, with the trade that they just made, it's still Nico.
2 minutes remaining in the voting, by the way, Lucius.